This channel is for mature audiences only. If you're underage on this channel, your parents' mom should have swallowed them or spit them out.
What's up?
Yo, you guys know who this is. It's Baron, yeah. The one and only. The one and only.
This internal sadist.
And this is Baron and Sadist. Welcome, everybody. But yeah, this is funny. This is funny. Making people cringe on Facebook and get triggered on Facebook is like a new pastime of mine.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
Ever since hanging out with you, it's kind of been a thing. So. But it's funny because it's just I haven't even posted in a while, and already it just feels right. It just feels right. It's actually a dick.
I'm telling you, being a dick feels good.
You're right. It does. Yeah. So yeah, you ain't lying. You won't never lie. You still hopscotch head ass. Don't be late.
Okay, Dirty Diana, big head, forehead ass.
Billie
Jean ass, motherfucking ass, big ass head ass nigga.
I got a nice shaped head. It's just right. But yeah, no. When you vent all that stuff out on Facebook, dude, it really is it's just humble. It's just the most humble.
It's very fun.
And I actually got some likes too, so I'm happy about that. That's like that's some good validation for your lads.
Yeah, I typically don't care if I get likes or not. I just do it just to do it because I'm a dick, and I just log right out of Facebook, post some shit, log right out of Facebook. Motherfuckers be in my inbox talking about, I can't believe you still got a Facebook account. They should have blocked your ass a long time ago.
Yeah, it's like a proximity mine. It's basically like a proximity mine.
It's like this. What happens when you have stock shares, and this what happens when you have stock shares in social media. They won't ban your ass from shit, and you can get away with any damn thing, but you can't say shit because you'll get in trouble. But I can say any fucking thing I want, and it'll keep me around.
Well, you notice that about people when they post that they don't really invest anything into what they post. That's why they have to get. That's why people cancel them because it just seems so pieced together.
And the sad part about that, a lot of times when people post, it's usually like a hot take or a bad take. Basically, is rather getting canceled any fucking way, where it's like exactly. Wrong wording.
How could you have said this a bit differently? Yeah, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was talking about the MGTOW PR earlier today, and it was like the way I was thinking about it is, it's like you gotta protect from like the hot takes of people who are just getting the red pill.
Definitely.
And those, like, no matter what level their functionality is, because some people are damn near in the hospital when they first get red pilled and about certain things. It's like you can't. Yeah, and I mean, that's being politically correct is like not reading into it fully, or reading into it fully, but then filtering how you're interpreting.
True story.
What's
up, Seafood? Yeah. Seafood Black Average in the house. I mean, well, in the chat.
I mean, there really is nothing wrong with that concept, but it definitely has gone way too far to the left.
It definitely is.
And everybody's really sensitive about what's being said. So most smart people just are a part of that silent space in the lecture hall. So it's like they're all part of the silent people. But what Cypher was saying about it in the live stream was like the person who speaks last is usually the person you should listen to because they probably have the most information. But what happens is what happens to the rest of the people that aren't speaking? Like, they're never, no one really listens to what they think. So yeah, he's right. He's right about that. I kind of sort of tend to think about the people who are silent though. Like, because how could you not have something to say? Maybe it's because you've already experienced something and you want to let the person hang themselves, or what else? What else could motivate a person to be silent?
Easy, because I know me and me and the Manly Load did it the one last stream where we just both sat back quietly and let no sweetheart and them just just have pretty much have at it,
Yeah,
because like
the table flip, right?
you know, because typically what happens with that is the same thing that goes with a Manly Load is typically um if 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 we don't really have very much to say on the topic, we just pretty much leave it alone and let everybody else run with it. And that's simply how I always got. That's pretty much all it really is. I'm like, I may have something to say on the topic, but it's like one of those things where like I just don't feel like it right now. Either I'll touch on it in a video that I probably got coming up if I don't talk about the topic.
Uploads are good when you can't speak in the live stream. Like just going straight for an upload. I noticed that the other day. That if like I couldn't get a word in edgewise, just make a video. Yeah. But sorry, I interrupted what you were saying about Amanley Load, because you guys both are silent.
We both are silent because typically when I get silent in a live stream, it's usually because I'm going to make a video about it later, so I typically don't really want to talk on it and spoil the video for all intents and purposes. Or I got a video coming up that I already got uploaded on my channel that's scheduled to come out one of these days, basically. So I typically keep quiet for this very reason. And then a manly load does it. I mean, we typically do it for the same reason when it comes to me and a manly load, but like typically a manly load does it because he's like it's not his cup of tea, so he'll just wait for it to come around to something he wants to talk about, or he wants to put his 2 cents in on for all intents and purposes. So that's simply how that works. It's the same thing that goes for like Billy the Goat. He does the same thing too.
Yeah, they were all having all you guys in the live stream at once was really. It was like it was on a higher psychological level. We had just like 3 great listeners in the live stream, and everybody else, me included, we kind of just spaz out sometimes, or most of the time. So it's like it's good to have people who are really, really just cognizant and are able to actually just listen and process what another person's thinking, instead of just like popping off and being like and yeah, it takes a lot to control that. It takes a lot to control that.
MGTOW and the Win came back after he done talk shit saying Lamb don't be late. He finally came back to the stream apparently.
Hey, Win wants to come in. That's fine for me to say it. But
I'm saying he came back to the stream basically after he said Lamb don't be late. Then he disappeared and it was all Sifu. Then Win end up commenting back in again eventually after the fact.
Probably started
Sifu said greetings Win. I'm quiet on the Tico stream because I'm learning something. Well, yeah. There's a lot of people that actually say that about me when it's actually pretty funny. I'm like, how am I teaching you something? You're older than me. Like what? And I forget that I'm actually like I have a vast amount of knowledge after a while because I'm typically respectful to my elders. So I forget that I have a vast amount of knowledge sometimes, even if somebody else does and don't believe they do. And I forget about shit like that sometimes. And
I forget to talk, especially when when there's people in the room. But then if there's somebody else that I'm in a conversation with, then I like to still I still like to just chill in that conversation. A lot of times I get this we go off on tangents and stuff. I like to take it into different territory a lot of the time. So I just try not to get lost in the process. Not trying to get lost in the sauce, because we talk about a wide range all the time. It's just like you gotta be you gotta be prepared to expect the unexpected.
What's up, Lorsos? Glad you popped in, Pimpin'.
And I think about we play off each other well. And particularly, I think it's because, you understand that I have to, get out my thoughts and feelings, because it's there's not a lot of places where I feel comfortable speaking about this kind of stuff or in public, and I'm learning slowly how you do it, and it's fascinating just to be working on trying to improve in that area of confidence and especially online confidence and social media. It's a lot of people are scared to even show their face because of the way people are. And right now it's having online courage never really helped anyone. It's more like the in-person courage and the ability to be like without having the internet there to like say I got this or I can handle this.
Mm-hmm.
What are your I think what are your thoughts on that? Because I don't think it's a clear cut.
What you talking about? People that have internet cards, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I typically refer to them as internet gangsters or internet cowboys. Those typically are the type of people that have like all the cards in the world when they're behind their keyboards, but when they see you in person, they act like you're cool after they was talking shit on Facebook or Snapchat or all that shit. And I typically keep the same energy that I'm online. If you're talking shit online, if I see you in person, don't wave to me or act like we cool. I'm gonna punch you dead in your face. I'm gonna rumble you on the site for doing that shit, basically, because that's typically how I feel. Because I had to check somebody.
You're right.
I had to check somebody in real life the other day that was talking shit on one of my posts on Facebook. Talk about what he gonna do, and I seen him in person. He gonna sit there and wave to me or nod to me like, "What's up?" Like, nah, nigga.
Yeah,
keep the same energy you had on fucking Facebook. Little faggot.
My friend that I worked with, he quit his job, and then the guy who he worked with was like talking a bunch of crap about him, and then he even threatened him. He's like, "Let's fight," and then now every time he sees him, there's no fight initiated whatsoever. They just act like nothing. I'm like, dude, come on, you can't be talking to big gay like that. And then
no. And the sad part about that, when I said that word, I don't mean actual gay people. I mean dudes that be talking shit online and ain't got no balls to actually fight you in person or got no balls to carry that same energy to an actual fight. Because I will fight you in person if you talk shit online and I see your ass. There ain't gonna be no what's ups. There ain't gonna be nothing. I ain't buying you no drink. I'm gonna drag your ass and gonna wait for the cops to show up. Then when the cops show up, I'm like, I drug his ass because he was talking shit on Facebook. He thought he was a Facebook gangster, and I had to drag his punk ass. I don't care if I got to go to jail, because as soon as I get there, just know my lawyer's gonna be waiting for me right outside jail. Be like, oh, my client's going home. Like, thank you. Y'all have a good one. Bye.
People got the lawyer on lock. That's insane.
You're damn right. I got my lawyer on lock. Shit. I remember the one time I got arrested for fighting somebody, and I smashed his head in the car door. And I remember the cops came and arrested me, and they were trying to take me to jail. And my lawyer's sitting there leaning up against the wall like she a gangster and shit like that with her briefcase, and goes, "Okay, that'll be enough, gentlemen. I'll be taking my client home." I'm sitting there laughing in her face like, aha.
You gotta get.
Y'all did all that work for no fucking reason. Y'all wasted taxpayer dollars for nothing. Nigga going home. Yeah. They were mad as hell as they were uncuffing me and shit like that. They were mad as hell. I was cutting up.
Oh yeah, you were prepared. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Most people think that all they need is like a little bit of like liquid courage or something to face because of the police, but it's like, or to like act tough to the police. But like,
if you're going to be tough, you better have your lawyer. You better have that. I always tell people, like, if you're going to be a criminal, always have that lawyer game online. That's all I got to say on that note. Like, if you're going to be a criminal, always be ready with your lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, just because they're the cops, that don't mean they can't commit a crime on you.
Mm-hmm. Get out the car like I didn't look. Get out the car, top off. I didn't look like this when I got here. I didn't look like this before this.
Yeah, you fell.
Casey, they beat me up in a car. Oh, really? So y'all were abusing my client? Yep, they did. Yes, they did. We should press charges. I think we should. Thank you. Sitting there cutting up and shit. Like they don't like fucking with me too much because I'm one of them catch and release people. By the time they don't loop around and get to the thing, my lawyer already waiting outside, just chilling up against the wall outside the door. Like my client will be coming home now. I'm like, okay, thank you. Greatest lawyer ever.
I mean, I would know my act if what I did was very deliberate. But if what I did was an accident and somehow they did not have the evidence to actually like prove that I did it, I think my demeanor would be different. Like I think I try to play.
Well, no, because I'm a dick either way. Even if I did something wrong, I'm still a dick. Because I know my lawyer's going to meet us at the place, and I'm going to go home anyway. So I'm basically like I'm like a low grade Teflon Don, basically. Like you come and scoop me up. I'm sitting there cheesing the whole entire way in the car. Got my fucking Koge smile going on in the whole way to jail in my car. By the time we get there, y'all look out the window. My lawyer's sitting there. I'm looking at y'all. Y'all looking at me in the rearview mirror. I'm sitting there cheesing in y'all face like, Got the Koge smile going.
Like Owen Wilson.
They looking at me like, what's so funny?
I'll see you guys later.
Right, I'll catch up to y'all later. Y'all still want to do that photo op? We doing the photo op? We not doing the photo op? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't do the photo op with y'all guys. I'm going home. See y'all. I'm an asshole. Oh yeah, I'm an asshole.
Isn't it something funny? It's like right now, being black in America is like everybody's getting around for a family photo, and you're like, I'm not taking any of those. Goddamn, I'm not taking those pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to be associated with you guys.
It's either that, or typically if I take a picture, because if I take a picture with somebody, it's because I like the person or I care about the person enough to want to take a picture with the person.
Right.
I typically don't take pictures at all, or really take pictures too much for all intents and purposes, because I just don't like taking pictures. Because I grew up. There's some folklore when I grew up that apparently, if you take a picture, it traps a piece of your soul in the picture.
Yeah.
So I actually take that to heart. And anytime I take a picture, it better be for a damn good reason, basically.
Ooh, that's a good.
It traps. They say what it's either. I think it was either it takes a piece of your soul or it takes a piece of your essence. Your piece of your essence or a piece of your soul gets trapped in that photograph, basically. So if you're going to take a picture, it better be for a damn good reason.
Yeah. Wow. There's a lot of folklore like that admonishes like technology.
Mm-hmm.
And like says shame on you for. Well, I mean, MGTOW was great for the exposure, but I think it's more like in the levels exceeding like a certain point, it just becomes like survivalist. So you kind of like drop a lot of the complicated technological stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking about it with Wind, and it's kind of like after a while, a lot of the problems that people get red pilled about are really just are like they're cast as a duality, like extreme political or extreme government, extreme like views about the government, conspiracy theories, and that sort of whole thing. And like same with being black in America too. You just have a duality. It's like we're educated lames now, so no one really takes us seriously. We kind of like left over, and we're only liked if we go somewhere else, and then everybody's pissed at us for leaving. So it's like it's just messed up.
True.
And it doesn't make any sense. Like it's like there should be just a one way of doing this, but it's always cast into into two frames, just like. And no matter which choice you pick, it's always just a bad decision.
Yeah, it's simply how it works, and it's just one of those things where like you gotta when you take it in, it's like you just gotta basically be able to sit there, take it in, breathe it in, and like just understand your surroundings and take it in greatly, and like be able to enjoy it, and or in some cases just understand it for all intents and purposes instead of always trying to participate in it or
always having an opinion about it.
Yeah, like you don't always have to have an opinion about it. Sometimes you can just chill and just take it all in and soak it in like it's the sun, basically.
Yeah,
that's typically what I say.
I agree.
No, what he said. Oh, apparently Lord Sos actually heard that saying too about trapped in pictures, basically. so apparently a lot of people heard that one before. Yeah,
in Japanese folklore, it's
that's a thing too.
Spirits and stuff, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, what he said, Sifu said he was an educated lame before it was cool. Well, the sad part about that, educated lame was cool back in the 70s and before that, but educated lame wasn't cool like after, let's say, like the 90s on up, basically. Apparently, you had to be a D-boy, or you had to be a gangster, or you had to be like your NWAs, your gangbangers, or your rappers, or your basketball players, and shit like that for all intents and purposes. That's when like the whole entire black culture shifted. So being an educated lame was cool in the 70s, and before that, but after that, it's like it wasn't even fucking worth it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how most people find their niche is by like going out and getting an education and like contributing something to society.
Yeah, that's simply how it works.
People who aren't, worker drones or something, or have some sort of like fear about them when they're that young. They want to like go out and learn, but there's a lot of pressure to just learn, and never to just sit and reflect. And that's why, you get a lot of people just reacting so much.
Well, you also got to take consideration too. Most of the people that are reacting grew up in the same era as like everybody gets a participation trophy. So the minute you disagree with them, you're pretty much seeing the results of participation trophy kids. It's typically how that's working.
Yeah,
it's sad, but it's so true. It's like that's what you're saying.
No, I guess no, because that's the thing. The antidote is literally just them being in the real world and red pilled about it in some way, shape, or form. Because that's the only way they're gonna.
And the sad part about that, they refuse to be red pilled for the fact that this is not what they want. This is not what they want, or this is not what they're used to, and this is not how life's supposed to go. So therefore, we're doing them wrong, and we're wrong for doing this to them, basically. When in fact, this is the real world, bitch. Suck it up, soak it in.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, they're expecting like better treatment or for the answer to be spoon fed to them. When it's like, no one's supposed to tell you how to do it. I'm just merely letting you know how it is. How you're gonna do it.
Amanley.
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 They're like doing that. But there's Amanley, and then there's America's. Fuck yeah.
Brothers.
Yeah, there was that one too, brothers.
Misadventure. How could you have done that? How could you have scratched so? Wait, I forget who. Somebody got into a tiff recently. Day 202, I think it was. They started fighting. Yeah. It's way better. If I could be, I'd be hashtag a way better story than Jersey Shore. Way better. Yeah,
definitely. Story. Definitely, what the Chicken Diaries are definitely a way better story than the Jersey Shore.
You got the situation. You got Snooki. You got all those different characters in there.
Definitely.
It's awesome.
Lena just popped in. He's live. I just seen her. I'm like, wow, that was randomly out of nowhere. I just seen that. Like, he's live. You haven't been going too many lives lately.
Yeah,
you've been going too many lives. Yeah, I'm sorry.
A little late.
Well, no, she's just shocked that I'm live because I haven't been doing too many apparently.
It's live.
He's live.
All caps. All caps.
All caps too, right? Yeah, that's too funny.
Have you? I see the thumbnail for Gold Digger Pranks all the time, and I'm just like, I never click on it, but when I used to click on it, I used to be just so triggered when I saw the Gold Digger Pranks.
I just laugh at Gold Digger Pranks. Matter of fact, that's going to be one of the reaction videos I'm going to be doing one of these weekends, basically.
Oh my god, do it! I would just love it. Please invite me.
I will. Yeah, because I typically do. I've been doing a lot more lives on my on the Black Pill Red Pill channel, basically. So I've been doing a lot more lives on that channel, basically. Or I've been doing a lot more reaction videos on that channel because I'm basically trying to separate the two channels. We'll keep it the same, but I'm trying to separate it. So I typically, do lives on that channel for that reason, for all intents and purposes, which is actually pretty fun.
Oh, let me turn my. Am I vibrating on you? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. I was about to start talking trash on you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I was about to start.
I'm like one of these.
Usually women use those things. Why are you using those things, Baron Yam?
Hey, anytime Americans is on the live stream, he always has like some notifications popping up. He's a popular ass dude, man.
Yeah, I know, right? you try to be like Americans.
Or you hear like,
Yeah, he's one popular ass motherfucker. That's probably like notifications telling me he can make it to the next show.
Exactly.
He got
like
advanced notifications and shit.
He RSVPs for his spot in the live stream.
He got his spot RSVP. I was just about to say that.
It's like reserved. It's like got
right.
a nice ribbon. It's got a ribbon and stuff
funny.
around it. Yeah, for sure.
Too funny. Yeah, he definitely does have. It's almost like he does have his shit RSVP'd for sure. Have you seen her cracking up at him? Like this guy.
I mean, I kind of want to like kill the anticipation now. How do I anti RSVP for my my high school reunion, my 10-year high school reunion?
Why would you want to do that?
I don't know, just because if RSVP would be like the opposite of what I don't know if I want to be there when shit pops off.
I can see that. Yeah, true. I can understand where you're coming from with that one.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see how everyone's doing. But I mean, depends
on the question is, do you want to show up at the thing? You love Snooki. I like that.
Lena
likes Snooki. Snooki was kind of interesting.
She's all right.
I mean, she was kind of interesting. But like, I would have to. Yeah. I think I would have to give it to like the situation.
Yeah, well, he's just like the one that you remember the most because he's the douchiest dude.
Well, no, he wasn't the douchiest dude. It was just the fact that he was always getting into some shit.
Jim Tan.
The big dude was the douchey dude, the real big dude. The fuck was his name? He was a douchey one.
Yeah, I don't even remember too much of that show. But all I remember is the situation is Snooki and Jim Tan Laundry. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
A leaky pipe. Who's got a leaky pipe?
I don't know. I think Americus was being a smartass. He said, "Do you need a plumber?"
A pipe player.
A pipe player. Yeah, he's being a smartass.
Maybe you need a welder.
That too.
Yeah.
There it goes. It's right here. He said leaky pipe, and Americus. Amanley said leaky pipe, and he said need a carpenter, a builder, or a plumber, aka pipe layer.
Lana said she's MGTOW as well. How does that work? That does not work.
What'd you say?
Lana said she's MGTOW.
Lana?
What are your thoughts on that, Tico? Do you think that women are able to be MGTOW?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, they can support it, but they're not able to really be MGTOW for the fact that it's men going their own way. It's not like, women. It's not men going their own way while taking some women with them. I mean, it's the way how it rolls.
It's a different story entirely. Yeah, I could have considered that for MGTOW.
The sad part about that is believe it. As much as people don't really want to believe it or say it, but 9 times out of 10, if you've ever been red pill, a lot of your red pills probably came from a woman. You're probably on the receiving end of a woman when you're getting your red pills.
Now, what's the proportion of red pills from women to black pills from women?
Well, the sad part about that, it's not even black pills from women. It's more or less just red pills.
No, I know.
The sad part about that, when it comes down to red pills, the red pill knowledge is basically so vast, it's so ridiculous that it's like there's no end to the red pill knowledge for all intents and purposes. Typically, when I refer to people who typically get off the red pill knowledge and start going off on like other tangents, they typically are people that that basically can't handle all the red pills. So you'll get like people that'll go, well, I'm black pill. Okay, that's nice. You're not really black pill. You're still red pill. But we'll run with your chick. And all you're doing, basically, you're nothing more than you're basically nothing more than a red pill that just want to specialize in a certain section of the red pill. That's all you are.
Yeah. I just see it as being caught up. You're just caught up.
Well, no, they're not even caught up. That's the sad part. Because at the end of the day, I've said more red pill shit than even whatever say black pill shit. And the sad part about that, don't go, that's some black pill shit, Tico. No, that's some red pill shit, nigga. Get it right.
Oh yeah, I know. I remember. Well, okay.
That's red pill shit, nigga. Get it right.
Approach that, like, no? Is there a different way that someone can say that's black pill shit without really saying that that's black pill shit?
Well, no, because at the end of the day, because all the stuff that they're saying is really not black pill stuff. It's actually literally red pill stuff. The sad part about that is a lot of people don't want to accept that as red pill stuff, and they want to try to make it. Well, this is black pill. Well, no, it's not. It's red pill
Oh, right,
knowledge.
because
It's
when
red pill
they say
knowledge.
knowledge is
It's
red
it's
pill, then it
basically
goes on
basically
forever and
basically
ever.
every single thing that they talk about is nothing more than red pill knowledge. No, everything they talk about is nothing more than red pill knowledge repackaged.
You're forced to put the first person. I
That's
got
all
you.
it
Yeah,
really
I
is.
agree. It really is.
Because
And then
because the sad part about that is nobody ever really learns. Nobody ever really learns the red pill fully. So they get discouraged with it, and they'll go off and say, "Well, I'm this now, or I'm that now, or I'm this now." Like, no, nigga, I'm gonna need you to come back here and learn some more of this shit. Because the sad part about that, something I've
yeah,
noticed about the red pill is when it comes to the red pill, I actually know more about the red pill than a lot of people who just dropped out, or I refer to them as red pill dropouts, basically. That typically will go and say, "Well, oh, this is knowledge." I go, "Well, you really don't know shit. If you got to change your whole entire title or your whole entire name or what you're trying to do, basically, you really don't know shit." That's typically how I basically call them red pill dropouts for all intents and purposes, because that's
Mhm.
typically all you really are. Or I'll call you red pill certificate holders. And Yum fell out with his goofy self. And that's simply what I refer to a lot of those people. So it's one of those things where it's one of those things where it's one of those things where a lot of people tend to not realize that you're not really saying something that we don't know. You're just basically repackaging it and calling it something else when in fact it's still red pill knowledge, whether you like it or not. Because I've said some pretty far out there shit, and typically, and matter of fact, a good example of that is I've been trying to start a show. I've been trying to start a show on my channel. Uh, it's going to be a new podcast. I'm trying to get like a manly load, Shinobi One, and Billy the Goat, basically all under one roof, basically to start a podcast called Bleeding Edge Red Pill. So I'm trying to get that together so I can actually start that podcast so everybody can understand what the fuck what the fuck fully the red pill actually is for all intents purposes. So all these people running around talking about I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. You don't even know half the shit that you don't even know half the shit that you claim you know. You don't even know a quarter of the shit that like a lot of these people that's going to be in the stream would even remotely know. So typically, what I'm going to have a lot of people in the stream, like a Manly Load, Billy the Goat, Shinobi One, and people like that. So people can actually learn what the fuck the red pill actually is, how vast the red pill actually is, and how much knowledge you can actually obtain from having the red pill. So whenever I can get like Shinobi One and a Manly Load and Billy the Goat all under one roof on a stream, it's going down. So look for that stream to come, and definitely, it's going to be called Bleeding Edge Red Pill.
Nice. But yeah.
Hidden at the end. What the fuck is going on here? Obviously, you're late, Hidden. He said, "Yeah." Manly said, "I'm game." I don't know how he's in like 3 rooms where he can't miss it.
But yeah, I mean, you get like if you don't attach to religion early, you're gonna get red pilled about religion, and the earlier you get red pilled about it, the harder it is for you to latch onto like faith. And then people are shocked how come this person doesn't believe in God? It's like, well, how long have you been trying to shove the same garbage down their throat, and how much has it like not worked? That's pretty much how you're gonna figure out what their acuity towards like certain information is. And
True.
At a certain point, I guess you kind of have to just like deal with the fact that you're not going to learn everything that that you set out to learn. You have dreams that are that big, so you kind of have to just cope. I guess you just have
roll
to
with the
cope
punches, basically, or have fun with it for all intents and purposes. Yeah, there's not very much you can do. It's like just roll with it and just teach. Because like I've always been one of them people. I don't care how many people's in the box when I start a stream. I'm just going.
Mm-hmm.
If you missed it, you better go back and watch the beginning.
Oh, that's terrible.
What's going on. But what? I'm being serious.
Yeah. Yours is
I
one of
just
the only
go.
ones. Yeah.
Like I just go because a lot of people would like literally wait for me. We got a couple. We got like 1 or 2 people in the box. Oh, I don't give a damn. And like I'm basically like a shotgun. And I'm off to the races like Usain Bolt.
Right. I'm
nigga,
ready to
nigga,
go. Like
because
when I'm ready to go, it better be go. Like Hidden's the same way. Like if it doesn't go, then I might like give up after more. Like okay, we should do live stream. Okay, we really should
so
do
I'm
live
here to
stream.
punch. I'm here to punch red pills down throats. It's a nut.
So
I'm here to punch red pills down throats.
his
But
movie, Feebles, that was good. That was good. Feebles.
that was a good movie. I actually watched that. I
Oh
actually had
my
to go watch it
gosh.
again because I missed some of it, so I had to go rewatch it again.
Oh, I didn't get. Well, I didn't. I only watched it once, so like I remember a little bit from it, but then at the same time, but there's like meet the Feebles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, and then like the relationship. There's so many different red pills. Like he's cheating on her. It's great. It's great.
Mm-hmm. That's the sad part.
And and like how old it is for its time. It was like saying some pretty crazy red pills about
It's like an
all
adult.
sorts
It's
of
like
different
it's
things.
like an adult version of the fucking Muppets and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Like South Park in Muppet form.
Yeah, South Park meets the Muppets.
Yeah, for sure. But it was definitely made me think like, oh, maybe a lot of the stuff that I think about is not actually new, and like people have known about this for a really long time. And it's kind of like Quasi-Mandius put out a video on Marxism, and I think that a lot of people are cultural Marxists. Like the way that they put out information is just random and sporadic, not researched, and it's just to justify something that they're doing at one particular point in time, and not for any sort of greater, like not for any different like civiliz generations to come or anything. No solid foundation at all. No solid
True.
foundation. I feel like, and I mean, you can post on social media and have it make sense, but for the most part, I feel like most people just vomit out things that that they say. They just vomit out things that they think about without actually thinking about
Yeah, they typically do. Like even
it. Mm-hmm.
like, and
And
the
what can
sad
you
part
do
about
about
that,
that? What can you do about that?
there's not very much you can do about it. Because I know. Usually at the beginning of a lot of my live streams, I typically am like trying to find my pace or footing in my live streams. But typically, I know where I want to go with it. But it's all about finding your pace at the beginning of the live stream. So I typically
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
start off very slow and I work my way up to a nice rhythm for all intents and purposes, depending on what the
mm-hmm.
topic or the live stream is. Every now and again, I'll struggle for a while in the live stream because I can't seem to find the rhythm that I need for this topic for all intents and purposes. Other than that, I typically work it out eventually, and sometimes it sucks, and sometimes it just works out, and it's like the funniest thing in the world. Like, okay, Tico, I don't know how you did that, but you did that.
There's so many things that go into it too. Like, and then one thing, honestly, the intros are kind of like a new amount of time to like, oh, let me think about what this is going to be like. Let me meditate on this, almost like a chapel service or like a devotional. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you get time to think, and you said, and I forget what I'm going to say at the beginning, but then once we get the tempo up, I remember everything that I was going to say.
Yeah,
So
and that's typically how it is for the most part. It's like
about it.
you're trying not. It's like you're trying not to put it out there first, but it's one of those things where like now that you tried not to put it out there first, now you done forgot. Now you're trying to remember it.
And your people that you're doing the stream with do have a big.
Your mic is cutting up right now, there, dude.
What? Am I robot or
There it
what?
goes, much better. Well, you're starting to cut out and cut back in. Basically, you weren't roboting.
Oh no. Maybe internet. Hey, at least I'm not vibrating anymore.
No comments. That's what she said.
Oh man. Like I was saying, the people who do the live stream with are a big factor to how you like structure what you're gonna say. Like, especially if you don't have standards as high as Tico, you got to think about how to phrase.
Whatever. Don't be trying to climb me on my standards and shit.
Well,
I
you
think my
know, it's
favorite
hard to.
my favorite argument. Well, I think my favorite argument about my standards was this motherfucker said, I shit you not. I ain't gonna say his name, but I think you know who I'm talking about. Just because I don't have standards as you, I do turn down women every now and again. I go, yeah, barely.
What? What?
I go,
I have
yeah,
no idea
barely.
who said.
Like, yeah, you're like, yeah,
That
barely.
sounds dumb.
I got standards. Mine might not be as high as yours, but I got standards. Like, I turn down women sometimes. I go, yeah, barely. Dating bottom
Oh,
feeders out this
oh,
bitch.
oh,
Dating bottom
oh,
feeders out this
oh,
bitch.
oh,
It's
okay.
like, that
Yeah,
was in the
yeah,
one
yeah, yeah.
server. That was in the one server. You end up getting the argument ended up going on for like 2-3 days. That was like the funniest shit in the world. Like, that argument went on for like 3 days. It was like the funniest shit in the world. Yam got in on it. Then it kept going. Then I got back in on it. Then I
It
left
was a
out again.
clusterfuck.
Yam. Yeah,
It was
it
like
was a
it
big
was.
clusterfuck.
To be honest, it was like a World of Warcraft quest, and we all had
Yeah.
the right specs and the right gear, and
Uh-huh.
came in with the pally hammer just swinging.
Just swinging hard and shit. Yeah, I know. It's like
Like
it's like yeah. It's like the fundamental
Leroy
difference between me and you is you'll stick your dick in any fucking thing.
Jenkins.
You'll stick your dick in a fucking cow. That's pretty much your difference between me and you. I won't stick my dick in anything. I got standards. Just going in on this dude. After a while, I felt bad for the guy. I was like, yeah, no, I can't do this to this guy. This is like stealing baby candy from a baby right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it'd be like making fun of me. I'm pretty, I'm
Well,
a
no,
pretty
because
easy target.
you're an easy target, but like you actually fight back. That's the problem. Like
Oh
you
shit, this
look
is
like an easy
pitiful.
target. You look like an easy target, but you fight back. Like the
This
funniest
is
shit about this,
pitiful.
like this goofy nigga, like before we started the stream, we were sitting there ripping on each other, going back and forth, ripping on each other via text message and shit like that. Talk about like what I say,
Corey, you
big bird ass, Oscar the
Big Bird
Grouchy
ass
ass
Oscar
motherfucker.
the Grouch. I was like, damn. I was like, no, no, you did not just call me Oscar the Grouch head
I
ass. I was
was like
like,
big bird ass, Oscar the Grouch ass nigga.
I'm like, how can I be Big Bird and Oscar? That doesn't make any sense. And I thought about it while I was like, I can be just like both of them, and I am. This motherfucker really trying to call me out. And I was thinking about it. I was like, all right, at least I'm not Count Dracula. Fucking
Right?
blood. 1, 2, 3 bottom feeders. It's like, god damn, like people really need to chill out on the saying stuff after they talk because it's like basically turns you into like the Count from
Mhm.
Sesame Street.
Yeah, they
Like,
do, and
come on, bro.
that's
Like,
basically how I see a lot of. That's basically how I
there's
see a
no wonder
lot
you
of.
need a no wonder you need like a what you need like a PR person to pay like $20,000 just to control things because literally every other word you say is
It's stupid.
is dumb and it's like
Yeah, like you get yourself
it's
into
either
fucking
hoe,
trouble. You want to
bitch.
blame me. You want to
Yeah, it's
blame
either
me for
hoe, bitch,
your
or
dumb ass saying some dumb shit. How about you start taking responsibility for your own fucking actions?
I know it's
And
ridiculous, dude.
and try to control what the fuck comes out your fucking mouth. Because the difference between me and you is I don't have to worry about what comes out my mouth because I don't have to worry about real world consequences and implications because a nigga works for himself. You, on the other hand, Negro, have to worry about what comes out your fucking mouth because you're a fucking moron. You can't control your
Yeah,
fucking mouth, and you want to blame everybody else for your fucking mouth because you can't take responsibility for your fucking mouth because you're a fucking
yeah,
moron.
that's true. Sure.
Skinny boy jean wearing ass, skinny boy tight ass jean wearing
Head
ass.
ass, Aubrey Graham head
Lassant
ass.
tight ass shirt looking ass vampire interview with the vampire ass looking motherfucker.
Money bags, eye bags.
For
Like,
real, big
and
ugly, big light skinned veins and eyes looking ass motherfucker.
Jermaine Jackson fro head ass.
Big Jermaine Jackson fro ass, Lord Your Majesty ass having kid ass motherfucker. Like, like get
Oh,
out of here with that bullshit.
he's got one for every province. Literally, if he become the warlord, he'll become the warlord at the end of the day, for real.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause he's got like a spawn.
Mm-hmm.
And I never really understood that, like until you made that video, Tyrone versus Pookie and Ray Ray. It's like, dang. And I remember this dude had the ability to say, "Oh, I kind of have got a side of the Pookie game, or I've experienced being a Pookie." I was like, In what
No, you
world
haven't.
have you ever been about?
You
Like,
ain't
in
ever no
what
Pookie.
world?
Fuck out of here,
You're a
bitch.
Tyrone.
Fuck out of here,
Tyrone.
bitch.
If
Fuck
you
out of here
don't
with
get
that bullshit. Talk
your
about
if you don't
Pookie.
get your mulatto Tyrone ass
Yes,
out
I'm for real. You
of
don't get your light skin Donald the Duck looking ass motherfucking orange juice ass having ass motherfucking ass out of here. You know,
and
big Scrooge McQuack
watching.
McDuck ass, fake
I
ass.
realized this too.
I'm a piano man ass looking motherfucker.
I just keep thinking count from drag. I just
Yeah,
keep
right.
thinking the
Count. Yeah,
count.
count.
One thought.
2 thoughts. 3 thoughts.
Three
4
thoughts.
thoughts on fetus. Like, come on, then, nigga. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. You ain't shit. You'll never be shit.
That was dumb. Or I like more like.
How about, oh, I got signed to a record label. Okay, yeah, I own a record label. Your point? Like, your point. Like, I'm gonna get to see artists. I see artists all the time. Your point. like the sad part about the reason why I don't get copyright strikes and half the songs that I actually play on my fucking channel is because I've actually worked on the fucking songs. And if I do get a copyright strike, I call it on my fucking self, so I get paid off my fucking self. Now, motherfucker, what?
Oh, sorry,
I'm
that was
savage
really
like
savage.
that. Yeah, anytime I got a copyright strike on my channel with some music, I can usually claim it and shit like that on my other channel. And it's basically like one of those things where it's like, haha, I'm making money even though I got a small ass channel. Yeah.
It's like it's so funny because it's like Trend Labs. Trend Labs made the music.
Yeah, Trend Labs made the music, and that's the sad part. Like we did the
and then
beat.
You got this guy, the Ernie's missing cousin or whatever. Ernie,
yeah, I know.
I was just saying all this dumb shit.
Yeah, saying dumb shit. Ernie and Bert's missing Love Child and shit. Over here talking all this dumb shit. Like, nigga, I've been doing this way before you. Nigga, we don't just do music. We actually film movies in that damn place. Like, come on now, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. You'll never be me. Nigga, if anything, you're just trying to catch up right now.
Blood, but see, it's the thing, blood. When you turn up the gain on the microphone and you put in the aperture on the filter on your Nikon 360 camera, that's how you're gonna know how to knock a bitch down, blood.
Like, nigga, how does that make sense? Like, make that make sense to me. Like, what's the Nikon camera got to do with the app? What's the Nikon camera got to do with the?
But here's the thing, blood. Like, don't nothing get past the dust, blood. Like the blood.
The sad part about that, the sad part about that, he talking all this random shit. I actually take better pictures than he do.
No, but it ain't nothing but a electron digitone with the 3-inch 3 by 0.5 millimeter
the sad part about that, he needs all this shit. He needs all this shit so he can take a good picture. Shit, give me a fucking any type of phone. I can do it with the most fucked up camera and the whole entire fucked up camera on the phone. I can take a better picture than he would ever take a picture. Shit, I've been known to take model style pictures with a fucking iPhone 4. Like, come on, nigga.
I take the best picture. I literally take the best pictures.
Shit. Like, I can take better pictures than you on an iPhone 4. You can have the new iPhone 10, and I'll still take better pictures than your ass. Oh, I think they're on 12 now, aren't they? Anyway, fuck it. Yeah, you can have the newest iPhone, and I'll still take better pictures than your ever ass. Whatever, take pictures. Got to hear with that bullshit.
You know what I also hate the fake artsy stuff, where it's like they instead of taking actually a good photo, they'll like put their phone on the ground or something, or like take a picture of something super like the focus is all fucked up, and they're like hashtag I'm so feeling the vibe right now.
Yeah, I agree with hitting on that one. All you got to do is wear a blouse or a dress, and you'll get a record deal. Come at me with some bullshit. Get out of here. Nigga, I'm gonna need you to put a gap where your blouse is, little bitch.
Big ass in the dresser.
Like I said, big ass interview with the vampire looking ass faggy ass motherfucker over there talking about he gangster and shit like that.
the credenza, cuz it blends really well with the the cashmere and the other types of materials, and that's how you know that a nigga ain't bitch broke. Blood is that's how you know for a fact.
Good shit.
You know,
the difference between me and him is He talk about he ain't bitch broke, but he is bitch broke. Because the sad part about that is I'm not setting up anything in my house for women unless it's my daughters. That's it. If you want to feel comfortable, bitch, you better get comfortable with the shit that I'm used to. Because you ain't. I'm not doing shit for you. You better get
Oh, no
comfortable very
interior
quickly.
decorating. Oh
Oh
yeah,
no,
interior
like no,
decorating is
like
not
yeah,
happening.
like I'm not like it's not. There ain't no Cat Williams shit over here. I don't got that soft ass pillow so you can rest your head on it. No, bitch, you better get used to this Johnny Walker Blue. I ain't got no Patron for your ass. I don't want a woman to get comfortable at my fucking house. Fuck that
Hennessy,
shit.
Patron.
I
Yeah,
don't got
no,
that
those
Hennessy
are
shit either. You better
Ciroc.
drink.
Ciroc. Fuck that. Fuck Ciroc.
You better drink this shot of fucking Johnny Walker Blue, bitch, because
It's
it ain't gonna be comfortable
fucked
when I
up.
get done with it. For real, because no, I'm not here to make you comfortable. You're here to make me comfortable. I'm like the
True
hustler. Make
story.
me
True story.
comfortable.
I'm not the hustler. Is that E40?
Right?
No way.
I think that was Ludacris in that one song. Make you feel so
I get. I
comfortable,
get. I
like
get.
the
Oh,
Huxtables.
Ludacris.
Yeah, yeah, it was Ludacris.
Comfortable. Oh yeah. Now I'm starting to think. I'm starting to remember. Comfortable. No, but you really got E40 over
I
here
want to feel
talking.
your blood. What do you say? Anything to? Oh, that was that Lovers and Friends. That was from that Lovers and Friends video with Ludacris.
True. 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 I think he's more like E40 though, like a skinny light skinned E40, where he's like, ugh, girl, I had
Yeah.
her kissing on my boots. I had her coming in, she was licking on my boots. Ugh.
Like so.
You never heard of a DS dynamic? I
The
heard of a
weakest,
DS
the,
dynamic.
the weakest dynamic out of all the fucking dynamics. The
Damn man.
only dynamic where you have the least amount of control over the fucker on the other end of it because they have all the power technically. You dumb fuck. Trying to sport some shit that you don't got no power in and shit like that. Because at the end of the day, all the person got to say that's receiving it should go, I don't want to do this somewhere or stop. Then it's
By the
over.
way, I think I remember what you were asking me. The word you were asking me about, was it delusional?
Huh?
The word that you said that how he was acting in the stream when you said, "Do I call you thinking about or asking you if I sounded like something?" And you said it started with a D.
No, not delusional. It was something else. Because I would actually rattle that one off because I like picking on Freaky Jersey
You're
Tails when I do
delusional,
that.
mate. You're
You're
delusional, mate.
delusional, mate. You're delusional. He was delusional, mate. He's very delusional. He was delusional, mate. Delusional.
Nah, but
And yes,
honestly, I think
my Samsonite game is on point. My Samsonite game is tight. Shit.
let a bit. Yeah, exactly. Let a bitch fuck up. She gonna pack her bags, baby.
I ain't gonna let her. No, because women take their time. I'm gonna pack her bags
Oh
for
no,
her.
no, no. Yeah, not to mention she could steal something. She could try to
Yeah,
steal
she can
something, but
steal some
I'm gonna
shit,
pack it. I know exactly
or
what's
she'll sit
yours.
there and try to, or she'll sit there and be trying to like pull the. Remember when we went to to the amusement park and we had our first kiss? Okay, bitch, put it in the fucking bag. Get the fuck out of my house. It's like,
Oh,
remember this
by the
bitch
way,
right
that
here? Put it in the
reminds me.
bag. Get the fuck out the
By the
house.
way, that reminds me. That reminds me. Remind
That's
me to
why.
challenge. Remind me to challenge Laszlo officially to Crash Bandicoot. I challenge him to time trial. Time trial.
What? I think
Or
Lazlo.
Bandicoot or Bandicoot battle. I challenge him. I will
I
destroy him.
think Lazlo would crush you in Bandicoot.
No, he would not, dude.
Lazlo is killing
Dude.
it in Warzone right now.
War in what?
Warzone right now.
No, I don't even
Yeah.
have that game.
My 6-year-old is killing it in Warzone. The sad part about that, he beat me in a round. I put him on punishment.
Isn't that a military? Isn't that like a military strategy game?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, he's gonna be like freaking Fidel Castro by the time he gets.
Yeah, I know,
Because
right?
the old Lastro. Laszlo Castro. That's hilarious. Ludacris did the soundtrack to Laszlo Castro.
Right? He gonna be
Huxtable.
and a military strategist.
Oh my gosh. Rapper break dancer, military strategist, pro game.
Like Lazo's actually pretty good at strategy. That's one thing I can say about Lazo. He did learn a lot of it from me, but Lazo's actually pretty good. I will admit that. But like he can't beat me all the time.
It's like you hardly ever give him like I will give him that he plays a video game good. It's like, what are you? Okay, we're talking participation trophies. What is that?
No, like Lazo's definitely not participation trophy level. He's the type of motherfucker that will whoop your ass. And if you
He sounds competitive. Yeah, he sounds like he actually plays.
Whoop everybody's ass, getting handed a trophy. Yeah, he's actually killing it in Warzone right now. Like, I think he's actually playing on Twitch right now.
Go check it out if you have another monitor.
The little bastard be killing it.
Like, who does he think he is? Oh, that's right. He's mine. Yes.
He's not son yet. Damn. Who's the think he is trying to rack up a high score? Oh, yeah. Spawn of Satan.
It was so funny. Like, you just like literally admitted it. You were like, and you're like you were in a live stream. I just remember hearing it. You're like, maybe, God does look like at me, and he's like, yeah, like I fucked up. All right, like I'm sorry. Like, he apologizes to nobody. He's like, yeah, I should have done something differently when I made Tico. I'm sorry. Like, y'all know what happened.
I'm sorry. Like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I believe God do that shit sometimes. Like, and half the time
you think like with the MGTOW thing,
looking at God after I do some shit, and God be like, this nigga.
In those first couple, would you say like in those first couple levels of MGTOW, it's like God's like the parent, and he takes his kid out of the Walmart park, or not the wall, whatever, the parking lot, and just sits out there with them in the car.
Yeah, basically.
So, and then they're just isolated, and then he's like, you can cry all you want. He's like, you can cry all you want. We're gonna stay out here until you're able to like go back into society.
Mm-hmm.
We will chill here.
Stay out here till you take all these red pills, pimpin'. I don't care what you. Exactly. I don't care what you want. Take these red pills, pimp.
He's like, what blood? What blood? What about knocking a bitch down, blood? Why I gotta take these red pills, blood? For blood, I used to sell hoes in the track, blood. Please don't make not like this, blood. Too funny, man. I'm just laughing my ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm glad. Shout out to America's DeVille, who was there for that. Shinobi 1, who was there for that.
Yeah, Shinobi 1 was there for that. That was good times. That was like the funniest shit in the world. I remember True Sherm watched it and was like,
and he commented underneath like a bunch. He was like, "This was a great fire. Wow, such blazes."
We said that thing got out of control. He goes, shit. Even if I'm wrong, I would just let it go. Like, I guess I'll see you on the auction. Damn. Well, damn, Tico. Guess I'll see you on the auction. That's when you know you got demoted. If I tell you I'll see you on the auction, that's when you know I demoted your ass. I'll see you on the auction.
Oh, beach parking lots late at night. Those are like, that's where everybody's doing drugs and stuff. You do not want to.
Drugs are having sex, racing,
are doing it. Exactly. Porking, doing donuts.
Oh man, I used to kill it. We thought we was Fast and Furious.
Midnight Club Tico edition.
Yeah, right? Literally. Midnight Club Tico edition. All you damn right.
That should be one of the streams.
I'm gonna name one that one.
And it should have me, Tika, or me, Wind, and Hidden in it, and you should just outpace us and just leave us in the dust while we're just all like, but wait, what? But what happened? Wait, what happened? I won, bitch! I won the race. And then there's like there's an award screen afterwards. It's just like S rating, and we're like, fuck, we got destroyed.
Right?
We were just the NPC car.
Right? We're NPC car, right?
Shit. I gotta step my NPC Lambo game up. This is ridiculous.
Listen to this nigga. NPC Lambo game up. Listen to this guy.
This is an NPC Bugatti game or something.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I should post a lot. I'm black, so it's like it is what it is.
It is a nut right now. Look at him. Like punch him in the throat. Punch them fucking red pills down his
gullet. That's what he heard when he. That's what he heard when he came to his computer that day. Was just the sound of exploding throats as red pills were being just shoved mercilessly down.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
That was some funny shit.
Dr. Mario ate the fire flower.
He said, "I'm always the ghost car." Listen to him. I'm always the ghost car.
The ghost car, yeah, you better catch up. It's like I be leaving the ghost car in my dust. Honestly, time trials kill those time.
I've actually never been beaten by a ghost car.
Never. Well,
Never.
your own ghost car, like a hard computer ghost car.
Like a ghost
It
car in
matter.
a game, in a racing game.
Yeah. Do you ever lose to your own ghost car?
No.
Yep.
Because I know how to beat my ghost car, because my ghost car basically, your ghost car typically does everything you did in all the races.
Wow. Now I know why you play racing games so much. I never thought. I'll watch your videos now and think about
Your ghost car always does
it.
all this. Because the sad part about that, your ghost car basically learns all the tactics that you use in all your races. So when I do race a ghost car, I typically just change my tactics. Because I'm a dick like that to my ghost car.
You can cut corners.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Your ghost car will cut corners, but then you can like drift, and then like you're not wasting as much time.
I always end up beating my ghost car, because my ghost car typically never goes as fast as because your ghost car basically goes as fast as like your fastest. It usually is the fastest you win in all the races before you got to your ghost car.
Yeah. The racing is different than driving like on a like what MGTOW in the Wind does, because MGTOW in the Wind literally has to like look at the map, because he has to map out a territory and know where he's at. Whereas the race car with the tracks, the first time you ride the track will always be the most dangerous time.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but then over time, it's like you're just like, all right, so let's try this again. Let's take this route this time, or let's drag here, or let's drag there.
Oh yeah, always killing in Mario Kart. Always killing in Mario Kart. My ghost car never catches me, because typically the AI system basically learns your style of driving. The AI, you're right. The AI in the game basically learns your style of driving. This is typically where the ghost car comes into play, basically, because it learns your style of driving. So typically, any race where I don't race the ghost car is a learning for the computer to actually make you race your ghost car. So what happens with that is all that shit that you've been doing up until that race is all that shit that the ghost car is going to do to you in the race. So typically, I change up my style when I race my ghost car.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much how I do it. Like, if I didn't drift the whole entire time, I won't drift. If I didn't do a spin out any of the times, I'll do a spin out. It's typically how I roll.
What is a spin out? I'm just curious. I'm sorry.
Basically, like a 360 spin. Basically, like you'll see me do it in the
Okay, got it.
You'll see me do it in the asphalt game. While I'll spin my car around, like I'll be driving down the road and it'll be like a Mack truck or a train or some shit like that, and I'll do like a 360 spin out and get in the other lane, like right between two trucks in a car, and I'll basically just take off.
Gotcha.
So that's when you see. Usually, when I do those, I'll end up spinning into like a tight spot, and I'll just take off on the side of whatever the hell I got to take off on. I typically do it like if I'm on a road with a bunch of cars and I'm going to run into something. I typically do a spin out into the far lane. I'll do it on purpose, basically. Like I'll spin to the far lane and basically make it. This got ability to go talk about Boo. Talk about Boo. But I'll typically spin out right into that lane and I'll just take off on purpose, because basically what happens
he not like racing? He doesn't like racing, or what? He doesn't like racing?
Well, no, he just came into the live stream talk about Boo. He came to talk about Boo.
Oh, scary. Oh, Halloween.
He wasn't hi, everybody. He was like Boo. But typically what happens in asphalt is if you do that spin, that 360 spin, what happens is your nitro meter goes up, so you can actually hit the nitro much. You can hit the nitro and you just take off, basically. So typically what I do is I'll do that 360 spin into another lane, and I'll just hit the nitro and just take off. That's typically how I do it.
So you got like a lot of extra power, and then you hit the nitro, and then you outpace the person who is doing all the technical turns and shit.
Yep. Because right after, usually, like not even a second after I do that spin out into the lane, like I did in the one race, you'll see me just take off. My car turns in like, blurry colors and shit like that, like a pinkish, blurryish color. It's simply how I do it.
Leaving people in the dust.
Yeah, for real.
By the way,
I got into a car accident.
Will drinking sweet tea rot your teeth?
Sweet tea? It can. It
What
can stain
about
your
like
teeth
twisted
too.
tea? What about twisted tea? Because it has like sugar, all that sugar and stuff in it.
It can if you drink too much of it, but it's typically better than the sweet tea because sweet tea has a shit ton of sugar in it.
Dude, it does. I was at Cane's and I was like, you know what?
You don't even have to go to
There's no-
Cane's. If you go to McDonald's and drink that
Oh,
shit,
their sweet tea is fucking terrible.
it's
Yeah,
retarded.
sweet tea at Cane's is
It's
actually
retarded.
good.
It got retarded sweetener in that shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you get a little bit of return on investment because Cane's actually has good chicken. But with the McDonald's is like, oh, so sweet. I'm dying. I'm literally dying. Can you kill me now? That much sweet. It's like I'm like in a live stream and there's like somebody talking about knocking a bitch down sweet. So it's like so.
Good Lord, this guy. He's still going on, this dude.
I'm trying to keep it under an hour.
We went over an hour already. Shit, what are you talking about?
No way. We were talking about that the whole time, though. Don't try to twist it.
I'll give you that. We were talking about it the whole time, but we're well over an hour.
I meant an hour of consistently talking about one person.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, you're fine.
I'm not trying to do that.
You trying to roast this nigga? Damn. How the hell you really feel, Yam? What the hell did they do to you, Yam? Like, damn. Like,
who hurt you?
Who hurt Yam? Who hurt you?
Well, it's like something like it's not even worth it. But when they threaten to come visit you and stuff, then you gotta have to like be like, all right, okay, you've been trolling long enough. It's time to just stop it. Get some help.
Right, get some help. Right.
Stop it. Get some help. Don't do drugs.
That kind of reminds me of the what's the one clip from that It's a Gundam plays. Yeah, I take anal sol. So what my hemorrhoids, what the anal sol, so my hemorrhoids go away or some shit like that. It's like a dude dressed as a woman basically talking about I take anal sol. Yeah, that's basically what that dude reminds me of.
What anal sol? What the fuck?
The anal sol commercial that Gundam. It's a Gundam be playing on his channel. That's exactly what he reminds me of.
Well, like the thing is, like when you're not transparent, you leave a lot to the imagination when you're not transparent. So anytime you're talking about dom sub, it's like 9 times out of 10, both people take part in doing whatever thing. So you could just come up with like the craziest stuff. That's probably everybody assumes the worst. Everybody always assumes the worst about that kind of stuff, unless you're very clear and you're very articulate. You describe like double I, like when double I stuff tries to like describe stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually picture that. But when somebody's just like, I handle the DS, I was like, well, okay, what are you getting pegged, or are you getting like, you have to like have a ball gag in your mouth? Are you getting stung? Are you getting like is your like balls in like a table or something like that?
Yeah, because all that shit sounds questionable, especially when you do a DS dynamic, because you're not always going to be the one who actually is in control in a DS dynamic. So
or even thinking about the idea, coming up with the first idea.
Yeah, you're not even
everything's on the game.
The sad part about that, a lot of times it goes back and forth, and like I would not be shocked if that nigga got pegged.
Yeah, or well, you're the first to bring something up the table
that
today.
Nigga was sus. That nigga was very sus sometimes.
Yeah, if there's no open, or if everything is open, then she can suggest something at any point, and you're betting on your sex drive being higher than hers.
Oh, and we're talking about McDonald's actual tea. We're not talking about the Nest tea from the fountain. We're talking about their actual tea. They actually have a sweet tea that they serve you at McDonald's. They actually have their own sweet tea. It's way sweeter than freaking Nest tea. It's retardedly sweeter than Nest tea. Anal salt. That's what it is. Okay, let me go find that.
Well, I was just saying that to bring up. I was like anal saw. I was like, of course, I can picture him using an anal saw. I don't know. That's pretty gruesome. You'd pretty much be dead after using that. But yeah, he could use one of those. But that's the thing with DS Dynamic. It's like, or whatever that is, all that DS Dynamic bullshit. Bullshit. It's like you're probably gonna get hurt. You're probably gonna get a dildo shoved up, or you're gonna get smacked with it or something. That's the point.
We were talking about something at a bar the other day. It's in It's a Gundam's video. I'll go back and find it another day, and I'll pretty much do a reaction video on that one. That's some funny shit. But yeah, it's the funniest shit in the world. Because like the sad part about that, that's typically what a lot of people will try to downplay what's going on in their bedroom, basically, and make it sound like they're not all that. Oh, that's not happening. I'm not like that. Like if you into that, that's fine. Like if that's what you're into, that's what you're into. Because the sad part about that is not just one sided. Mainly when it comes to the DS dynamic, everybody's catching it for all intents and purposes.
And everybody's
those are
getting their fix.
Situations.
Her fix is not the same as your fix unless you guys grew up in the same house, which that would mean it would be incest or it would be something even more fun.
It'd be way more incest,
like,
yeah.
It's like anytime you pay your sexuality that much attention, there's got to be something that's like suspect about it.
What do you call it? An espresso enema. That's some funny shit. Espresso
and
enema.
it's like I think about you were talking about it at a bar, but it's like normally guys don't really get into that kind of conversations with one another unless there's really something
no,
wrong.
I didn't. The sad part about that is, like always, it was started by women.
Sure thing.
We were sitting at the table with two women, and it was like what, 4 guys, and we got drugged into a fucking sexual conversation with women starting. We weren't even talking about.
Oh my god, that's like rental right there.
This other shit. Like we were talking about all this other shit. Like the two women decided that they wanted to fixate the conversation on sex.
That's why I never let a nuclear biologist nut in me, girl. That'd be mad. He would got to taking care of those kids, doing all neurological tests on him and stuff after he nut.
Anyway.
How you be talking about that?
No, but like they literally like the sad part about that is this is how you know that women think about sex more than women do. Because there's 4 guys sitting there, none of us thinking about sex. We're talking about all types of sports and shit like that. Mm-hmm. We're talking about like, ex-girlfriends and shit like that. Sex never came up until these 2 girls sat at the table with us, and all of a sudden now we talking about sex, what you like doing during sex, what you willing to do during sex. Do you like this during sex? Do you like toes during sex? I go, fuck your feet. Don't put your feet in my fucking face. I'll break them. Don't put no feet on me. I dodge them like the Matrix. So don't play with me, and I'll kick you out my house. Don't put your feet on me. And that's basically how I feel. And the same part about that, women always bring up sex talk. Men always talk about other shit. So the sad part about that is, even the sad part about that, we even met again. The guys met again at the bar again this Monday that just passed, and we were just talking about normal everyday shit. And the one girl that was there brought up sex again. And we quickly derailed it back to a normal shit, basically, because it was getting out of hand. Because women are OC as fuck, basically, when it comes to sex talk. Men are very casual about it, but women are OC about it, basically. And when I say OC, I mean out of control. When it comes to shit like that, they'll start talking about positions. They'll start talking about freaky shit. They'll start talking about all this other crazy shit, toys and shit like that. Like, okay, that's not what we were talking about. We was talking about rappers, and we were talking about music, and we was talking about motherfucking sports and shit like that. How the fuck did this get this?
I'll be honest with you. Anytime a girl is talking with another girl coworker, and they're like, we gotta hang out sometime. What are we gonna do? What are you doing tonight? I immediately just write them both off because I'm like, I know what you guys are all about. All you guys can talk about. All women can talk about with other women that aren't related to them is about sex and guys. Yeah. And
the sad part about that's exactly what they talk about. They talk about relationships, and they talk about sex. They talk about sex toys. They talk about all this other shit. They talk about their sexual conquests, and it's just shit like that. Like, this is typically what women talk about.
They
might want to tell us. They might every now and again they'll throw in some tutorials for makeup and shit like that, or getting clothes from somewhere, shopping and shit like that. But a majority of their fucking topic is about sex. especially if there's men around, they have to know your sexual life or your sexual experience. It's basically like if you get a job if you work at a place and you get a job at a place, you got that one woman ask you all about your fucking life and shit like that, and you're the new person.
And she's
been knowing you for a while.
She's gonna tell everybody. She's gonna tell everybody.
She might not tell everybody, but just know there's gonna be a lot of motherfuckers know about your shit basically for this.
If she tells even one girl at the job, then it's over because that girl's going to tell somebody else.
Because the sad part about that, if you tell one girl, like a good example of that is, if you tell one woman that you're single, every single woman in the whole entire place is going to know you're single. It is what it is.
I'm in control. I'm in my alpha brain when I look for an executive woman. Because
the sad part, I remember I had this one coworker. This is how I knew that this shit got around the lab. I used to have this one coworker that used to have a crush on me, but I used to downplay it or pretend like she didn't, or pretend like she did, because she used to literally come to my department and she'll hang out at the doorway and she'll just look at me. Or she'll ask me questions or play with stuff in the bin and she'll just look at me. And I'll just sit there and look at her like, okay, what's going on with this chick? And she'll just talk to me randomly or say random things to me. And she had that endearing look. And she was cute.
I think women think that they're invisible when they're handing out non-sexual attention, but they know men gotta watch. You gotta watch them because watch what they do. Like if they're just staring at you, they're literally like you gotta pick up on that. Like what Tico's saying, you guys gotta pick up on that. You can't be asleep during those times. You'll be paying full ass attention.
Yeah, that's the sad part about women, and I've always said this because like it's now that you brought up this topic. I was talking to this one girl, and I said to her, "I gotta watch your ass. I gotta keep my eye on your ass because your ass be yeah, I gotta watch your ass because you just be on some shit basically." She goes, "No, I don't." I go, "Yes, you do," because she'll say shit to me like, "Well, this, that, and the other," and like we should be friends and stuff like that. And she's giving off "I want to fuck you" vibes basically, but she talked about we should be friends.
No, not. We ain't being friends. We ain't no friends. We ain't hanging out. We're not hanging out.
And the sad part about that is she'll like that. And here's the thing that you got to learn about women, my dudes. Like women would do shit like, they'll say, "Oh, we're only friends" and shit like that, but then they're doing shit like sending you pictures, nude pictures and shit like that, or they're flirting with you in a sexual manner via text message or something like that, and if they're talking about nothing but sex, or it's a lot of shit, a shit ton of innuendos and shit like that for all intents and purposes. And it's one of those things where you're sitting there thinking to yourself, what do you want, ho?
Yeah.
It's like one of those things like, what do you want? And it's like, you're like, and it's like, you're always like she's always like upping the ante in the conversation, which is like crazy ridiculous. But
yeah,
like,
exactly.
But no, I just want to we're friends. Okay, yeah, right. Because the sad part about that, because I look at it like this, and I look at her, she goes, "Oh, are we still going to hang out if I get into a relationship?" I go, "No."
What?
No, we're not going to hang out if you get into a relationship. Here's why. For two reasons. One, what I know is your boyfriend ain't fin to be happy with you having a friend like me. Well, no, you don't know that. Oh, no, I know that because...
you don't know that. What are you telling? What the? No, yeah.
Like you don't know that. I go, I know that because look at it. I look at it like this. Like I'm not jealous of anybody, but shit, if we were in a relationship, I'd be mad at you. I'd be mad at you for being a friend with me. Because ain't no man finna let you be a friend with me for all intents and purposes. With the conversation that we have, the style of conversation that we have, and shit like that, ain't no man willing to actually be friends with you. Basically, let you be friends with me, and this relationship's not going to continue for this reason. It's that simple. Because I typically I used to tell this woman all the time, like, look, if we get into a relationship, this friendship's going to stop. Because ain't nobody in a right mind going to let us be friends after all this shit that was said and done. In the text messages or exchanges that we said verbally and text message wise, because no, your man is not going to be happy with me being your friend. Because I wouldn't even be happy. I wouldn't even be happy with you being friends with me. If we were dating, I'm jealous of myself. Fuck that shit. So I'm not gonna let you. I can see your man not even letting us be friends. Because I'd be jealous of my fucking self. Shit, like why you hanging with that nigga? Like it's you. I don't care. I hate that nigga. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that Tico Trend nigga. Who the fuck that Tico Trend nigga is? Nah, my girl shit like that. She looking at me like, nigga, that's you. I don't give a damn. Tell that Tico Trend nigga stop buying you shit.
That dude a straight bitch.
Like shit. Like I get jealous of my fucking self. Shit.
I'm a bitch compared to
I'm
you.
dead serious. Like I'm dead serious. I remember the one time I shit y'all not. I bought the Cartel Princess something for her birthday, and I forgot how I bought it for her. And I remember her wearing it. I remember she bought it out of her closet the one day, and I'm sitting there mad as hell. Like, where the fuck you get that? I got it as a gift from who? You. I go, yeah. I'm gonna need you not to talk to that nigga no more. She goes, whatever. Get your ass out of here, Tico. How are you talking to that nigga all the time? I'm jealous of my fucking self. Like, nigga got good taste.
Who you be texting?
Yes,
you.
Yes. Yeah, like, that nigga got good taste. He upstaging me and shit. She looking at me like, nigga, that's you. I don't give a damn. I'm jealous of my fucking self. Fuck you. Could talking to that nigga. Y'all ain't allowed to be friends no more. Fuck him. Fuck Tico Trend. It's like, motherfucker, you're Tico. Don't make me punch you in your throat. How you jealous of yourself? Because I can be. Fuck that nigga. Quit talking to him.
If people get pissed, I
get jealous about myself. Shit. So I can imagine if you were talking to a guy that was just like me, I'd be ready to fight him. Shit, I'd be ready to fight my fucking self and shit half the time. Like,
if people get pissed at my Facebook post, I'm just gonna point to Tico and be like, "Well, how can you blame me? I grew up. I was hanging around Tico. I say shit like crazy when I'm hanging around Tico. Can't blame me."
Be cutting up on Facebook and shit like that. Like, I get mad at my fucking self. Shit. Be in a whole entire argument with your significant other. Meanwhile, you done bought the shit. Talk about, I don't like that nigga. I'm gonna need you to stop talking to that nigga. Fuck his friendship. Like, nigga, it's you.
Face Ghost?
What's that, Space Ghost? Face Ghost? Ghost Rider, then Space Ghost?
I literally put on my Facebook, I said, life turned me into an asshole. What's your excuse?
Mine's just, I was born an asshole. What's your excuse?
I
enjoy being an asshole. What's your excuse?
I said, if we're gonna date, you better have a background check and medical report ready when you come to the table, or we can't talk.
Right, right, right.
Wow, why are you so afraid of what's gonna happen? Because the women out here are criminals and they have a bunch of STDs.
Right, they're criminals that have STDs, right?
They are criminals. They have.
I don't care. I ain't gonna lie. I get jealous of my fucking self and shit. Forget that I bought this shit and be cussing myself out of shit. Like, I'm gonna beat that nigga's ass. Like, nigga, it's you. Like, fuck that nigga. Like, tell that nigga I'm gonna rumble on my site. Nigga, how you gonna rumble yourself on site? I'll figure out how to do it. Fuck that nigga. A little too nice for his good. A little too nice for his good ass. Got to beat his ass now. Be cutting up and shit. I'll be ripping off myself. Shit. I'll forget some shit and be cussing myself out and shit like that. Like, who bought that shit? This is going on your permanent record, right?
Hello?
You're still okay. What's up?
Somebody said, yeah, the coronavirus was what crashed. The lockdown was what crashed the economy, and I was like, the economy was crashing before the lockdown.
Well, no, it wasn't crashing before the lockdown. It actually crashed because of the lockdown.
Not crash.
Because the economy was booming. Everybody was at work, basically. Even the welfare queens had to go to work.
Well, they want to say, like, oh, people aren't getting married as much because of the lockdown, because they're not able to see.
That was never going to happen any fucking way.
Mm-hmm. Not with MGTOW.
Hey, Billy the Goat, I don't know if Amanley Lowe told you, but I plan on doing a podcast called Bleeding Edge Red Pill. You, Manly Load, and Shinobi one, if y'all can make it. As soon as I can pick a day. Billy the Goat. As soon as we can all pick a day, we're going to be doing it on that day, and that's going to be our day. This is going to be called Bleeding Edge Red Pill. Brand new podcast. Talk about peace. Oh man. No, but yeah, there's just this girl. She just makes me laugh. This girl used to make me laugh a long time ago. Did you say bleeding rag? Birth control pill. No, bleeding edge red pill. Good Lord, this guy.
Bleeding red birth control.
This nigga.
Got him. Got him. Well, I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to call it, or?
It's up to you. Do you want to? Or you want to keep going?
Well, I mean, I really don't want to talk too much because I don't really want to influence the about politics because I don't really want to influence things like.
It don't matter. Politics actually has everything to do with your life is going to be like any damn way. Even if you're MGTOW or red pill, like the politics going on in your country is pretty much either going to screw you or make you want to get in gear to actually fix your life so you can get the fuck out. It is what it is. So it's not like it really matters. Because I hate people that will say, well, if you're MGTOW, you shouldn't be worried about politics. Okay, so if I lose my job because it gets shipped overseas because of politics, then what?
Then I'm going to have a problem.
Yeah, right?
Exactly. I mean, I already have a problem with a lot of stuff, but it's like,
yeah, why do I want to compound that on top of it?
Who kind of don't want, like, you can tell they're not really, they're part of the left. They're part of the left. Like, they're part of the, the censorship and the controlled opposition.
Yeah, they are controlled opposition at that point because they're saying stupid shit like, well, if you're MGTOW or red pill, you shouldn't be worried about politics. Yes, you should.
And it comes from the same vein of people who are like, let me clarify something. Let me clarify something. What if black people had reparations? And it's like, no, that's not going to fix anything.
That's not going to fix anything at all. It's going to exacerbate the situation and make it worse.
Yeah. Because what do people hate more than black people? Like poor black people, they hate black people with money.
Yeah. Shit. Because the sad part about that, like I said, this is how it's going to work if you gave black people reparations. Let's just say everybody got reparations. Not everybody's going to get reparations equally. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of older people that get more reparations. Now it's going to leave black people who got less reparations to want to rob the older people. Now grandma and grandpa's being robbed for the reparations now.
Because by the government, not by criminals,
No, the sad part, no, don't actually get robbed by other people in the fucking neighborhood. That's simply how this shit works. Because the sad part about that is, at the end of the day, like, a nigga's gonna rob another nigga. A nigga will rob his grandma for reparations. Shit, come on now. Shit, I've known niggas that rob their grandma for take money out of their grandma or mom's purses and shit like that. Come on now, no.
On drugs, spending it on drugs.
So, like, no, that reparations ain't gonna work for the fact that you would need security for everybody who got reparations, especially the ones that's overage. Or you would have to find a beneficiary so that somebody stronger and younger, so that y'all can trust to actually dish out reparations to the older person because they're going to get robbed. It's bad enough. It's like a good example that it's bad enough now that when they got the whole entire narcotics thing, that you literally have to come there with somebody to walk you back to your car, and they got fucking police officers walking you back to your car after you get narcotics, so you get beat over the head for your narcotics and robbed. Like, come on now, really?
I mean, reparations. Like, I was talking about diaspora with Wind, and it's like we don't want to take responsibility for what happens in the West with like when it comes to, especially when it comes to dating, but when it comes to the community, and it's like, we're kind of there is a black community. It's just international, like, and they a lot of them don't want to be acknowledged for what, like, because there's good, upstanding black people in all different societies across the world, and they don't want to have anything to do with like the West culture of being black.
Yeah, they don't. Because how do they view West culture? West culture black is bad or stupid basically, or ain't shit basically, or they can't really do much, or they won't ever figure anything out. And it's typically why you got a lot of the Caribbean blacks that don't want to associate with them, or you got the African blacks that don't want to associate with them. Hell, the sad part about that, you can tell the difference between a British black person and an American black person, because American black people tend to act more liberal than British blacks. British blacks tend to be more conservative and act more conservative for all intents and purposes, but American blacks tend to act more liberal and act like they ain't got no fucking sense. Even the most gangsterous British black people act like they got some sense. They typically end up being like more conservative than black people in a whole for all intents and purposes, which is actually pretty funny.
Yeah. I just think I have to be careful with what I say. For one thing, but
well, it's not even that because at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, nobody wants to take ownership for their shit. They basically want to pass ownership off on other people. And to actually answer your question, Amanley Load, that sounds great and all up until up until they pass a law, and then we're all screwed. It's like because the sad part about that, no matter how you look at it, if they pass a law, it's only a series of laws that they can pass before we're all screwed. So you might say you don't care about politics, which is actually pretty nice, up until politics start caring about you. So, like, let's just say a good example of that is it's cool not to care about politics, yes. However, if they pass a bachelor tax law, now all the bachelors got to pay extra money and pay into the system now. It don't matter if you're lower class, upper class, middle class. If you're a bachelor, you got to pay into the system at a heavier rate. The sad part about that, men already pay into this failing system, and women take out of this failing system. So now, as a man, if they do pass a law called a bachelor tax law, now you're going to have to pay more money. Because the sad part about that is how to basically do it is like they always talk about the pink tax law. It'll be easy. Like the good example of that is he was talking about the pink tax law. What they'll do is basically take that off of women and they'll shift it over to men. Typically, how they usually do a lot of this shit, anyway.
Yeah,
like
if there's space for something, they'll just hollow it out and they'll choose that instead of making a new dance. They'll just they'll basically just like hollow something out that they already subsidize, and then they'll just replace it with something else. Like I said, it's just like a quick justification.
Well, no, because the sad part about that hidden, there's a lot of countries that have the bachelor tax for men who aren't in relationships, and they're actually literally forcing men into marriages because it's better if they're in a relationship now, and it's simply how it works. Like you have a bachelor tax, basically you have to pay more money if you're a bachelor, and women. It's basically, think of it like this: it'd be like a bar, like a girls get the drink free all night, basically. And they get to get into the club for free, but men have to pay at the door. You see how it works? That's basically what a bachelor tax usually is. So now you're going into a club. You're basically paying your way into the club. You're paying for two other women to be at the club too at the same fucking time. It's typically the same concept, and that's basically how they get you. And it's sad, but it's like there's a lot of countries that literally have bachelor taxes that literally force men into relationships, basically because they get tired of paying bachelor taxes. So, like, think of the regular taxes that you got going on right now. Then think of like them adding some extra tax onto you because you're single. It can happen. It's happened in multiple countries. So you can't even say it won't even happen. Like I wouldn't be shocked if let's just say on the off chance, which will be sad if he actually does win. Let's just say Joe Biden wins. Okay, cool. I can see a bachelor tax actually coming on the horizon. Because we're all about women's. It is what it is. And the sad part about that, it's going to literally, and this is typically where my whole entire video about like under the table jobs come into play. If there's a bachelor tax, you're going to see a rise. Like a lot of times, like a lot of machines are going to take a lot of jobs, but if you see a bachelor tax, you're going to see a rise in under the table jobs. Like there's a lot of under the table jobs right now, but you're going to see a steep spike in under the table jobs. For all intents and purposes. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of men that will start businesses, or there's going to be a lot of men-run businesses who will have robots, but they'll have employees off the books. It's simply how it's going to work.
Yeah.
And they're not going to hire women. And they're not going to hire women. They're going to just hire men. And they're going to make the job seem so technical.
They would get more government help by pretending to hire a bunch of other women.
Well, the sad part about that, if you have a bunch of robots, you really don't need anybody. But what will happen is they'll hire a bunch of men off the books and hire them as fucking robot techs or something like that. Meanwhile, they ain't doing shit. They're just there getting paid, doing behind the scenes shit, basically, that the robots can't do. You see what I'm saying? So you're basically employing men to basically do some off the book shit, basically. It'd be like, it's going to be like, if you had like if you were Trump and you have a hotel and you have seasonal workers. It'll pretty much be like that, only it'll be off the books. It's pretty much how it'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, I knew the UK had it. Yeah, women aren't included in that. Yeah, and that's the sad part.
Well,
In the
sorry,
UK.
I'm not from the UK. Is it easier or harder to like get women there?
Well, no, because the bachelor tax actually forces you into it.
It forces you into it, so you have to
Hmm.
date. I mean, to get in,
You
get
have to
enough
start
out of it.
you have to literally start getting you. Yeah, like bachelor tax. Oh yeah, you're pretty much screwed in the UK. They get matter of fact you get bachelor they have bachelor taxes in certain parts of Scandinavia. They have bachelor taxes in other parts of the European Union too.
Wow. And that's not something that women can just use to change the laws with. They pretty much have to either just agree to what the government's setting them up for, and
Well, the
try to
sad
do
part
this
about
so
that,
that and then
women aren't going to disagree with that shit because it's bachelor tax. It's not bachelorette tax. So the men are going to pay into this even more, so the women can take more out of the system. It's typically
so then
how it
what is
works.
so then like in every system that this is designed, are women just incentivized not to hold down a man because single men are going to be paying more anyways?
Well, and the sad part about that, yeah, it'll actually make for a double market where women are taking more out of the government because more is being put in the government by men, despite the fact that basically the fruits of labor of all the governments and women will be done off the backs of men for all intents and purposes when that all comes down to shoot. And the sad part about that, I wouldn't be shocked in the near future if it's a democratic ran world that everybody in the world, all the men in the world, are being taxed as a bachelor tax. Because the sad part about that, what they'll take and do is, like I said, all the pink tax, because women got to pay more money because the product costs more fucking money to make because it's pink and it's not some regular pink ain't some regular readily available plastic that they got laying around some fucking where. You literally got to make that. You got to heat it up at a higher temperature to make the shit. For all intents purposes, is typically how it works. So now you got to pay more money for pink. It's not a tax. It's the fact that you got to pay more money for the product for this reason. And that's the cold hard reality. You like it's not a bachelor. It's not a pink tax. It's just the fact that you got to pay more money for wanting a pink razor. If you want to pay the same price as a man, you can get a purple, you can get a blue one, or you can get a black one, or you can get any
Or
other color that you
it's an
want.
iPhone,
But no, you
sorry,
don't
an
want that.
iPhone
You want a pretty
lifestyle.
one. Yeah, you basically they want an iPhone
Yeah.
lifestyle on a
On a
fucking
Motorola budget.
on a Motorola budget or a fucking
Exactly.
ACL budget basically. An Alcatel budget basically. They want an iPhone on an Alcatel budget basically. And
Or a
that's the cold hard
Nokia
truth.
budget.
Or yeah, or a Nokia budget. And that's the cold hard truth. And that's typically how women are, and that's how they live. And it is what it is.
Yeah, but I think the more men develop all like this, the similar like MGTOW, which is like it's not really an alternative lifestyle, but towards modern society, it kind of is. It's seen as
Yeah,
actually.
I know they don't need a lot of people for that type of stuff. But the sad part about that is, while they can, they'll just pretty much suck all the money out of all the men who are actually working in a
Right.
system
Because think about it,
to
like
basically get
only people that care about a woman wearing pink are like Giga Chads that are CEO.
or like
Uh,
having a pink razor and shit like that is like people who want to sell these pink razors. And the sad part about that, governments are eventually going to shift the weight off of women and put it on men either way. So either way, you're going to run into some type of tax
true.
because my women and my feelings, no feelings.
It's unavoidable.
It is, and it really is, and it's sad. Like right now, like the sad part about that, if the government was to employ that now, while a bunch of men are working, they would get like the best the best optimal outcome from doing it now with all the men working versus if they do it later with very little men working. Because you can get extra money right now. Why would you
Yeah.
pass up extra money? Well, the sad part about that is it won't be the fact that people don't need money. It's the more or less the fact that the government wants your money. And they want it for more women's. No matter how you cut it, even if they get rid of money, everything's still going to be catered towards women. Everything's always going to be women geared or women first or women this basically. That's typically how this shit works. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if they get rid of the money. Money's going to be shifted towards women either way.
Oh, so you're saying so transhumanism is going to be in the Bill Gates vaccine?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. No one be shocked.
Very little people. What is Hidden talking about? Going bye
He's
bye.
talking about something else now. Well, the sad part about
Oh,
that,
all
trust me.
bad behaviors. I don't think bad behaviors will go
No, I
away.
don't
I
think.
think they'll just
Oh
be
no,
off they'll just be off the
bad behaviors
books.
are never going away. The sad part about that is bad behaviors will always be here because you always need somebody to be bad, and you always need somebody to leech off the system on. Basically, you need people to basically, so you can actually. Because the sad part about that, if you get rid of bad behavior,
Prisons
you got
wouldn't
to
exist if
overcome.
bad. Yeah.
You got to compensate for prisons not having people, and that's basically how they make their money. So what you'll have to do is basically make it so that you'll have to throw somebody in jail so you can pay the prison industrial complex some money. You'll basically have to make a prison. You'll basically have to make some type of new pipeline to prison system basically after that too. Because the sad part about that, we're never going to get rid of the whole entire prison industrial complex. There's always going to be a prison industrial complex in one shape or form or other. Basically, let it be slavery again, let it be anything. There's going to be that complex always because you kind of sort of need people. You kind of sort of need people to actually work for free or for less or for nothing. The sad part about that is going to come a time when you can't pay Mexicans under the table anymore to work to work to work that shit. And the sad part about that is even though we get these machines, even though we get these machines,
Yeah.
What'll happen is there's going to be under the table jobs for this reason. Because the sad part about that is men are smart enough to know
Yeah.
that shit's not really going to work out perfectly. So you're going to need these workers under the table to basically make it work for all intents and purposes. Because just because you have a machine, that shit's got to be fixed. And Lord knows how long that shit's going to be down. Just because it's 5G, that don't mean 5G can actually repair a machine. You're going to actually need a person to actually come in to repair that machine. And while that machine's being repaired, you're going to have to do shit manually. So you're going to have a bunch of under the table people doing shit manually in any capacity for all intents and purposes. That's typically how this shit works. Because just because you have a machine, that don't like a good example of that is a lab. Because if anybody's ever been in a lab, we got a huge automated system. You basically just hit a button, put the tube on the thing, and it takes off, and the machine does the work. However, when that machine goes down, you see a lot of unhappy people in the lab. Because now they actually got to do some actual work and do shit manually because the machine is down, or they got to force it through a different route in the fucking machine for this reason. The sad part about that is either way, you're still going to need those people.
Yeah. True. You're always going to need people.
You're always going to need people no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter how many people.
I don't know if that's what he was.
It don't matter how
exactly.
many people. It don't matter how many people, but you're going to need a select few people. It's typically how that works.
I mean, think about it like it's not necessarily like a movie cast that they need because that's a lot smaller than like a theater crew or a group of theater people because you got so many extras or whatever that you got to cast. Whereas like the way Hiddens think about it, it's like a drama. It's just like one,
Yeah,
two
basically.
people, three people, maybe four.
Well, the sad part about that
if
is
it's a
like
rated M.
a good example of that is the argument that everybody always uses in a manosphere, like we need to get rid of all these menial job people. To get rid of all these menial job people, then that means the billionaires actually got to go back to work their fucking self. And the sad part about
groceries.
that, all your amenities are pretty much gone. So, like when you go in to get fast food, it's either going to cost a shit ton of money, or you're not going to be able to get your fast food for the fact that it's not going to be fast food no more because all these menial workers are gone.
Or they all want to be paid like $28 an hour.
Dollars an hour, yeah, and it's shit like that basically. So when it comes down to it, is like what it comes down to it is there's going to be a push for machines that actually do the work for this reason. Sadly enough, there are a lot of machines that actually are doing this work. So you got like one person, you got like 15 people applying for you got 15 people applying for a 2-person job at the register basically. It's typically how that works. It's basically like what I was talking about with the boat thing. You have 100 people applying for 15 positions, and ain't none of them niggas qualified for the fucking position. Only 2 people were qualified for the whole entire position. You got 100 and something people applying for this position that they have no qualification for. And the sad part about that, the only other person qualified for the position is me, and I'm talking to you about the shit and trying to figure out what's going on. That's simply how that works. But you don't but you don't need billions, but you still need a decent amount of people to do shit. Because at the end of the day, here's how it's going to work. And this is exactly how it's going to work. When it comes down to it, they're going to be looking to cut costs. So typically what they're going to do is I see the future looking more like what's that movie? What's that movie with that goofy bitch? Katniss Everdeen bitch?
Hunger Games head ass.
Yeah. Yeah, like I literally see the world looking like Hunger Games. So every single district is going to have their thing that they do to participate and kick into the world. It's pretty much how it's going to be. At the end of the day, that's pretty much how it's going to be. So the world's going to be divided in it was like 10 districts. Unfortunately, they think the other district's missing, basically. Is it District 9 or is it District 10? I can't remember. But they think it's basically one of the districts are conveniently missing. And they don't tell them that they try to.
The 12th one gets massacred. Like the 12th
yeah, the 12th one
get killed off.
Yeah, and the sad part about that, come to find out, that district is still alive, but nobody talks about that district, and they basically just sweep that massacre under the rug.
Well,
and all those people are devastated in the press.
Anytime you see history where they say like everybody died, they were all killed off, they all went extinct, like not that's not really true. You always got some people like lingering around, hiding.
Well, the sad part about that is it might look like let's just say a good example. There's 7 billion people on this earth. We'll just say that the Georgia Guidestones is right, and we're going down to 500 million or something like that. Okay, cool. The sad part about that, we're not necessarily going down to that. What simply is going to happen is all the rest of those people, or a decent amount of those people who conveniently got killed off, are all going to be slaves. We're not going to hear about them ever again. You'll never get to talk to them again. It'll basically be like the Civil War in West Virginia, or Virginia, basically.
West Virginia.
You got one half of West Virginia fighting for the North. You got the other half of the West Virginia fighting for the South. So you never know who's on your side in West Virginia, basically. So simply one of those things. What's going to happen is you're going to see a lot. You're going to see a lot of slave. Well, we're not going to see a lot of slave, but there's going to be a lot of slave labor with those extra people. Like there might be 500 million people, but the rest of those people
on the books.
On the books. It's basically like a slave ship. Not all slaves actually were accounted for on a slave ship. They typically just pack them as full as they possibly can, and hope for the best that they all make it. But they kind of figured they're not all going to make it. So typically, they didn't all make it. So therefore, it costs this much money.
Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones. That's kind of why would they let the population get so large as it is now? If they needed to, wouldn't it cost more for them to let it get this big to eliminate all of us?
The sad part about that. Here's why I think the Georgia Guidestones aren't really accurate for this much. If the population goes under 5 million, okay, cool. The sad part about that is at the end of the day, if it goes under 5 million, a lot of the industries who actually need people, or even if there's robots and shit like that, we'll say under 5 million. The sad part about that is what will happen is you'll have to basically dumb down. You'll basically have to dumb down work, or have to make it so everybody's literally a fucking ox or a cow, or just plowing shit their fucking self, typically. Because the sad part about that is if you crunch it down to 5 million, that'd be like saying, what was the one?
Because what Amanley saying?
Here's the problem with that. What typically is going to happen with that is, okay, that sounds like a great number, but what under 500 million people are you actually going to keep, and what under 500 million are you actually going to
who's the most valuable? Who's around to decide? Yeah, who's around to cheer when you're in your speech? You're telling people who's the most valuable. If they're all gone, it's like there's no point.
Because the sad part about that, here's how it's going to work. If you want to get it down under 500 million, what's typically going to happen is there's going to be a lot of people like you and me that's not going to be. Matter of fact, everybody like you and me aren't going to be here. Everybody in the manosphere, all these women, everybody's going to be gone. Only people under 500 million are going to be royalty, the Rockefellers, and people like that. That's it. So who do you got working for you, and where are your slaves to actually keep you afloat? Because even if you put machines above, you still need people to work for you to fix them. Because they're not going to fix that shit. None of the Rockefellers are going to sit up here and fix this shit. None of the kings or queens are going to fix this shit. You need people to fix this shit for you. The sad part about that is you need a finite amount of people to actually be slaves to fix the shit that you need fixed. That's typically how the shit works. So this is how I know that it's inaccurate. Now, here, I will give you this: if it does go under 5 million, we'll just say 5 million is all the Rockefellers and the bankers and all these people. We'll run with that. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's all those people. That doesn't include none of you niggas. That doesn't include my black ass. That don't include my family. That don't include none of us. So it's basically like a Jehovah's Witness thing. Only X amount of people will get into heaven. So that X's out a shit ton of people who are not getting into heaven. Typically how this works.
Well, what I think about what Amanley said was
so the sad part about
that
that when you're killing off this many people, those people aren't going to work on those machines, and those machines are going to need work done on them. Who the fuck is going to do the work? Huh?
No,
who the fuck's going to do the actual work? Who the fuck's actually going to do the actual work? We may not need 1 billion people, but we're going to need some people off the books that's going to be fixing this shit. Because I don't see Rothschild fixing shit. I don't see anybody in the Rothschild family fixing anything.
Well, like I said,
let's just keep it 100.
They let it get all the way up to 7 billion when they wanted to. When they read it in the book, it said 500 million. Like they can't fix anything. They really don't. They really have no.
The sad part about that family, those families can't fix shit to save their fucking life.
They're terrible at.
The sad part about that is, like I said, those families can't fix shit to save their lives. And the sad part about that, yeah, the robots are nice and all, but robots still need to be fixed. Robots still need to be maintained. I look at it like this. Here's how I know that this is not going to be a 100% anybody's getting rid of. Every single building that you ever seen built goes awry after a certain amount of months. That shit needs to be repaired, maintained, and everything. Like a good example, I talk about this PNC building that was built that took them extra long to build, and only 2 months after that the foundation was cracking, the fucking wall was cracking on the fucking building, and it still needs to be repaired. The sad part about that is aristocracy ain't finna fix none of this shit their fucking self. They're gonna need slaves to fix this fucking shit. Because they're not gonna fix a robot. They're not fixing no fucking Siri. They're not fixing no fucking intelligent car. They're not fixing no smart fridge. Matter of fact, all this shit is smarter than their dumbasses. And the sad part about that is this is where AI basically comes into play. If you have AI, you need motherfuckers, you need worker bees, you need dumb motherfuckers to fix this shit for you. Because if you don't have anybody fixing it for you, all this shit would go haywire and your ass is grass.
It's just like the
That's
algorithm.
How this shit works.
It's just like how YouTube treats the algorithm. It's like they have a feeling that some people are unable to actually search the proper things and figure stuff out. So what do? They hold their hand and they let them put on little rose-tinted goggles, which they call the algorithm, which basically tailors all of the stuff to what either they think you will like and click on more, or what they think is like not good and what they want to keep away from you. And so it's not exactly that they're gone, that the content is gone. It's just been.
And the sad part about that, here's the thing. Let's just say they get it under 500 million. That's only going to be the people that's on the books. That's going to be aristocracy that's going to be on the books. The sad part about that, there's going to be an underbelly of slaves that are still working. That's simply how this shit works. So, like you said, Amanley Low, there's going to be motherfuckers on a production line working. They're going to have humans running the production. It's pretty much how it is. And the sad part about that, not only are they going to have humans running the production, they're going to have humans, they're going to have us lesser humans basically repairing the shit. So there's going to be 2 classes of humans that they're going to keep around, but we're not going to be on the books. We're basically going to be like back in the day on the slave ships. You're not accounted for. You don't have no name. You're just.
I mean, you think the propaganda?
That's basically all it's really going to be.
Bad now. I think you think the propaganda is bad now. Imagine what it's going to be like when they have to cover up billions and billions of people, all who are living on the earth currently, and basically.
Well, no, it's easy. It's easy to do that shit because, like I said, it's basically be like.
True story. It is.
I hate to say it this way, but it'll basically be like Nazi Germany. You basically take everybody, tell them you're moving everybody to this new part of town. And you basically throw them all in furnaces and gas chambers. People, if you tell people that you're giving free shit, you can. If you tell people that they can get free shit, or you come with us, we can help you better. Typically, you can get black people to go along with anything. Any black women to go along with any fucking thing. You get women to go along with any fucking thing too. If you typically tell them, "Oh, we're going to help you. We're Big Daddy government. Come with us," and you basically kill them all off. That's typically how you do it. And the sad part about that, you load up a bunch of motherfuckers on a train. You send half the motherfuckers to their death. You take the other half the motherfuckers and load them on another train and ship them down to like being slaves. That's typically how it's going to work. No matter if you like it or not, that's literally how it's going to be. That's literally how it's going to work. So at the end of the day, this is typically how all this shit's going to pan out for this reason. Because like you're going to need slaves. You're going to basically load up everybody on a train or a boat or a steam engine or where the fuck you want to load them up in. Let it be storage plane or whatever the fuck. You're basically going to fly into a camp. You're going to kill off part of them. And you're going to send the other ones up the river to do work. That's typically how it's going to work. And that's pretty much how it's going to be for all intents and purposes. Because at the end of the day, the motherfuckers, because now that nobody knows that these motherfuckers are or where they are, they're no longer on the books. They don't have a social security number. All they are is just they're another slave. Like they just hopped off the slave ship back in the back in the 1600s or 1700s. They're basically like slaves that just hopped off the ship. So all you got to do is basically take these people, take everything, take their ID away, take their identity away from them, take everything they know away from them, trick them into getting on these planes, boats, or things, and you basically ship them down the road. And you basically tell them that we're going to take care of you, and we're going to do this. And you load a majority of them up for their death. And you take a small minority of them, and you basically take them down the road, and you basically make them all your slaves. So we'll just say a good example that they're getting. Let's just say we're getting rid of. We'll just say on average that the world is going to get rid of. We'll just say on the average that the world's going to get rid of, we'll just say 7 billion people. We'll just say there's 8 million people in the world. So typically what will happen is 7 billion people will be loaded up on trains. Yeah, 7 billion people will be loaded up on trains to their death, and the remaining 8 million will be shipped down a river and handed out to different countries, basically. And it'll basically be slaves for the masses. It's typically how it's going to work, because you can't just knock it all the way down under fucking. You can't knock it down under 500 million and expect to still have a workforce. It don't work like that. Typically, what's going to happen is there's going to be a slave class that's going to be off the books and nobody knows about, and they're going to be basically going to be doing all the menial labor, all the production work, all the production line stuff, all the repairs, all the menial labor, all the farming, and all this other great shit. You're going to need people for that reason.
I think if we lived in like a communist utopia, then I think like the people remaining could work or something and make the laws and be the scientists and be the new lawmakers. But it's more like a lot of people.
Here's the problem with that concept. It basically comes down to what Double Ass said. Remember Double Ass thing? There's 3 classes. There's 1 1s, 1 2s, 1 3s. There's 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s. There's 3 1s, 3 2s, 3 3s. The question is, where the fuck do you fall into that category? A lot of motherfuckers fall into 1 1s and they think they're 2 2s. It's that simple. The sad part about that is all the 1 1s are probably going to be off. They might leave some 1 3s, but all the 1 1s are going to be off. All the 2s, everybody in the 2 bracket is going to be here. Everybody in the 3 bracket is pretty much all the famous families and shit like that. They'll still be here. They won't be affected by this shit. So typically what's going to happen is you'll have 1 2s. I mean, you'll have 2 1s, 2 2s, and 2 3s still alive. And you might, depending on the numbers, you might have some 1 3s still alive. So all the 1 1s and all the 1 2s, they're gone. They're out. They no longer need it. That's typically how the shit's going to work. And I actually had to bring Double I's actual saying into this one for this one. And I would like to thank Double I for that one. That's pretty much how it's going to work. The sad part about that is at the end of the day, anybody in the 3 bracket will still be here. 2 2s are going to be workforce. 1 3s, depending on how many people are in a 2 bracket, which is not very many people, you're going to need 1 3s, because there's a lot of 1 3s that can actually do some menial labor. So you're technically going to take the 1 3s and make them menial labor. The 2s, You'll make the 2 1s and the 2 2s. You know, you'll slide them off to the menial labor work. You'll take the 2 3s. You'll basically make them, you know, the scientists, the doctors, and all these other people to sustain all these lovely families. That's typically how that shit's going to work. So at the end of the day, if you're not a 1-3, a 2, if you're not a 1-3, a 2-1, a 2-2, or a 2-3, your ass is dead. I mean, if you're under those brackets, your ass is dead. Your ass don't mean nothing. Your life means nothing. If you're in the 3-3s, obviously your life is going to be spared. That's pretty much how it works. Because no matter how much no matter how many people you bury under the new hospital that you make, you're still going to need slaves to actually run shit. You're still going to need slaves in a working class to basically do all this extra shit. So, like I said, the working class is not going to be on the books. The elites are going to be on the books, but the working class aren't going to be on the books. They're basically all going to be slaves. Think of it like back in the day. Think of it like this. It's the New Age Amistad, and there's a bunch of Amistad ships to basically, you know, drop motherfuckers off so they could actually be the new slaves. That's typically how that shit's going to work. There's not going to be no utopia.
Damn, yeah.
There will never be a utopia. And there's going to be a bunch of slaves, basically. So the elites will be the only people on record that have a social security number and all this shit. And they'll be the only ones that fucking matter. And, you know, unfortunately, all these other people from 1-3s up to 2-3s are going to be the worker bees. And the sad part about that is all you got to do is get rid of the 1-1s and the 1-2s. And that's majority of the population. That's pretty much how it works. Get rid of the 1-1s and the 1-3s, and that's majority of the population right there.
I mean,
so at
how
the
many
end
of the day, what's the proportion of 1-1s that have assault rifles?
The proportion of the 1-1s that actually have assault rifles are pretty high. The proportion of the 1-2s that have assault rifles are pretty high. The sad part about that, those assault rifles won't really matter when they're raining napalm around them on their fucking head. It's basically the concept when I always say, you know, everybody thinks they're gangster until, like, you know, RPG rock comes to their front door, or napalm's being rained down on their fucking ass, basically, or a missile comes to their front door. You know, gun can only do so much. It's pretty much how it will. The sad part about that is it don't matter if all these people actually have guns and shit like that. It's pretty much the government's going to pretty much come like a thief in the night. They're going to disconnect your life, like, you know, they're going to disconnect your life, like, you know, like Allegheny Power after you didn't pay them a couple times, or Georgia Power after you don't pay them a couple times. Basically, they're going to disconnect your life just like it's a utility, and that's pretty much how it's going to be. There's not going to be no major uprising. There's not going to be none of this. Oh, we're going to have a no. There's not going to be none of that shit. They're basically just going to come in and disconnect your life.
Fly right or lay down.
Yeah, basically, you know, it's gonna be get down or lay down, basically. That's pretty much all it's gonna be, get down or lay down. Because what's gonna happen is there's gonna be this goofy ass, pimply face, goofy ass motherfucker that got picked on in school by a bunch of motherfuckers like us that's gonna be working the joysticks to drop all the bombs on us. So he's gonna have an axe ground with a bunch of people like us, despite the fact that we ain't do nothing to this motherfucker. We apparently remind them of the motherfuckers who picked on them in school. So you're gonna have a bunch of little pimply-faced, dorky motherfuckers working these joysticks. I got an axe.
Blowing our asses up.
Yeah, literally. So it's not like you're gonna have this. It's not like you're going down in a blaze of glory. Hell no, you ain't going down in a blaze of glory. You're going down like a thief in the night. Going to come in, they're gonna slit your throat before you even wake up. You're gonna go to sleep talking about God bless this and not wake up the next day. That's pretty much how it's going to go down. That's pretty much how it's going to go down. You're going to go to sleep one night and not wake up the next day. Because if the government really wants you, there's not going to be... Because the government already knows how to avoid all this shit. And people always get all on bold. I have a gun. The government comes to my house, this and the other. Okay, so your gun, your AR-15 can shoot through, you know, M1 Abrams tank shell. I like to see this shit happen. My dude, I like to see this shit happen, my dude. And it's simply one of those things where, like, you get people that always talk about their gun. Your gun doesn't go through M1 Abrams tank armor. Your gun can't shoot high enough in the air to shoot a drone out of the sky. Let it the fuck go, dudes. Let it the fuck go.
Right.
So there's not
I
even
mean,
going to be a
it's
shot
breath
fired,
wasted,
basically.
wasted breath. Yeah, like just
It's
being like,
basically
I'm gonna
it's
do
basically
this or I'm gonna do
it's
that. It's
basically
like,
yeah. And the sad part about that, I basically treat them like I treat motherfuckers like that, like I treat people on Facebook. Well, if you were in my town, I'll kick your ass this and the other. No, nigga, I'm gonna need you to settle down, Facebook cowboy or Facebook gangster, because you ain't finna do shit and you're finna die anyway. It's that simple. That's pretty much how it works. All this shit that you think you're gonna do in your mind is not gonna happen, and that's the black pill truth. And that's matter of fact, I'm not even gonna say it's the black pill truth. That's the bleeding edge red pill truth. You ain't finna do shit. You finna just lay down and die as you sleep. In the famous words of Tupac, "Let me die as I rest in peace."
yeah. Hey. I mean, if you want, you can invite me on the Bleeding Edge show if you wanted to. If you don't think I'm up for it,
Uh,
or if you don't think I can do
I
it,
think you might be up for it, most definitely. Because the sad part about it, at the end of the day, there's not going to be no war. There's not going to be no fighting. There's not going to be none of this shit. Your ass is just going to die in your sleep. You're going to be like that one cult that was wearing Nikes with the purple claws and drank the Kool-Aid, and next thing you know, you're dead. That's pretty much That's pretty much how everybody's going to go out.
uh And it's like I think it's people who are used to like certain dynamics where they think like they have a say so in what happens. It's like no, in most
No, you
cases,
don't. You really don't.
even when it
Because
comes,
the sad part
especially
about
when it
that,
comes to like
like a
earning
good
a
example of that.
job.
Like, here's another thing that I always like shake my head at people for saying. Well, I own land. Okay, that's nice. It's only a matter of time before the government comes in and takes that land from you. Then you don't own any land, or you own a small chunk of land. And that's simply how it works. Because the government can pull eminent domain no matter what. If you don't take the price that they give you, they're pretty much going to build around you or take it over anyway. They'll pretty much pull eminent domain, and your ass will be locked up in court for the rest of your life while they're building shit around you. It is what it is. Like, the government doesn't give a fuck if you own the land. You're basically just renting the land from the government. That's pretty much what it really is. You're renting the land from the government, and if they want to come in and take it anytime, they pretty much can come in and take it anytime. And they don't need to evict your ass. They basically say, we don't want you here. Get out. Get out, or basically they'll say, get down or lay down. Basically, is what the government will pretty much do to people. Get down or lay down. Oh, you own 100 acres of land? Get down or lay down, nigga. Get down or lay down, nigga. And that's exactly what the government's going to do to a lot of you motherfuckers who think
I mean,
because I got these guns and I got all this land, I ain't got to worry about shit. No, it's called a drone strike, nigga. It's called a drone strike. They're not going to send the military to your house. It's going to be a drone strike, and that'll be the day that conveniently the news is on vacation. Conveniently the news is on vacation.
media
Like the Air
blackout,
Force,
media blackout, and like
it'll
a
be a
bunch of
media
people
blackout.
disappear.
It'll be a media blackout, just like the Air Force was on. The Air Force had a blackout for September 11th.
Oh, nothing
Think
was
about that
happening
shit.
that day. Where did it all go? Where did all the data go?
Yeah, none. All the data's gone. All the data's gone for that. Basically, the Air Force was on stand down. Yeah, conveniently, we had an attack on soil when the Air Force was on vacation that week. The whole damn Air Force was on vacation. Even the Air Force Reserve was on vacation. Yeah, I believe that shit, my ass. Because you can scramble a jet halfway around the world in half the damn time that it took for a plane to fly from where it did to where it got to. Because I always make the analogy. He was like, well, it happened so fast. No, it didn't. Because a sad part about that, a person in the Air Force squadron could be scrambled halfway around the world and be back for his son's soccer game at 6. It's just facts.
Yeah.
Because those jets go Mach fucking 3 almost. Some of them go Mach 3, some go damn near Mach 3. And they do got jets that we don't talk about off the books, basically, just like they're going to have a bunch of slaves off the books that go a lot faster than that shit. So, yeah. You can fuck with the government if you want to, but it's not going to end pretty for you no matter how many guns you got. Because trust me, the U.S. government's already, the U.S. government's already adjusted for everybody that got a gun. It's simply going to be, they're pretty much going to just you're pretty much going to turn your house into a sheet of glass. Very hard to defend yourself when you're getting a bunch of bombs dropped around your ass. It's pretty much what it is. I'll take the Kool-Aid and sleep. Yeah, and that's the same. That's all it would ever be. Like you're pretty much they're going to pretty much come out and get you like a thief in the night. You're not going to. They'll do one of two things. For some of the people, they'll load them up on a train and they'll take them out.
Or you can if you can be filled with drugs to the point where you're sedated, then they keep you closer. Like I said, I was telling Win, it's either gonna be a bunch of these drone strike people, like these virgin pimple-faced virgin incel drone strikers, or because like you said, because the alphas are all dead already, and they're gonna kill the sigmas off, and all the betas that have bought guns and stuff. So then it's just the only people that are going to be left are the people who can hack or do the whole thing, and because those guys are going to be gone. The redneck people are going to be gone. The people who want to fight are going to be gone.
And the sad part about that, we talk about how tough these gangsters are in the hood. We talk about how tough the rednecks are, but they'll just be sheets of glass by tomorrow morning. Everybody will be turned into glass tomorrow morning. They'll all be ceramic glass and debris tomorrow morning. It don't matter how many guns you got. It don't matter how gangster you are. It don't matter how hood you are. You'll be a sheet of glass in the morning. That's pretty much how that's going to work. And that's the bleeding edge red pill truth. They ain't going to need no army for your ass. They're going to just turn you to a sheet of glass.
Yeah, or they'll pull anything that they've shown us recently with the modern movie complex. It's either going to be a scanner darkly, you're going to be in a dark room, basically pedaling to fuel, pedaling for electricity while you live in a virtual world, and so you're basically just a vegetable. Or it's going to be like Harrison Bergeron, where if you are in public, you're basically certain restrictions are in place so that no one sees who you really are. And when it comes to buildings and stuff like what Amanley was talking about, they can even do something where in your optics, you can basically just walk by the same, government control building every single day, but to you it just looks like a McDonald's or something, and you never realize.
And the sad part about the whole entire chip thing is that's great in theory, but they do know that a lot of the chips are going to malfunction or get broken. Here's the typical problem. Because the sad part about that, we always talk about chip and everything. The sad part about that is what a lot of people actually don't know. What a lot of people don't know in America is there's a lot of dogs and a lot of cats that get chipped. And the sad part about that, a lot of times those chips takes a lot of damage. And you can't identify where that chip belongs to. And it's very hard to control something if it's damaged or broken. Typically how that shit works. So at the end of the day, they're going to account for chips malfunctioning. And they're going to account for this shit and people making it out of the fucking whole entire thing. Because I've seen the movie The Net, but at the end of the day, there's going to be those motherfuckers who either the chip don't work on, who are too strong-willed that the chip don't work on, or the chip's going to be damaged while placing it, or it's going to be damaged when they start shipping people out for all intents and purposes. That's pretty much how it's going to look. No, because the sad part about that is how it's going to work, this is how it's going to work, basically. It don't matter. They're still going to need people to fix those silicon life forms. They're still going to need people to fix those. No matter what robot or life form you got, you're going to need people that can work on them things and do this shit. The sad part about nanotechnology is nanotechnology can only go but so far before human will kicks in.
Yeah, like with the movie WALL-E.
Because the sad part about nanotechnology is it doesn't quite control you. It controls your respiratory breaths and it controls if you got any wounds or shit like that. However, that life form still has to be breathing and kicking for the nanotechnology to actually keep on going on. Nanotechnology, if a person stops breathing, or is wounded beyond repair, nanotechnology is not going to save that person. It doesn't matter how much you think about this shit, because nanotechnology can only do so much. It's because here's a good example of that. People will say, well, if you get this treatment, you'll be cured. Not necessarily. It all depends on the health of the person and the mentality of the person that this person might be cured, or this person might make it through this cure, or the treatment that they're getting. There's a lot of cancer patients that just don't make it because they get depressed and they just quit. Your body just quits and gives out. It's all about the will of the person, because even with the nanotechnology, it still needs that person's will, mental fortitude and will to actually keep on going itself. That's typically how nanotechnology works. Even in nanotechnology suits, it can repair shit, but it still needs that person. It still needs that's host. It needs that host mental fortitude and will to actually drive it to keep working, to keep that person alive. Because the person don't have the will to live, nanotechnology ain't gonna be shit. You see what I'm saying? That'd be like a good example of that would be like the bankers that jumped out the fucking window during the first depression. If a person doesn't have the will to live, nanotechnology is null and void. It's that simple. So they're going to have to account for people that's going to off themselves in the first damn place. And nanotechnology can't really fix brain cells and your brain's coming out the side of your head.
Yeah. Literally.
And the sad
or
part about that,
figuratively.
the sad part about that, it's not about the person's choice. It's about the person's will to live and their will to survive. So it's basically based on their base instincts, because it all comes down to psychology at this point. It's not choice at all. It comes down to their natural will to want to survive and live. If they don't have that will to want to survive and live, it doesn't matter how much nanotechnology you actually put in somebody. Good example of that is you can dope somebody up all you want to. They can still off themselves. You can put somebody you can dope somebody up to the point where they're in a mental coma. I've actually met people who literally who were damn near vegetative state based on the medication that they gave them. They just stopped breathing and they died. It's that simple. Because the sad part about that is your brain power only gives off but so much power. The sad part about that is you still have to take into account all your chemicals and all the hormones that's run through body that nobody knows anything about. So nanotechnology is not going to be able to control all the shit that's going on in the human body for this reason, because the human body is an amazing thing. The human body has a make or break system in it. The sad part about that, your government doesn't even know about. Your government only knows what your governments only know about what about 45% of the human body, what the human body's capable of. That's basically they know more about the Mariana Trench than they know about the human body. Let's just put it that way. And they barely know anything about the Mariana Trench. That's typically how the human body is working. They're still trying to do all this stuff and work all this shit out because there's more parts of the human body that they know nothing about. And they would never know nothing about. The sad part about that is they're still trying to map out the brain. They're still trying to map out hormones, systems in your body that they don't know about. That's not in the fucking health books. There's still more systems that they know nothing about. There's still more chemicals they know nothing about that control other things. And they found out that you also have a second heart. Humans have a second heart. They just found this shit out now. And the sad part about that, they believe that humans have a third and a fourth heart. So at the end of the day, all this shit's not going to mean any damn thing, because a person's will would always be stronger. Like a good example of that is like, we always talk about this in a manosphere. You can talk to a man all you want to, but at the end of the day, he might self-delete himself and you don't even know. The sad part about that is, even with nanotechnology, there's only but so much of the human body you can actually control, because there's a lot of other parts of the human body that the government knows nothing about. And there's not enough time, and there's not enough scientific leaps for anybody to actually make the jumps to actually do this shit in a small amount of time. It's pretty much how it works. There's no way. There's no way in hell.
Of indoctrination, you can't even expect people of this.
Yeah, the sad part about that is, and the neat thing about that, that's another good point that you just brought up, indoctrination. The sad part about that, with all this indoctrination, a lot of these systems in the human body are being suppressed. You can't really investigate something if it's being suppressed. You don't know how this is going to react to something if it's being suppressed. That's typically how the shit works. There's nothing you can do if you're suppressing a lot of these other systems based on indoctrination. With all the indoctrination in the world, you can pretty much get somebody to do what you want, trick them into doing what you want. Okay, cool. However, like they say, there's a lot of systems. Like there's more parts to the cannabinoid system that we still need to investigate. There's more parts to the fucking the reproductive. There's more parts to the reproductive system that we haven't really mapped out. There's more spots to all this shit that we haven't mapped out. And the sad part about this is, even now today, the average human is only working off of what, 1/4, 1/8 of his fucking brain. So how the hell you want to override a person that's only working off part of his brain? The sad part about that is, even with nanotechnology, you have to worry about the person's willpower kicking in, and activating all the other parts of his brain for all intents and purposes. Because if the average human only uses 1/4 or 1/8 of his brain, there's more to that brain than just that portion. You can only control that portion, but the sad part about that, there's going to be something in the brain that's going to override a lot of this shit. You can only control the human brain for so much. You can only do something to the human brain as much as humanly possible before the human brain actually starts fighting back. You can't control the human brain if you don't get control of the whole entire human brain, or if the person doesn't even use all of his human brain. Because the sad part about that is, even if a person is using 1/4 of his human brain or half of his human brain, there's still the other half that you have to account for that's not quite mapped, because you can't really map out that other half of the brain for the fact that it's not active. You can't map out something that's not active. That'd be like me trying to map out my fucking skin in the dark.
Or the inside of a black hole.
Or mapping out a black hole, basically, when in fact it's not going to light up on an EKG, a CT scan, or none of this shit.
Or a Geiger counter.
Or a Geiger counter, for that matter. Even if you.
Yeah. Well, it does emit radiation outside of the singularity, but
no, because the sad part about that is, you would literally have to dumb society down to the point where they're only using 1/100th of their brain for that to even remotely work. The sad part about that is, we're not even there yet. We're not there in the least bit. We're not even fucking close to people only being able to use 1/100th of their brain. That's the only way. That is the only way that nanotechnology would actually work, if you dumb motherfuckers down to the point where they only use 1/100th of their brain. All this stuff doesn't matter, because I've read this stuff before.
If you're missing your pinky toe, you can't even walk properly.
You literally got to dumb people down to using 1/100th of their brain. The sad part about that is, we're not even fucking close. The sad part about that, if they were working on that idea, unfortunately, humans now, unlike yesteryears, use more parts of their brain than they did yesteryears. It's just facts. No matter how much electronics they got going on in front of them, no matter how much they're hunched over in front of the computer or electronics, they still use more brain cells and more of their brain than people of yesteryear. It's just that simple. Because the sad part about that is, no. Even with the electrical signal, you need somebody to only be working off 100% of the 1/100th of their brain for you to actually control that electrical signal. Because that electrical signal will pretty much override shit if they're using too much of their brain. The sad part about that, and then on top of that, your brain, what a lot of people don't know is, your brain actually has a failsafe. Just like a computer, or just like a firewall, or just like all this other shit. And the sad part about that is, that failsafe is more secure than a fucking firewall, or just hacking shit, basically. You can't really hack that part of the brain, because they haven't even dove into that part of the brain.
Right, like a human being has to sleep after about 72 hours. You can't you can't nanotechnology somebody to stay up past that period of time without them, like, their performance dropping,
And it's the sad part about that, even with nanotechnology, even with enhancements, there's always going to be this need for rest. There's always going to be this need for all this shit. Because the sad part about that is, like I said, your brain actually has a safer failsafe than the actual computer system has a failsafe. Like the best computer, the best, most fastest, what is it called? The supercomputer. The supercomputer's failsafe, or CERN's failsafe, is not even near as secure as the human brain. This is typically where nanotechnology is going to fall the fuck off, for this reason, because at the end of the day, the human brain does a lot of shit that y'all don't even fucking account for. The human brain has a lot of shit in it. And the sad part about that, a good example is, they've also found out that the human brain moves faster than the most fastest computer ever made in production. Ever made and never will be made. The human brain is a lot faster than that. So the sad part about that, you may not be able to think it and say it fast enough, but the human brain's already thought of it and made it happen for all intents and purposes. So the human brain is a lot faster than any computer that would ever be made. Even the quantum computers. The human brain's faster than the quantum computers. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to account for this shit. And the sad part about that, you're going to have to account for a section of the brain that's referred to as failsafe. And the sad part about that, if you can't get past that failsafe, nanotechnology is not going to work, my dude. Nanotechnology is not going to work, my dude. Now, it might work for some of the dumbest motherfuckers, and typically how this shit's going to work, like typically, like I said, the only way that nanotechnology would ever work to that scale is if you get everybody down to one 1/100th of brain use. That is the only fucking way. You got to get everybody down to 1/100th of brain use for nanotechnology to be able to override everything. The sad part about that is, like I said, we're not even that fucking close. And the nanotechnology and the science technology is not even that close either. It's that simple. Like, in other words, here's how it would work. You would literally have to get everybody down to, you know, always joke about when I say people got IQs below room temperature.
Yeah.
You would literally have to get it down way below that for it to remotely work. You would literally have to dumb people down to like a 5, an IQ of 5 or 10, basically, for nanotechnology to work. That's basically what you got to do. No, they're not. They're not doing it. Like, you literally have to dumb people down. You literally have to. And the sad part about that, the dumbest person in the world has an IQ higher than a IQ about room temperature. You might have even the most retarded person, even like the mentally handicapped have high IQs above that or about room temperature for all intents and purposes.
Oh yeah.
Or they have IQs that like roughly fluctuate around this time, around that for all intents and purposes. So the sad part about that is you would literally have to dumb people down to the maximum. Because the sad part about that, you can't control people if there's a fucking failsafe in a brain and are using a majority of their brain. That's not going to happen. It's not going to ever happen that way. The sad part about that is science hasn't really figured that out. And I know that because I take molecular genetics and I pretty much know how to manipulate a fucking brain. I know how to do all this shit, and I know how to do all this shit, and I know that there's a failsafe for even for the brain. Like a good example of a good experiment that a lot of people do that I've noticed is you ever see the movies where they open up the cranium, the top of the brain, and they start poking it and seeing what each portion of the brain does. The sad part about that is there's a failsafe for that shit too. So your body's naturally not going to react to poking in the brain in that manner for this reason. Because there's a failsafe for even doing that to the human brain. Hell, you can open up the human brain and connect electrodes to the human brain. And the sad part about that, there's even a failsafe for that.
No, what I'm saying is you still couldn't get it to do what you wanted it to do.
You're never going to get it to do what you wanted to do. Unless you, like I said, unless you dumb people down to 10%, unless you make everybody literally fucking idiots, drooling idiots, basically. That is the only, and the sad part about that, even trying to make them drilling idiots, because a good example of that is patients that got a lobotomy. Good example of that. Even patients that got a lobotomy still operate at more brain cells than most people. Even vegetables, even people that are comatose in vegetables actually operate at a higher brain rate for all intents and purposes. They might be vegetables, but their brain is still kicking. And this is typically what people miss. Like if your loved one's in like a good example of that, if your loved one is comatose or forced sleep, they're using more of their brain than you ever use in your whole entire fucking life. Matter of fact, I'm willing to go as far as to say they're using more brains than me, Amanley Load, Yam, Sos, and Snow Sweetheart all together when they're comatose and out cold. They're using more of their brain cells that way. That's just facts. Their brain is actually working despite the fact that they're out and chemically induced. That's typically one of those many fail safes that they got going on. and they always wonder how they got all these brain activity, but their body's not moving. Because basically what happens is your brain, your cognitive, I can't even say that word because I can't say it in English. Basically, your cognition basically retreats into your brain, and it retreats further into your brain, your brain, or retreats to another portion of your brain. That's pretty much how this shit works. So your brain, your cognitive self is going to retreat into your brain, and your brain is going to retreat into your brain, and it's going to retreat into a certain part of your brain again. So typically, this is how it works. This is typically why vegetables work at a higher rate. I've already watched that video. I watch every single video you're throwing up there. I've read every single article you throw up there. Trust me, it's came across my desk multiple times. And the sad part about that, even in REM sleep actually overrides nanotechnology. REM sleep overrides nanotechnology all the fucking time. REM sleep would always override nanotechnology. Because what REM sleep does, a good example of REM sleep is I don't know how many of you have ever done this and woke up too early before you got out of REM sleep. Typically what REM sleep is, if you wake up too early out of REM sleep, you'll feel like your body and your soul's being ripped from each other after you wake up from REM. So it feels like you're being pulled like multiple different ways if you wake up too early on REM. And the sad part about REM is there to protect you and keep your body well rested. And the sad part about that, what people don't know about REM sleep is you're basically like one of two things will happen. The same thing that No Sweetheart said, or you'll be paralyzed in REM sleep. So one of two things happen in REM sleep. Either you're going to sleepwalk. You can't remove REM sleep. There's no way in hell you can remove REM sleep because every single body needs it. There's no surgical technology that can remove REM sleep. There's nothing.
Your brain's going to be working. So
your brain's always going to be working, no matter what. Manly Low.
You can't be controlled by the nanotech.
You can't be controlled by the nanotech if REM sleep kicks in, especially if you got REM sleep. Because the sad part about that, when you go into REM sleep, that's another protective layer that your brain actually has within itself. On top of your conscience retreating into itself, or what'll happen is your brain. What happens is, like, if you fuck with the brain enough, it goes into shock, shuts down, and restarts back up. You can't control that shit at all. You can't. There's no way to control that. There's no way to control those waves. Because the sad part about when you're in REM sleep, that is the most electrical charge that comes off your fucking brain. You can literally, like, a good example of that is the sad part about that is I'm gonna give you an example. A good example of that is if you took somebody's brain and blew it up to about a microwave size, that's enough power to power a whole entire fucking city and half of the United States. That's how much activity your brain gives off during REM. If you blow it up to microwave size, it would literally power half the United States. That's pretty much how this works.
That's some shit.
Like, you can literally power half the United States on somebody's brain if you made it a lot bigger. Basically, let's just say you made it the size of a fucking we'll say a fucking toaster oven. You can literally power half the United States on a toaster oven sized brain. That's how many waves. That's how much electric waves are given off. And the sad part about that, nanotechnology can't handle that type of electricity. That'd be like saying, I got nanotechnology. I'm going to go put it on this live wire. I'm going to go put it in a power plant. It's not going to work. It's going to pretty much what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? It's going to get an overload, basically. You can't control shit like that. You can't control waves if it's that fucking powerful. Because at the end of the day, because a good example of that is lobotomy. Back to the lobotomy thing. If you give somebody a lobotomy, that doesn't stop them from having dreams. They still can go into REM sleep. And the sad part about that is, even at the end of the day, while they're having a lobotomy, the brain actually starts repairing itself no matter what. Like, you may think that they took some shit out, but it can repair itself. Like, a good example of that is, if you take out, if you actually give somebody a kidney transplant, you can actually give somebody 1/4 of your kidney, and it'll grow back into a whole entire kidney with the proper treatment. It'll grow back into a whole entire fucking kidney. Your brain does the same fucking thing over time. Your brain does the same thing. Your brain actually repairs it. Your brain does actually more repairs than the rest of your body. Like, every day when you wake up, you always talk about how you lose a lot of skin. Your brain's doing even more work than that.
That's kind of like the saying that we say you're only one blow drop away from the plantation, because it's like that's all it takes is for that.
Yeah, that's literally
that's
literally the same concept for nanotechnology. It's only one blow. It's only one blow job. It's only one REM sleep away from being fucked up.
Yes, exactly. You're only one blowjob. You're only one dream blowjob away from resisting nanotech.
Yeah, literally. Oh. And the sad part about that, even with 5G, even with 5G, the human brain, like, we always talk about, oh, we have all these health problems, we have all this shit. Trust me, the human brain's been through a lot more shit than just 5G. Trust me. I remember way back when microwaves were first made and they were unsafe and they didn't have the safety thing in them. You were literally taking in radiation, my dude. Your brain adjusts after every single generation. Your brain basically adjusts to its environment. The rest of your body may not, but your brain basically adjusts to it. And then eventually, somewhere down the line, your children would catch up to the brain. Yeah. Because the sad part about that, what a lot of people forget about the brain is, if the brain sees something or remembers something, it puts it in its data banks and says, we might need this shit later. It's very, very important. You may forget about the shit, but the sad part about that, you really didn't forget about it. It's still there in your brain. This is typically why you can always get somebody. This is typically why you always hear somebody saying, if you put somebody in hypnosis or if you put somebody in a hallucinant state, they can actually access that memory in their brain.
Yeah.
It's called a fail safe, my dude. It's basically, think of it like a bank fucking safety deposit box, basically. Ain't nobody getting in but yourself. If it ain't you, you can't get in. It's typically how it works. And hacking the brain, that's pretty much, let's just put it this way. You have a better chance. Like, here's the best way. Here's the best way I can actually put it to you viscerally. Amanley, you have a better chance of actually literally robbing Fort Knox with a 2-man team than you do hacking the brain. You literally have a better chance of robbing Fort Knox with a 2-man team than you do hacking the human brain. That's literally how this shit works.
You think we can do it to 500 million people?
Yeah. Now imagine doing that shit to a bunch of people.
It would be hard. Like, you wouldn't. Half of them would do some shit right. The other half would do the different shit wrong.
And the sad part about that, not all. And at the end of the day, also I would like to add, not all surgeons are created the same. Even the best surgeon can't pull this shit off. The best surgeon with the most steadiest hand can't even pull this shit off. Hell, there are brain surgeons that actually that get nervous around brains. Like, think about that. You're a fucking brain surgeon. Why are you so fucking nervous? The sad part about that, and here's another thing. If you actually put somebody into a deep sleep or hypnotize somebody or put somebody into an altered state, they literally have access to brains. They literally have access to memories that they thought they lost. Because the sad part about your brain is, it's not the fact that you lost the memory. It's the fact that you can't remember the memory. And it's not the fact that you can't remember the memory. It's the fact that you can't recall the memory. That's all it really is. That's all it is.
There. Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's still there. It's still there. You just got to access it at the right time, at the right moment. It's typically when like a good example of that is if like a good example of that is a nice way to access memory that a lot of people overlook is smell. Like a good example, I'm willing to bet anybody in this stream has a certain smell that they can remember from when they were 3-year-old or 5 years old. There's a certain smell that you can remember, and I bet you any money when you smell that smell, if all the memories of that moment in your life come flooding back into your body and your mind, basically, and you remember it, and it's almost like you're reliving it. And that's typically how this shit works. Like a good example of my grandma making what was that shit? My grandma making what the hell did she make that was actually a good dish? She made I forget the name. Nam. My grandma make no, my not my nam. Bomb pan. My grandma making bomb pan. Now the sad part about that is anytime my grandmother comes to my house and she makes bomb pan, I may not remember like before that shit. I may not remember my childhood too well, or there might be certain sections of my childhood that I do not remember. But if that heifer comes to my house and makes some bomb pan, I remember all of my childhood like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Like legit. If that heifer comes to my house and makes some bomb pan, I remember everything like it was yesterday. Like I remember when I was 2, I remember when I was 3, I remember when I was 4, I remember when I was 5, all based off of a smell.
Bomb pan. Yeah, I mean, like the dementia patients that I worked with in the hospice, they couldn't even talk. They couldn't even. But then if they like smelled something, like some food cooking, or if they heard something, or if like the pastor came and said something to them, they would have an immediate reaction. Like when otherwise they would just be completely mute or like just
Oh,
grumbling.
that's actually a good point too. You know the main leading cause to what kills dementia patients or Alzheimer's patients is
I would say isolation from
no,
people.
they forget to breathe.
Mm.
They forget to breathe. Just like a person that got sleep apnea and they don't have a CPAP machine, if they forget to breathe, they're dead.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of makes you realize, yeah, they are using a lot of their brain if you actually forget to breathe. Dang, that's crazy.
Well, the sad part about that, like I said, and Manly Low, you may only be able to remember a few things from your childhood, but let that one smell into your brain, into your nose, and go to with the auditory factory, and you'll pretty much remember every
Olfactory.
fucking thing. Olfactory, yeah.
Olfactory. Olfactory.
Yeah, let it go to your
Olfactory.
olfactory, and you'll remember every single thing that happened in your childhood. You remember from the time you were 2 to from the time you were 5 and on up. You remember everything like, oh, everything is everything right now.
Everything is everything.
Everything is everything right now. You'll
I
feel good
tell you
about yourself.
everything.
And the sad part about a good example of that is a good example of smells too is if a person has a traumatic experience in their life, your brain blocks it. Okay, cool. Now that your brain blocks it, if a certain smell, if a certain smell comes up or a certain feeling comes up or a certain action happens, you can reaccess that traumatizing experience. It's basically how a lot of people end up with PTSD. Because
And they keep,
the sad
yeah.
part of what a lot of people don't know about a lot of soldiers, like during battle, like that PTSD is suppressed. Those traumatizing things are suppressed. It's not till they actually get home and get transitioned back into civilian life where all those things actually come back up. You see what I'm saying? So during the whole entire combat thing, all that PTSD stuff is suppressed. The minute they start coming back home and they start transitioning back into civilian life, that's when the PTSD actually kicks in.
Like you
This
said,
is typically
different parts of the brain act.
Yeah, this is typically why they refer to it as battle fatigue originally, because that's literally what it was. Like a same person can go on battling for years. Like a good example of that is even during this. A good example of that is like, remember the movie Saving Private Ryan,
Mm-hmm.
where they all stored on the beach.
Yeah, and
and half them are missing their limbs. Half them are missing their limbs.
Carrying around their limbs
they're sitting there carrying around their limbs. That's pretty much your brain protecting itself from death. Your brain kicks into survival mode. Despite the fact that your ass should be dead and in shock, your brain literally overrides everything and kicks into survival mode. And this is typically why you'll see men trying to shove their intestines back into their fucking body like it's really going to do some shit. Or you'll see men trying to literally pull themselves back together because their legs got detached, the bottom half of their torso got detached from their body. You see them literally trying to put themselves back together like it's really going to do some shit. The sad part about that is that's your brain literally overpowering every single thing in your survival mode, kicking in so fucking strong, despite the fact that your ass should be fucking dead. Your brain says, no, I'm not fucking dying. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to live through this, and I'm going to get myself to the nearest hospital and live. And this is typically how it works. And the sad part about that is you're literally like, and the sad part about that, we always talk about going into shock, your body going into shock. At this point in time, your body and your brain done crash right through shock like a woman crashing into the wall at 30 something. Your body crashes right through, your brain crashes right through shock, shatters that fucking wall, and now you're in survival mode. That's typically how that shit works.
Yeah. Whereas, like, if your gut's in shock, you can't really control that.
Like I've literally seen men on the battlefield literally try to put their intestines back in their fucking body. Like, let that shit sink in, my dude. Like trying to shove their intestines back in their body, talk about, I'll be okay, I'll be okay, I'll be okay, I'll be okay. That's their brain. That's their survivor. That's their brain kicking in, crashing right through.
I don't need to shit ever again. I literally don't need to shit ever again or digest any food. I'll be fine. I'll just get through this. On to the next.
Literally. They're like, that's literally their body going in survival mode. Literally. And the sad part about that, the stronger that survival mode, it's basically like when we joked about the whole entire, have I ever seen a chicken run around with his head cut off? Yes. It's the same fucking concept. The human body does some amazing shit despite the fact that it's severed. The human body does some amazing fucking shit, my dude.
Well, that I keep thinking about the root word cephaloid. I think that's what human beings are. Well, it's like it just means that your head is like the highest part of the organism, and that's true. Like the brain defies gravity more than any other part of it, aside from some of the cells in your hair follicles in your skull and everything, like which is connected to your brain. Your brain literally like defies a lot of physical laws.
Yeah, and another good example of that is if you ever have a stroke. If you ever have a stroke when you're awake, you tend to suffer a lot more damage. If you ever have a stroke while you're asleep, you tend to suffer very little to no damage, or you recover a lot faster from your stroke for the fact that you were asleep. That's how powerful your brain is. The fact that you were asleep, it actually is able to either restart itself, or you end up with very little to no damage, basically. So I always say this: if you're going to have a stroke, it's best to have it in your sleep. If you have a stroke while you're awake, you might not make it back full force. The only downside to having a stroke in your sleep is your body might feel like pins and needles after you wake up, and that's typically how you know. That's one of the many ways that you know you had a stroke in your sleep. Like your body, your fingers, your hands, your arms will feel like how it feels if you got pins and needles. If you're like, pins and needle feeling that you get, that's typically how that shit works. Like another good example of that is, I'm trying to think of what I was trying to say before I went to the stroke thing. I was trying to think of something, but go ahead, Yam. I don't lost my thoughts.
About the brain. I was talking about the brain, and I did when I had a class. It's like a nonverbal class where we went and we were like with this dementia patient, And it's crazy because, my partner in the experiment, she was like really uncomfortable. She got like really uncomfortable around it because she didn't know
Mm-hmm.
what to say because the person can't speak back to her. So it's just like
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of awkward just sitting there. But then you just like think about like what they have. They have their ability to touch. They have their ability to think. They have their ability to like use their mind, but they don't. It's not quite attached to where they're at now. So you have to kind of think about it as like you have to think about how do I communicate to somebody who thinks this way? And it's like that she was probably using a lot of her brain. It just was like in we couldn't experience it because she didn't have it. Her senses weren't really part of the way that she thought. She
Mm-hmm.
was more like she was more like a dream state. So it's like, yeah, we're spending time thinking about how to breathe and how to look and how to smell and how to, but meanwhile she's like in a completely different altered state.
Yeah, and the sad part about that is you don't have to think about breathing. Your brain does it for you naturally. I've actually
Hmm.
seen patients that literally die on the operating room table, and their brain restarts their heart or another organ.
Wait, how
So
are
they
they
usually
dead if
say,
they have a pulse?
well, no, I'm
Oh, their
saying
brain's dead. Their brain's dead.
no, their brain's still alive, but their heart stops, or they have kidney failure, or they have liver failure, or they have some
Oh,
type
and their
of
brain
organ
restarts
or
it.
in their brain literally restarts that shit
Wow.
because their brain's still working, despite the fact that they always say, well, if you lose your heart, you lose your brain. Well, I've actually seen the brain literally restart the heart. And the sad part about that is the only way you can actually see that if the person is on an operating table while having like a CT scan thing, a CT scan, like a portable CT scan attached to their head. You can literally see the brain literally like fire up on all cylinders, and it turns into like a shit ton of different colors, and it fires up, and you'll see it restart the heart. That's how serious the brain is. So the brain doesn't miss a step if the will and the fortitude is there, your brain would never miss a step.
Yeah, like to your brain, your body's on like CP time.
Yeah.
So your body always gets there way before your brain has already thought about it.
Well, no, the sad part about that, no, your body's on CP time. Your brain is on it's kind of like what we always joke about with Dennis, where we say it's already tomorrow here. Basically, your brain was already there. Your body's just now getting there. That's typically
It's
how that works.
already tomorrow here.
Yeah, that's your brain basically. It's already tomorrow here. That's basically
Uh,
your brain, and the rest of your body just has to arrive
I'm
there
eating
basically.
breakfast right now.
I'm eating breakfast right
I'm
now.
eating
Yeah,
an
keep rubbing that.
omelet like a
I'm eating an
boss.
omelet like a boss, right? You guys heard when he says that shit in the stream. I'm eating an omelet like a boss. And that's pretty much how that
I'm
works.
eating.
So the sad part about that is the sad part about that, your brain had already figured out all this shit. It's just a matter of, is your body coming? Your brain's already
Oh,
there.
is the heart stronger than the brain though?
Well, as far as the heart is strong. Yes, I would say that the heart is strong. However, the brain actually works at a lot faster rate than the brain is basically faster than the fastest computer that ever made. So the sad part about that, your brain had already did the calculations. Your
Already
heart's
did the
just there to
account.
say, yeah, they already did the accounting, the calculations, the funding. It's already done made the votes already. It's already done, got the president of the United States to sign the shit. Basically, it's already took like 9 different votes and made 9 different decisions from Saturday. Here's the best way I can actually describe the brain to you. Like your heart is there, yes, your heart is great. It's there. However, like they always say, people always tell you, pick the best 3 decisions and go from
Hmm.
there.
Like prioritize.
No, the best three, if you have to deal with a problem, pick the best 3 decisions to deal with that problem.
Hmm.
That's people
Yeah,
with
like
people. That's people.
decision
That's
making
people with. That's
strategy.
typically what people. When it comes like, well, you encounter something. Now I'm gonna need you to come up with the top 3 decisions to actually help you overcome this problem.
Like an action plan.
Yeah, basically. Now,
No.
you came up with only 3 plans. Your brain then already came up with like 100,000, 100
Yeah, you
million.
picked out of those to present it, right? Exactly.
Yeah, and the sad part about that is those ones aren't even probably your best plans. Your brain's got much better plans in it than what you just came up with, because you can only imagine. You can't imagine what your. It's basically like a good example of that is the best way I can describe this. Remember the movie Green Lantern?
Green Lantern.
Yeah, the
Oh
Green
yeah,
Lantern movie, where
yeah.
the whole entire concept is anything you can come up with mentally,
You
your
will.
brain,
Yeah,
you
anything you
will
can
basically.
will.
You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
will
yeah.
basically. The sad part about that is you as a human being, you haven't quite tapped into that whole entire thing. So the best 3 decisions that you actually made might not even be the best 3 decisions you made. It might be the last 100. It might be the worst 3 decisions you made. You might think it's the best decisions because that's the only options that you got going on in your brain right now. And this is typically why people always tell you to think outside the box. And this is how society actually works. Like, and even when you think outside the box, here's the thing that comes down to it when you're in society or you're working for somebody. Well, that's not going to be cost effective. That's the first thing that somebody comes up in their mind, and that helps you hinder any more imagination that you got going on for the fact that it's quote unquote not cost effective. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then like what you put in your gut is also controlled by your brain. Like your brain chooses to put stuff in the gut without your gut being like, oh, that's probably not a good idea. And then all of a sudden your brain takes your hand and you drop it inside your gut, and then you're
And, and the sad and
processing
the sad part and the sad part
you're
about that, at the
processing
end of the
all of that
day,
stuff.
yeah, and the sad part about that, no matter how much you're doing it, your brain is regulating all this shit. Like a good example of that is like your heart's only but so important, but if your thyroid goes, you're gone. Your thyroid does more functions than what your heart does and your brain does altogether. But I've also, like I said, I've also seen brains
Yeah, the thyroid's
turn
like
off.
a freaking
I've also
pit stop for everything. All the
Yeah, I've
hormones.
also I've also seen brains actually shut down and go into shock, shut down, turn off, and turn back on and restart the thyroid. So
Yeah,
at the end of the
thyroid
day,
is like the little paperclip guy on Microsoft. He's like, I see that you're trying to
yeah,
have a
like because
baby. Would you like this?
your thyroid handles most of the functions in your body is actually handled by your thyroid. Hell, your heart relies on your thyroid, your liver, your kidney, a lot of the chemicals in your body,
Man,
testosterone,
yep.
um, all this shit relies heavily on your thyroid. So your heart can be strong, but if your thyroid's gone, your heart's like, okay, fuck it. I guess we're not doing this work as much anymore. And like another good example of that is like your thyroid's always going to be strong. Your thyroid is the shit, basically. Um, well, no, because your thyroid's more than one aspect. Your thyroid controls like a shit ton of shit. I'm gonna say it controls what, and correct me if I'm wrong, no, sweetheart. I think your thyroid actually controls what, like 25 different functions in your body that is hugely important to your body, all the way down to your heart, all the way down to your fucking your chemicals being thrown throughout your body, to regulating your heart, to regulating your breathing, to regulating all this other shit. It pretty much does all this shit. So it's one thing and one thing, but the sad part about that, it does a myriad of things. Your thyroid literally does a shit ton of things. Your thyroid does more stuff than your heart, and I want to say your kidney does altogether. Your heart, your kidney, and your liver does altogether.
So in terms of like apps, would your brain be like YouTube and your thyroid would be like brand new tube or like BitChute? Like what shape is the thyroid gland? Is it like a pocket?
I'm trying to look
Hello,
something up.
Tico.
I'm here. I'm
Oh,
trying to look
sorry,
something
sorry.
up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're fine. You're fine. Graves can kill you.
Oh yeah,
He's talking about Graves' disease. Graves.
yeah.
Okay. It's derived from the gut. Oh, it's butterfly shaped. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, your thyroid controls a lot more functions than a lot of other organs in your body, basically.
Like, I wonder if it actually. Yeah. Wait. Sorry, I got distracted by my dog.
Yeah, the thyroid controls your heart. It controls body's metabolic rate, controlling heart. It controls digestive function. It controls what it controls muscle and digestive functions. It controls basically helps maintain bones. It does a lot of other functions too. It supplies a lot of stuff. And it supplies a lot of stuff, and it also helps in brain development.
Mm.
And it does a myriad of shit basically on top of that what I just named. So it has a lot more functions than just what Amanley said. It has a shit ton of functions. Because the sad part about that, it basically helps with brain development and does all this other stuff. Regulates. It also does, yeah. It also does temperature regulation, but that's not that's. It has more main roles than that because at the end of the day, if that was a main role, then the rest of your body would pretty much be dead. Because it also got your heart. It's the metabolic rate that your heart is going at, and other stuff that the metabolic rate that you're doing your body's doing things. Also, on top of that, it controls what like
I think if it controls
other organs.
homeostasis, it has to be compartmentalized. It can't be a part of like
Because the sad
a
part about
living
that,
system.
let your teeth let your T3 or T3 your T4 or your T3 go out of whack. You'll find out very quickly how important your thyroid is in your life. Because ask a thyroid patient how important that is to them, and ask them how fucked they are now versus how they were before that. Hell,
Wait,
there's a
T.
lot.
What is that?
There
Is that T like T
T3
cell or is
T4.
that
No, it's T3
T
T4. It's thyroid. It's thyroid
three and
something.
thyroid 4?
Yeah, thyroid 4. Then they also have another one that's total thyroid basically. Um, that controls a lot of shit. It doesn't just control your temperature. It controls a lot of shit. It controls a lot more shit than you give it credit for. And the sad part about that, a lot of people don't even know that shit. And the sad part about that, like, well, I don't need my thyroid. I don't need this stuff. I don't need this stuff. Yeah, I dare you to fuck up your thyroid and get hypothyroid. You'll find out very quickly how much your thyroid means to you. Or get hypothyroid and find out how important your thyroid is to you. Basically, it is what it is. Like that's like one of the most taken for granted things that you're gonna in people's lives. And the sad part about that, there's a lot of people that suffer from thyroid conditions. There's a lot of people on medications. And the sad part about that, here's how gangster the thyroid is. Even the people on thyroid therapy would never have their thyroid regulated back to normal. That's how gangster your thyroid is. Like, nigga, I don't feel like doing it for work today. Maybe I feel like being low today, nigga. How about them apples? That's pretty much that's pretty much that's pretty much your thyroid's attitude. Like, maybe I don't feel like coming to work today. I feel like being hypo today, nigga. What? Like, and it's pretty much even with thyroid therapy, you can never correct that. You can correct your heart, but you can't correct the thyroid perfectly, basically. And you
Okay, what
basically
if
look like,
you're
and you basically like No Sweetheart said, it basically is it's a lifetime thing you got to live with. It'll never go away. It's going to always be there with you. The minute your thyroid gets out of whack, it's going to be like that for the rest of your fucking life because they don't know how to get control of that shit. And you never get off the medicine.
He said the thalamus controls your temperature.
Yeah, because he was saying Manly Lowe was saying it control his main thing is to control your temperature. And not lonely underscore damn. Oops. No Sweetheart basically came back and actually told him what actually controls the temperature.
The thalamus, right? So if your thalamus gets damaged, then your body could like overheat or
or get cold basically. This is typically that whole entire thing that controls the whole entire feeling. You start shivering when you're too cold, basically, to heat up your body, or when you get too hot, you start feeling dizzy or start feeling like you're blacking out, basically. That's typically that thing letting you know that it's about time for your black ass to lay down, or your white ass to lay down, basically. or I'm gonna need you to get your black ass up and take your ass in the house and get some heat. Because typically this where that whole entire shivering that your body does when like you feel like some coldness roll over your body, you get that shiver. That's basically your body reacting to it and trying to generate heat for your body for that moment in time to let you know, nigga, get your ass up. Gotta take it in the house, nigga. Let's go, nigga. Let's go. Or get this coat, nigga. Get this coat. That's what your body's basically saying. Yeah, basically it's fight or flight, basically, and that's typically how your body reacts to a lot of shit. There's always a flight or fight system in your body for everything. If you get cold, you shiver. If you get hot, you start feeling like your brain is frying. You start getting dizzy, lightheaded, all this other extra shit. You start feeling some type of way when you get too hot.
I just thinking now, like about like when certain women they like all of a sudden get cold around me, like they're like, "Ooh, I'm cold now," and I just straight up ignore. I'm like, "Get a coat."
Yeah. And the sad part about that, women actually suffer from stuff like that from a different way. And the sad part about that, I'm willing to bet any money. I don't know if they're actually proving it that anytime a woman goes through menopause, I'm willing to bet her thyroid's out of whack at that moment in time. But the difference between women and regular people when their thyroid goes out of whack is when your thyroid goes out of whack naturally, you got to live with it for the rest of your life. When your thyroid goes out of whack during menopause, it'll eventually come back too. It'll snap back too, basically. It's typically how that works. So I'm willing to bet any money when a woman's going through menopause, her thyroid goes out of whack. And then eventually, after she finishes menopause, it goes back to normal again. So you're really checking a lot of different things in a woman when she's going through menopause, not just menopause and not just other hormones. You're really checking her thyroid too 9 times out of 10 because she's probably out of whack. And no sweet say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, there it goes. Yep. Yes,
sir. Dude, we need no sweet up hard up here because this is beyond my pay grade at this point. I'm looking up.
Stop looking us on the internet right now.
Look at levothrioxine. I'm like, what is this dude you're talking about in the chat? Levothrioxine tablets.
Well, the sad part about that is even if you take those tablets, Amanley Lowe, it never has the amount that you actually need in it. That's just like the whole entire vitamin D tablets. They'll never have the amount of vitamin D that your body needs. Ever. You're more like even if you drink milk, you'll never get that. The sad part about that, you have a better chance of sitting out in the fucking sun and getting a bigger dose of vitamin D than you do from supplements or all this other shit. Another thing is as well as iodine. You can pretty much you're more likely to get iodine.
On Google, it says like levothyroxine, common bands, synthroid, tyrosine, Levoxyl, and then it says a bunch of labels. It's like brands, availability, pregnancy, no known risks, alcohol, no known interactions with light drinking, drug class, thyroid hormones. I mean, no known risks. Right, like
obviously there might be some risk that they might be keeping off the books, basically, so they can sell the product, which is another thing.
It's like if you're, and I bet a lot of people take that levothyroxine, like when they're.
And the sad part about that is like
admitted, and they're like, "Are you pregnant?"
Like I was eventually, Amanley Lowe finished my thought on that one because you started talking. But the sad part about that is there's no supplements in the world that can actually get you back to your iodine levels. You would literally have to eat fish, which has a shit ton of seafood and fish, basically, which has a shit ton of iodine, or you would have to eat vegetables, which has a shit ton of iodine. Sad part about that is there's no vitamin D. There's really no real vitamin D that you can actually literally take.
Wow, iodine is usually taken in from sea breeze.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But the sad part about that, not too many people actually live near sea breeze, or not too many. Like you have a better chance of actually eating seafood than you do catching a sea breeze.
True.
And another thing that your governments, the world governments, are still working on, that they just dropped like about $400 billion on. Yeah, $400 billion on is melanin. They're studying melanin now. Let that shit sink in.
If you black, you know your ass ain't getting away from no science lab. That's the show.
And the sad part about that, melanin per gram costs way more than diamonds, gold, silver, and platinum. Melanin per gram is way more than all that stuff. So if you if you have a lot of melanin in your skin, you're a walking gold mine.
That's why I always say silver. Be silver.
You better start swallowing silver so you can be even more valuable.
Colloidal silver. Take my levithrioxine. I got my horn level. I still have that lab by the time I have this baby. Dude, Facebook is a trip. I can't believe we got this. We did this Baron and say this because of some Facebook posts.
Yeah, I know. Went from Facebook post to this shit now. He says this is way above my pay grade. Y'all got me Googling this shit.
You got me Googling. I was ready to talk shit on Facebook, and now I'm like Googling like weird thyroid treatment. It's like a wiki race.
You learn a lot on the Tico Trend channel.
Learn a lot. Oh, won't you be? Oh, won't you be? My Tico.
Right. You learn a lot on the Tico Trend channel. See, Tico Trend will take you on a red pill science journey, or some bleeding edge red pill science journey.
Miss Frizzo.
Miss Frizzo, why you? What do you? What's the other? Who did Miss Frizzo get into a fight with? Miss Adventure. They got into a fight the one weekend too.
Miss Adventure and Miss Frizzo are battling. Oh, Cameron's
I like that. He cracked me up.
There you go. There's my impersonation of Shinobi Wan.
I'm glad he's not here because he kicked your ass for impersonating him in the next live
stream. He would slice me up. He's gonna
yeah, I think he's funny.
Brothers, we have a traitor in our midst.
We're going to decapitate him and have him and serve him up for MGTOW Church. On the altar for MGTOW Church.
Yam chops.
Yam chops, right?
Yam chops. I want to get eaten.
All yam. All right,
yeah, but okay, so
how you leave and come back again? This guy, I tell you, this
no
nigga.
Sweetheart, man. How do we relate this to?
Thanks for coming, Ghost Rider.
By Ghost Rider, and by the other Ghost guy.
Ghost Rider and Black Ghost or Ghost or some shit like that. Me too. Okay, Hidden. You got way too many fucking accounts now.
Shout out Mr. MGTOW in the chat. Shout out Ghost Rider. Shout out the Hidden MGTOW. Shout out No Sweetheart. Shout out Amanley Mode.
I'm a ball Hidden MGTOW up. face ghost, basically.
All 3 of his avatars are.
I know, right? All 4 of his avatars.
Yo, gold-plated MGTOW have an ass. Oh,
Right?
Scrooge McDuck. Wish you had a private jet head ass.
Right? I don't even own a private jet. This guy.
Wait, what is he saying? He's gonna make like 80 billion profiles.
I got more comings. Oh God, this guy. This guy. Note to self: don't fuck with Hidden. No, it's called Face Ghost. Yeah, he wild like Face Ghost, right? He wild like Face Ghost. But he's Face Ghost though. This guy. But yeah, I think we're pretty much good on this Baron and Sadist. This one's actually really good, Baron and Sadist. We done went off into you're definitely invited on the fucking Bleeding Edge Red Pill after this shit. I'm gonna need my Google now, but I'll be happy to do it. He said this is way above my pay grade.
I won't need Google, man.
Like, this guy.
If I need to Google something, I'll just ask. I'll ask Billy the Goat, or I'll ask Shinobi one, or I'll ask,
right? Or I'll ask
Pico.
No Sweetheart, yeah.
No Sweetheart's could be in the Bleeding Edge too, because he's the surgeon.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's a nurse.
No 2 surgeons are alike.
Yeah, he's a nurse, so he definitely could be in the Bleeding Edge because he knows medical. No, so he needs an astrophysicist. No, so he needs an astrophysicist, and we'll be straight.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Right? We'll get Neil deGrasse Tyson or his substitute because we probably can't get him on. So we'll get a substitute or somebody close enough.
He's probably too much money. He's probably too much for our budget.
He probably would be like, nigga, I'm not paying that Negro.
Or he'd be like, I looked into her eyes, guys, and her eyes were like black holes. Like her eyes were like dwarf stars.
Hidden, you could come too. You're always invited, Hidden. None of my accounts can come.
Yamaha. Wow, you really calling me that Japanese?
You should be.
You thought I was Chinese.
He's throwing shade on you right now. You should be honored.
You called me a Chinese. He said I was
Yamaha. Yamaha.
Television.
You should be honored, Yamaha. Yeah, he said none of my accounts are good. You should be honored, Yamaha. He's throwing shade right now. Yeah, you're invited too, man. You're always invited.
Like the shadows where we're gonna.
He called you Yamaha.
Yamaha.
You should be honored, Yamaha. Oh my goodness, y'all are a trip tonight.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, I see how it is, guys. Well, yeah. That was actually
hidden. Hidden got jokes though. Look at that. We jumped down. We jumped back up to more people. That's funny as hell. But yeah, yeah. Do you want to continue or do you want to call it?
No, I'm good. I can stay on as long as you can.
What are we going to talk about next? I might as well start inviting people on the show. Shit, at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Bring no sweethearts ass here.
Bring no sweethearts ass in here, right?
I want to hear from Amanley Low, but he's got. He called you. Yeah. He called you. I know he's probably talking shit. I know he's lurking shit in the background. He's just. I think he went to bed. He went to go to bed. He's holding my avatar next up to him. He called you Yamaguchi Pet. Yamaguchi Pet. Y'all can come into the stream. Might as well make it a good thing. No sweetheart first. Nice. He beat everybody to the punch. Comment. Yeah, what's up? Sweetheart first. Nice. He beat everybody. Oh, man. You might want to turn the stream off to no sweetheart or turn it down. Oh, man. You might want to turn the stream off to no sweetheart or turn it down. Apparently you want in? Come in. You might want to turn the stream off to no sweetheart or turn it down. Apparently you want in? Come in. Apparently you want in? Come in. Turn off your stream. Apparently you want in? Come in. Turn off your stream. It's echoing forever. Hidden.
Hello, Hidden.
I knew if I bugged you long enough, you'd let us in here.
What's up, Hidden? Hello, Hidden.
There's like so many fucking. Bugged you long enough, you'd let us in here. What all I hear is there's like so many fucking. Bugged you long enough, you'd let us in here. Oh my god.
Yeah, that is no sweetheart. No sweetheart. Turn off your live stream.
You left your
You're in a live stream while you're in the live stream while you're in the actual live stream. Turn it off.
You gotta close the window.
Turn off your YouTube or turn it down. Live stream.
Hello.
Yeah.
Now I can't hear it.
Now he's having sound problems. Now he's having sound problems. Yeah. Now he's having sound problems altogether now.
I knew if I bugged you guys long enough, you'd let us in here.
Well, yeah, because we end up continuing it, so it's like, might as well, shit.
It's because America's left and he didn't protect you anymore. And then I came in with
I didn't need no protection.
All my bros. All my boys came through. I wanna say a nice big shout out to my man Face Ghost. That guy's fucking hilarious.
Whatever. This guy.
I also brought my new friend Ghost Rider in. He's a fucking crazy motherfucker too.
Amanley.
Mr.
Amanley fell out. Amanley again.
So you actually do have imaginary friends hidden. I didn't know that.
These are real brand accounts. These are
now everybody's roboting now. Hidden and Lamb is now roboting.
I don't hear that.
And I'm gonna just continue this on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna start up a Red Pill Black Pill Radio and continue this.
Yeah, too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my yams. So sexy. There we go.
So now we're on Red Pill Black Pill Radio, and it's starting in a few minutes. There we go. Now we're recording officially on Red Pill Black Pill Radio channel. Manly Love? I know Manly Love. Are you there, Manly?
I'm here, buddy. Just about.
I like that crazy.
Oh, sweetheart, we can't hear you, man.
This has happened before.
Yeah, I know. This face guy's really funny. When Manly, Yam fell out. Okay, I was about to say, we heard you, Yam. Or Manly.
Don't let that Yam guy in here, fuck.
Absolute.
Man, why'd you let
in the house too?
Can you hear me now?
God, you're talking trash.
Hey, what absolute knowledge.
Yeah.
How's everybody up? What's going on with that? Y'all got the worst connection ever.
Myself.
No, sweetheart. I'm gonna ask you to turn off your live feed.
Oh yeah, turn off the video. Turn off the video.
Turn off your live feed and just go with your avatar. Because everybody's saying echoing out around me.
He doesn't have it.
It should be on there when you turn. Oh, he doesn't have an avatar. That's right. He ends up having a blank face. That's right. The blank one. Okay. Never mind. He's working fine now. Everybody's working
one.
fine.
Send him one. Here, I'll send you one of the ones that Hidden made for me.
I don't know. You can't send him one unless you got his email or something like that. Or I can't. I can change his name, but I can't give him an avatar.
We're in the Discord.
Is he in Discord?
No, I'm not.
No.
Yeah, he's not. See. No, he's not.
Like we are.
What is Discord? What is Discord?
You one of them old heads.
Yeah, I don't have
Hey, do you ever know Kia?
You one of the youngest people in the street. You one of them old
You're not gonna know Kia, right? You're not gonna know Kia. Don't get me out. You got a sidekick. You got a sidekick. You got a plug with the sidekick.
Now you do know that, right? They got the new sidekicks now.
No, I got a blade. I got a razor blade. I got a razor blade. My computer, alright, but you know.
That's funny.
I'm not techno savvy.
No, I don't need to be. It's just an app.
Nah.
You go on someone.
Discord's just an app, basically.
They'll give you like a link, and when you click on the link, if you're on a computer, you'll just make a username, and
yep,
it's just like a little app that you can send pictures and videos and chat with each other. It's like a server where everybody's friends in one place.
Okay.
Yeah, Discord's actually pretty fun.
I'm gonna get that.
Like, there's a
I just seen a notification at the top of my thing for Yam talk about stream and 10 with Tico.
Tico has
dude. Watch my martial arts. Sorry, Hidden. What are you gonna say?
Tico
I have 695
695 Discord servers about.
I do not have 695 Discord servers. I only have.
Guy makes like 2 a day. He's been at it for a couple of years now.
I do not make Discord servers every day.
He makes more Discord servers.
While we're doing some logistical things, I'm gonna highlight a comment.
I only have 15
from the
Discord
MGTOW
servers.
community.
I have 15 Discord servers, and one of them basically is for my request, a special request for videos. Basically, if somebody requests me to do something, I put it in that Discord.
I know. Sometimes I get this link and I click on it. I get a link from Tico and I click on it, and then I wake up and the next day and I'm like the administrator of a new server. I'm like, what the fuck's going on, man?
How
did I become the fucking champion of this server? I just clicked the link yesterday. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. You be like all of a sudden a curator of a server, and you're like, what? How?
You are now the librarian, and we need to pass all of that to you.
You are now the librarian.
All of this befalls to you now. It's like information overload, honestly. Like being invited to unpublished tome or getting an unpublished tome connect, or join invite, you're like, what is this? And you click on it and it's just like now your phone has like 1 billion notifications on it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, my phone is exploding.
Welcome everybody in that's new. What? You hold the flag.
Literally.
Oh, okay.
It literally welcomes everybody that comes in new, basically, to that server. And typically, what I'm doing with that server is
stand for 10 hours
whoever's a member of the server, they automatically get their video uploaded to the server, and they get to see all their videos come into one room, basically. So if you upload a video, it drops right into that server. Yeah.
You don't have to wait for YouTube to tell anybody anything. Everybody's.
Oh, because the sad part about that, sometimes Discord be dropping the notifications before YouTube do.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Almost
exactly.
All the time. My one of my accounts, I can't even make comments today. I can't even say hello in the YouTube section, comment section.
Really?
Wow. Yeah, I didn't even say anything mean or anything. I just went to say something nice, and I couldn't. I went and looked with my other account; it wasn't there. And when I went back to my normal account and looked, it was gone.
Oh, wow.
Like they erased it. Just like, nope, you're not allowed to talk to
them. He must. No. I want y'all to understand. When Hinton says he does something, when Hinton says he leaves a nice comment, it's usually not a nice comment. No, he's a smart ass little motherfucker over there.
I know.
I swear it was nice. He'd be like your mama's fat. Like what? That's not nice.
If I said shit in there and
Yam's agreeable.
Crap, I know it.
I'm in the comment section. Show me some respect, goddammit.
I wasn't even saying anything like that.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
I wasn't even.
But Hinton will drop some
on that yet.
Hinton will drop some smart ass shit in your comment section.
Well, that's what ended
You're
up
sitting there looking like,
after.
you wonder why you get banned out. You wonder why your comments always disappear there, Negro.
Well, my comment disappeared and then it was on. Now I'm making new accounts and I'm going around using those accounts to make comments. So
I have 2 troll accounts now. Yeah, I now have 2 troll accounts. I have one where I troll the Black Pill community, and I have one where I just walk around and just jump in different people's live streams. So I have one troll account. I have one troll account that basically does where if I can't make it, or if I happen to be on a different phone or a different electronic device, I have one called MGTOW. So I just go and I just hop in other people's comments and listen to what they got going on. And then I have one where I troll the Black Pill community, or I'll troll like women or makeup artists or Twitch thoughts. It's called Isadora. It's called Isadora. Basically, is that other one? I just troll them. I just sit there in their comment section just talking shit. Like I just sit there and talk shit the whole entire time.
I'm gonna make
Get out of here, Isadora. You don't belong here. You're a
ghost.
Stacey Sale, Isadora. You're a Stacey Sale. Like, oh, shut the fuck up, you little crybaby black girl.
I got 2 tablets. I got fucking 2 laptops and a computer. And
well, I got one.
What I'm doing is I'm gonna have a troll account that's gonna troll my actual channel, and then I'm gonna have 4 other anti-troll accounts that are gonna go after the
shut down
account
your
that's
troll.
going after my I'm gonna do an entire fucking drama. It's gonna be great.
You got way too much time on your hand, Hidden.
I will this winter. They're gonna.
That's
be
what it's
so
all
like, "Oh,
about."
fuck."
Yeah, I noticed.
I thought
he got
I
all
thought
that
this
time
guy
now.
was- I thought this guy was fucking gonna sleep at some point. Nah. So you best not sleep
Who,
either.
me?
'Cause
Yeah.
Mr. fucking MGTOW
Yeah, right?
is gonna be up in that ass, saying sweet nothings in your ear with a nice fucking sharp blade against the ear. And I'm telling you right
He'll be
now,
swinging sweet nothings
you
in your
know
ear with a
who I'm
glass of
talking
Chardonnay with a knife to your neck.
Leave my ass alone.
I will sing you to sleep.
Pillow talk.
He'll
He
kill
said pillow
everything.
talk
Sliding
with
up in there
Chardonnay and
like
a
an old
knife.
slipper.
with Mr. fucking Hits Out. Mr. fucking Hidden
Mr.
MGTOW.
Hidtow. I like that. There's a new one. Tomorrow I'll have one called Mr. Hidtow.
Oh god, this guy.
Head to
And I'm gonna
toe.
have Mr. fucking Hidden.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
I like my
The
MGTOW
fucking
account.
MGTOW.
Every now and again you'll see every now and again you'll see it pop up in either Hammerhand's live stream, or you'll see it pop up in True Sherm's live stream, or you'll see it pop up in Quiet Herb's live stream, or MGTOW Farmer's live stream is usually where it pops up at. Because usually when them four start doing live streams, they're like at an odd time, and I have my other phone on me, so I just log right in and go, oh look, live stream, yay! And I'll just pretty much go right over there and listen to their live streams. Every now and again, I'll comment. Like I'll comment on True Sherm's, but I'll typically not really comment under Hammerhands because he got too many wrenches over there, and maybe don't wrench me out of there for no fucking reason. So I typically stay quiet on Hammerhands for that reason. Or I'll
Like,
say
don't let that
I'll
tinkle
talk
that
on
cock
Quiet Herbs, and I'll talk
strike.
on Quiet Herbs, or I'll talk on MGTOW Farmers, or he's not called MGTOW Farmer no more. What is he called now? He changed his name.
MGTOW Reaper.
No, he calls himself something else now.
I like these live streams. These shits be fun to me. I think they cool.
I like him too. I haven't been doing too many because I remember the one girl comes in. Oh my god, he's live! It's like okay,
I just
I need
need
to do more of this shit.
I need to get a logo like everybody else. I want a logo too.
Trust me, it's gonna.
They're easy to have.
It's not hard to come by when you're hanging around this company. People.
Oh no, sure ain't a vein.
Mr. Former can make you one. Hayden can make you one.
Yeah, Mr. Former got one. Mr. Former be killing his, man.
Yeah, but Mr. Former actually made Mr. Former made MGTOW in the Winds.
I want a
Jesus
Carolina
Christ, man.
Panther.
Fucking the one that looks like the
I want a
cover of
Carolina
the Ten
Panther.
Commandments.
And they
How you
saw
in Texas talk about Carolina Panthers? You should be ashamed of yourself, Longhorn fan.
Hey, man,
You're
I'm
born a
fucking-
Longhorn fan.
Traitor.
Can't be a Cowboys fan.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. You can, I mean, but you don't have to, but you can.
Man, them boys.
Oh.
Can't be a Redskins fan anymore.
They did. Apparently, they did good that one game though.
One game.
It was against a really good team though.
But you know what? I haven't even been
With all
supporting the
those broken
NFL.
legs.
I haven't been supporting the NFL or the NBA this year.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
I don't like what they doing. I don't like the fact that LeBron can wear his name on the back of his jersey, and then everybody else got to put "All Lives Matter."
I know
Like,
you know how that works. Like LeBron gets special privileges and shit.
yeah. Plus, I don't like the virtue signaling, and then I also
Oh,
don't
me
like.
neither.
Jesus Christ of NBA basketball.
He is not the Jesus Christ of
He
NBA
is the
basketball.
second coming of Michael Jordan.
He is not. I
himself.
give it to Steph. I'd rather give that to Steph Curry than give it to
It's
him.
not going to Steph Curry. It's going.
I'm sorry.
to
It's Steph Curry.
LeBron.
Steph Curry all the way. Fuck
LeBron
LeBron.
owns this.
LeBron
Fuck LeBron.
James.
Fuck LeBron.
LeBron.
LeBron
LeBron can
will
suck
always
a dick.
be this of all fucking time.
mean,
Chicago is
LeBron can suck a
nothing.
dick.
Larry
Fuck
Bird
LeBron.
can suck a
LeBron,
bird.
Yeah,
LeBron can suck a
pitiful,
dick.
yeah.
Curry all
LeBron
day.
James is the
Curry all day.
SJW champion.
I vote
fucking
900
deserve.
votes for that light skinned nigga Curry.
like
His parents
Steph Curry
just
with
were-
coconut curry.
Coconut
Nah,
Curry. Yeah, you damn
know
right.
what?
I vote for Coconut
That's
Curry.
racist.
No,
Hey, I don't care.
Steph Curry gonna end up with a white lady because Aisha Curry gonna leave him, yo. She gonna leave him for Carolina Panthers.
Triggered.
Like,
Gonna leave him
Panther,
for a
this
really
guy.
old white dude
Triggered
with like
much.
billions of dollars.
Hey,
I'm
she
moving
might.
up.
She
I'm
might.
moving up. I'm getting Anna Nicole's fucking last scrapings.
He's died. He's dead.
Oh,
He's dead. That guy's
So is
dead.
she. So is she.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of hard to move up to that guy when he's dead.
I'm gonna date one of them girls from the Hatfield and McCoy family. They probably got a lot of money from that family feud.
Hatfield and McCoy.
The
Yeah.
Hatfield McCoys. You never
I'm
heard of
gonna
them?
marry I'm gonna marry a chick that jumps out of a fucking cake.
Oh.
This guy.
Surprise! All full
Send
of
her
ice
ass to
cream.
work.
Yeah.
Send her to work.
Well, she'd be working. She'd be showing up at my house.
Should be working.
Oh, shit.
Like, all right, you got 5 more of these to do today. Let's go.
Where?
You got 5 more cake jumpings. Let's go. Let's do this.
You know what's messed up, man? If you're a pimp, you get 20 years in jail, but them hoes be out in less than 24 hours.
Do you think when a pimp goes to jail, he like pimps jail?
Probably he probably pimp ladyboys, but ladyboys probably they kind of sell themselves in jail. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
What does a pimp do in jail?
What does a pimp do in jail?
how many female cops do you reckon a pimp has converted to his crew?
Oh no.
Could be a few.
It's like,
Man.
you used to be the conductor. Now you are the violin player. Play me a sweet song. Bend over. Your turn. Shit.
Conversion.
It'd be,
crazy.
I can
There
let
is
you
a
twice
hell on
the money.
earth and I am in it. Pimp
Come here,
down.
sweet Willie.
Pimp in distress. We ain't gonna worry about no sweet dicks. We ain't gonna be looking at your dick at all, my friend.
Yeah, that movie was disturbing though. The way that Terry Crews grabbed on that was
Pimp in
disturbing.
distress. Fresh fish.
Oh, shit.
And when he wants to fight for him, he's got all the fucking phone books all on him and shit. He's like, he's ready for fucking prison war. He rips his shirt off. It's all fucking phone books taped to him.
Hey, would they dox
body
your
armor.
channel? Would they dox your channel if you stream a movie on it?
That depends on a movie.
What do you mean, docs?
Like,
I
would
mean,
they
you
like?
mean give him a strike? Give you a strike, basically.
Yeah,
Give it a strike.
yeah.
It depends on the movie if they're bothering with it.
Well, like, so if I had like Dark Knight Rising or like the and I got on my stream and I streamed half my face and half Dark Knight Rising.
Yeah.
The Warner Brothers
that
are big on
fucking-
copyright.
They don't like it.
They wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah,
like that.
so it's all about the production company or the film company. Warner Brothers are shit at. Disney as well.
So what a lot of people have started doing is they do like a timestamp thing where they start the movie and they get you to start the movie where you're watching your own version of it. And you'll see them reacting on your computer while you're watching the movie on your TV. You have to have the movie in order to see the reactions at the same time, kind of thing.
Oh.
Because the screen at all, it's just them and the reaction to it, what's going on. It's kind of silly because it's hard to get everything synced up properly. If people like hit the pause button by accident or something, it just fucks up the sync.
See, what I was gonna do is I have XSplit, and I was just gonna like have half my face, then half a movie, and then like let people comment in the comment section, like like a watch party almost.
You can get away with that depending on the movie that
Yeah.
you pick.
Yeah,
So,
by copyright, by
if
copyright
you-
law, that's actually legal, but YouTube just don't like it.
Yeah. If you go to search for the movie in YouTube and you see that YouTube is renting that movie, don't try to use that one because they're going to catch it right away and they're going to be really pissed because they actually have money invested in that.
Okay.
So what I would do is just run the name of the movie through and then see if anybody's got the movie on YouTube anywhere. And then if they do have it, go on their channel and see if it's got any copyright stuff, like if there's songs in it that they got pinned by, or because sometimes they'll just let it go. They don't give a shit. The copyright owner doesn't care that it's on YouTube because it's usually something obscure and you're bringing more attention to it, so other people will go out and buy a DVD of it or something or get a good copy of it.
That's what I was thinking.
Which is kind of what the point is of people doing that. They're trying to like get attention for stuff that they like. Like I play those movies on Sundays. They're movies that I like, that I have. Most of them have like a red pill tinge to it if you pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to draw attention to those movies, and I've been pinched for. I probably tried to run about 5 movies that they said no. Like as soon as I put it through, they're like, "No, this is copyright, and you're not allowed to have this on YouTube."
Is that when you try to save it or when you try to live stream it?
Just to play it.
Damn.
You try to live stream, you're gonna get live stream, but they still watch live streams with the bots too.
Yeah, they do.
If you're playing copyright stuff, your movie or your stream won't be finished, and they'll already be giving you copyright strikes.
Yeah, like what happened. This is
how I know when table flip is uploaded, because they'll actually give me copyright strikes when it's finished. It's like we finished this, we're giving you all these copyrights. Yeah. And it's typically how I know when the live streams actually did good.
You'll lose.
Well, how do you get copyrights, Tico? How they hitting you with them shits?
They hit me with them quite often, and the sad part about that, they're only like warnings and shit like that. I haven't been hit with any copyright strikes. Holy, now that I think about it, usually except for that one with the one video I got hit with a copyright strike, and they took the whole entire video down. Other than that, they basically just give me copyright warnings and copyright notifications. Basically,
you basically would have to be successful in getting it on without them noticing it, and then them catching it after it's been on. Then they'll give you a strike because it's already been out there.
And
but
do you say
it's almost impossible in today's, and like as soon as you put it on YouTube, they're looking at it first, so it's impossible to get that to happen now. It's just the old videos they're going after.
Okay.
That
so do you
streams like you're saying, because you can get away with it for that however long before they catch you, and then they fucking get really pissed.
Do you save those live streams for your channel? I mean, do you save those or you get rid of them?
They show up in a different
I
spot.
keep all my live streams up. I'm like one of the few people who keep all their live streams up.
No, they don't show up in your video.
And a lot of times, depending on the live stream, I'll categorize it to basically let you know. I'll categorize it and put it under a certain folder, basically.
Damn, I suck it. I ain't that good, bro. I need to figure that out. I need to get that. Okay, I'm just learning how to make videos.
Now he's roboting out again. Yeah, I was going to say that.
I'm not even good at making videos with explicit shit.
Get out of fucking Wynn's truck.
Right down Wynn's truck.
So he's waiting for.
Oh, me? Yeah, me.
Yeah, you have one of those really old-fashioned fucking wired mics or something?
It's actually a wired Bluetooth mic. Oh no, this one is old-fashioned. This one is old-fashioned. It is ghetto. It's almost like $6.
That actually sounds better than the last one. What the fuck just happened there?
I know. I've been buying. I have like 4 or 5 different mics now because like all cheap.
I've noticed.
You know, with all the money you spent on all those cheap ones, you could have put all that money together and got a good one.
True.
That would.
True. But do you lose stuff really fast?
You won't lose a Blue Yeti unless someone steals it. It's pretty heavy.
Ooh.
Right. Yeah. I mean, when I move to a new spot, I'm definitely gonna probably buy a good one. I just needed something quick while I'm moving.
The part about that is the Blue Yetis are really, really nice until you get like Tico and Friday Night Blaze and break it.
Well, who the fuck else would be like Tico on Friday Night Blaze? Nobody.
I know, right?
I'm sick of it. Come back. I'm gonna go teach Laszlo. We help Laszlo with his homework. Just come back when you stop making fucking excuses and better yourself.
And I threw the mic on the ground. That was the funny shit.
That's what Mama's like. Get up there.
Mic drop, bitches.
Wasn't that the first Blaze?
That was the very first Friday Night Blaze. Yeah.
Did your woman follow you? Did your woman follow you when you moved halfway across the country? No, but I choose that. I dropped my mic. I dropped my mic.
You lit the guy on fire and then fucking threw a fucking can of gas at him.
Yeah, literally.
And said, have a drink. And then when he went to have a drink, he just self-immolated.
The second time was the worst. Wasn't it?
Because the sad part about that's literally where Friday
I
Night
never
Blades
saw Dusty
originated
again
from,
after that.
right?
Friday night.
Nobody did.
YouTube wasn't even fucking giving me his
videos
suggestions or fuck all anymore. YouTube's like,
think he
yeah, we're
deleted
gonna
his
calm
account.
this guy down a bit.
We say YouTube was like, well, if Tico Trent is mad on him, we got to get rid of his ass.
Ain't no more shit.
My nigga's gone.
Ain't no more
Trent
shit.
gone.
Ain't no more shit, nigga. Bye.
Tico Trent said he was gone, so he is gone.
I know I'm pretty safe because I'll never talk the way he was talking.
Oh yeah, definitely. You better not. I would have to slap your ass. I would literally fly to Canada just to smack the shit out of you.
I'd be begging you to come down and do it.
What are you talking about, Hidden?
Can't you hear my
It ain't no
cry
thing,
for
no
help?
thing, man. You either got the prepared or you don't. Bye.
Can't you hear my cry
I'd
for
be
help,
like,
right?
haven't you
That's
heard
literally
my
what it
cry
would be,
for
literally.
help, man? Jesus. I'm all the way at this point and you're still not here? Fuck to slap me? What the fuck?
Oh, I would definitely be there to slap your ass if you ever started talking like that.
You'd get here and
I'm like, Hidden, come here. Come here, Hidden. Hidden, come here.
And I'd be lying on the floor in a pool
Motherfucker
of my own
talking
blood.
this bullshit.
I'd be swinging
He'd be on the floor convulsing, he'd be on the floor convulsing, spit coming out of his mouth and shit, like that foam coming out of his mouth and shit.
Have you ever met any women who were in your who knew about? Wait, what is with that logo? The DS Dynamic. No, sweetheart. Have you ever been in a DS Dynamic?
A DS Dynamic.
A DS Dynamic, not like a Nintendo DS Dynamic, but like.
Dumb soap.
Yeah,
not a Nintendo DS. That damn.
Yeah,
actually, the last chick that I was with wanted to be in one, and I told her where she could fucking go. She wanted to put a fucking collar on my neck and walk me down the street. I'm like, are you nuts?
Well, you could be a
all the fucking way.
I can still see that happening to Hidden right now. Like I got that image in my head. Like I can.
I'm
still
like,
see that.
I got with you because of the sex, but I ain't doing that shit on the city streets. You're fucking nuts. I'm not walking down the street.
She wanted you to be a lady in the sheets, but a freak in the streets.
Yeah, nah. That ain't my style, man.
Dude. No, sweetheart, talk on that, man. You had that video that was about men are freaky. Say that, man. Talk that shit, no, sweetheart. When men say that they're freaks, they don't. These women are out there. They are out there. When she says she's like pegging men, she likes pegging. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Shit. Man, let me tell you, these modern day women have failed at being women.
Yes.
So they try to pick up masculine activity. They like to peg men. They like, and they have.
They fraternize. They fraternize with their female brothers.
They do, and what they say is they try to. And fairness and equality is the worst words for women to use. Cause shit, but you stick me there, so I can't stick you. So now when I hear that kind of stuff, I'm like,
because you don't have a fucking penis, numbnut.
And there was a dyke the other day, a lesbian.
Lesbians, amazing.
They gonna come up here and try to tell me her dick is bigger than mine. I'm like, bitch, you bought a 12-inch dick. Come on now.
I know.
Like, how can you sit
but
there
how
you
big is it?
Bitch, you guessed
it. Like 6 inches around?
You was right.
I don't mind it was 12 inches, but man, 6 inches around?
Well, the sad thing about these dykes is
they don't match.
These women gonna get tired of that plastic. They can run out of hot water. They can run through them toys and vibrations. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby.
In nothing like real flame.
And that's the extent of men's freakiness. They're like, I know that my thing's the only thing that does it. That's the freakiness. Whereas like a woman, she's like, I want a dude to wear a collar and walk down the street like a dog.
And I just want to fuck you in the ass.
I don't know how she presented that to Hidden, and Hidden was so cool, calm, and collective about that.
Dude,
How he got up and
exactly.
slapped that hoe.
You're like, I'm sorry.
Wait,
like
what?
I said,
You know, like when the,
Come
you know,
again?
like when the.
No, like I said, she was freaky. So I mean, she was bound to say something like that. It was just.
Wait, what do you say? What you say? Oh, I'm sorry. When people are that close to me, I get like a reflex, and my hand just juts out. I'm sorry. It's like what was that? Oh, roundhouse.
Roundhouse, what?
Oh, sorry. It's
guy.
just, how did your foot get at that?
I said she'd be walking down the street with a fucking what the fuck do you call it? Like she'd be wearing a fucking harness naked before I'd be fucking wearing a collar.
I used to know a dude. His name was Animal.
That's like, yeah.
And she's
like,
I used to know a dude. His name was Animal. I used to know a dude. His name was
Like the
Animal.
guy I used to know.
There was a guy in Ottawa like that
Money.
too. He was a big, huge guy.
Yeah, there's
he
a
had
guy-
a collar on his neck with a short girlfriend and a big dog.
No, I actually knew a
And
guy
then-
named
and then
Animal.
the dog was gone and the girl was
He
gone,
wasn't the
and he
most
was just
attractive guy in the
himself.
world. So this pretty much throws all black pillars out the window. So his name is they called him Animal. He used to walk around looking like Blanca and shit like that. His hair was all loud and shit. And like he used to every summer he would have two badass bitches on a collar walking them down the street.
With one behind shaving his
Every
back.
summer.
Ugly guys I mean, it's easy for. I mean, you know, it's not hard for guys to get. These women are desperate, bro. They are desperate as hell out here in these streets.
No,
But
sweetheart. Sweetheart. This was back in the 90s.
Oh,
this wasn't today. This was back in the 90s.
Oh yeah.
When men
seen
were
her walking
Oh
men.
no! If that were to
two
happen
women on
right
a
now,
collar,
Tico,
basically back in the
you'd
90s.
see her, all these women being like, "Oh my God, he's oppressing those two innocent, not
Oh yeah,
desperate."
they'd be throwing eggs
can't-
at him and shit.
He had a
decisions.
white girl. He had a bomb. He had a beautiful white girl and he had a beautiful black girl on the leash,
Wow.
walking them down the street.
In the 90s.
Where are they now?
They're
Feminists.
I
all
don't know.
still
I don't
together.
know.
They're all
For all I know, that
together.
nigga might
They
be
still all
dead.
hold hands
They all
and do
died
prayer
of AIDS.
before.
They all died
Oh.
of fucking dog collar AIDS.
Like dog color.
It's a sad
Dog
ending.
color. This guy.
Yeah, but these women are aggressive.
We
Why
at
are
the
these women
Tico Trim
aggressive?
channel love to spread dog collar
They're
aid
aggressive
awareness.
'cause they've been
We do
denied.
not like to. We do not like to shame people who have contracted dog collar AIDS in the 90s.
This guy.
Or as recently as like 10 years ago.
We respect people's ability to make decisions, although we do not believe in
Respect those
contracting
decisions.
chlamydia.
I believe you have the right to make decisions, but I don't have to fucking like the decisions you
Endorse
make. I could say
them.
you're a
That's-
fucking dumbass for making that decision. That's
Hey, women do it a lot.
Yeah.
hindsight. This is the year 2020, man.
2020.
Looking back.
Hindsight, 2020. Yeah, you can't go back on this. You guys can't go back on all the shit you did. I'm sorry.
Wasted all those years.
Hit that shit. Who sung that shit?
Simply Red.
He was singing that shit.
Right? He was, right?
He was hitting those high notes, dude. I was like, whoa.
I'll keep holding on. Holding.
Sing it. Sing it.
Wasted all those years. Ooh.
Yeah, I bet Hidden does that when he's at work. He just sings high in a high voice like that, and all the girls be looking at him like, "What is this nigga on?"
Right?
They start snapping their fingers like.
They try that stupid joke. Who sing that song? We'll keep it that way.
Yeah,
I've never been told that one yet.
you know these.
Oh, really? I get told that. I
No.
get told that every now and again.
Everybody around me gets told, shh.
He's singing. Shh.
Let him sing. This is a treat. You don't waste a cake, man. It's like taking an ice cream cone and throwing it on the ground.
It's hidden. He's so fast.
You talking to the guy? You talking to a guy that used to throw ice cream sundaes in people's faces all the damn time because it pissed me off.
Or like I was saying, do women just?
I swear to God, I would throw this ice cream cone in your face. No, you won't, Tico. Bam. What?
Or hidden. Do women just get like cold around you randomly, or do they like ask each other about their play dates that they got scheduled around you and stuff, and like fraternize around you? Because they do that. They do that. It's like they're like
who, me?
They're like Kappas in the the food court. They're just like sitting back, scoping people out. Like the women. No, women.
I get asked to go on a lot of play dates.
Pink ladies.
I get asked to go on a lot of play dates.
Pink tax people.
Yeah, if you're watching this live stream, it's Baron and Sadist on one channel, and it's Midnight Club on the other channel.
Midnight Club Tico edition.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Hidden MGTOW, Mr. Fucking MGTOW, Face Ghost. What the fuck's the other one? Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider.
Fucking
Ghost Rider.
Baby. Yeah, baby. And I got another 25 aliases, aka.
Go watch the Feebles on Hidden MGTOW channel.
Meet the Feebles. Meet the
Feebles.
They're not your average, ordinary people. Meet the Feebles.
I actually learned a factoid about what was his name? Person who sings this song. He was apparently a gay rocker in the 79 to 80 year. What's his name? And apparently he would probably be huge now, but he came out then in like the 80s. And what was his name?
Yam's dad.
Right.
Oh, okay. We can't see who your dad is, so you don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry, I sounded like a certain somebody.
Who my dad is, Baron.
Oh God!
Actually, I don't, so it's all good. I'm just fucking with you.
What'd you say? You don't? So that's not good. What?
It's all good.
That sounds so depressing.
None of us.
Now the chromosome is on the other.
Now I want to cry. Now I want to cry for hitting this
those
shit.
people that we knew as our dads. That's not really our dads. Our dads,
right?
Like
the Traversable came on here and talked about how the word father is just like abused to mean like.
Yeah, I actually agree with him on that one.
Yeah,
I agree with him on that one.
Like Hammerhand said, why is it mom and dad? It's father and mother. Put things in the right order.
Yeah, it should be. It's supposed to go God, father, mother, children, and animals and shit.
I'm sure the Hidden MGTOW is in there somewhere.
Most of the damn places, animals get more love than fucking the father and the fucking children.
Hell yeah. And the sad thing about it is the animals like the father and the children better than the dogs don't like the female in the house. They just got to deal with her.
The worst is when the kids look like the dogs. Oh.
Damn.
That's how you know
like a hidden house. Or like when because you're right, the mother. The only time that they like the women in the house is when the women act masculine.
Mm-hmm.
The only time the dogs like the women in the house is when it's just the women in the house. They gotta live, they gotta survive at that rate. So like they ain't got nobody else.
This thing will feed me. This thing will feed me. I guess I gotta roll with this bitch. If this thing stops focusing on some goofy shit, it'll actually feed me. So I'm gonna hang around and be like, oh, cute and cuddly.
Can I tell y'all a quick story about?
That's a fucking asshole, man.
Tell y'all a quick story about domestic violence and dogs. I was dating this one girl, and she went through my phone like they do, and I was taking a nap. I woke up. She went through my phone. I bought her this little. It's like a picnic. Them damn dogs. I don't know the name of it. She played softball. She played fast pitch softball. She damn threw the dog at me. And I was like, hold on, I thought you liked dogs and shit. The dog hit me in the chest, and it bounced off me. Then she started throwing DVDs at me, and I was like, this is domestic violence.
Sounds like Hellraiser 3.
She threw a whole live
Pretty
animal
much
Throwing
does.
CDs at you.
Yeah, she threw a whole animal at your ass.
She threw things with
She's like
brains
opening
and
the
hearts
case and then
and
taking the disc
thyroids
out
and
and
shit.
throwing it at you like a throwing
She
star.
threw a whole
I like
thyroid
that
at
hearts
you.
and thyroids and liver.
She threw a dog thyroid at you.
This
Dude. I'd be like, this motherfucker just really threw a dog pancreas and a spleen at me.
I'm like, how you
Opens up the closet, there's
Really
a bunch of
awesome
cats,
shit.
she just starts launching them. Where did all these
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
cats come from?
He starts dissecting it and throwing you the individual organs at you. You're like, this is domestic violence. I'm calling the
You wake
cops.
up and she's like, "Do you want some soup?" And you're like, "Oh,
Only
yeah, okay,
then
I'll have
did he
some soup."
realize
And then you
he
look
fucked
down
up
and your
when
legs
she
are
started
gone.
dissecting a cat and throwing the pieces at him.
That's when he realized he fucked up.
Wow,
And she
Dig
kicked
off
my
and threw it
dog
at
in
the
the
dog.
chest. I had a box of bull. She kicked him in the chest. I was like, this motherfucker is crazy. And like,
She wants him to rip her leg off.
and she wanted, know what she wanted? She wanted me to catch 72 hours.
She just wanted you out of the house for a second.
Yeah. She wanted me to catch that 72.
Why can't you just say that?
Cause me, shit. Let a woman start talking shit. I'm texting my grandmother. Bitch acting crazy.
You're thinking 72 hours? I'm thinking 60 minutes, bitch.
Right? I'm like, bitch acting crazy, quote unquote. Then I'll put down my phone. Then I'll get like a mail drop from a Latina coming and punching that bitch in the face. Bow! Oh, no, nice. Yes. Mail drop Latina.
Cargo
It's
fast.
like nanotechnology.
Right,
just
literally.
Just takes control over them and then they just come and assault somebody, and then the nanotechnology just disperses.
I've actually seen many people that I've been in an argument with get like just decked out of nowhere by somebody. I'm sitting there texting my grandma, bitch, acting stupid right now. I'm right here. Here goes my location. Grandma, thank you. 5 seconds later.
I seen a girl get kicked right out of a truck while it was moving.
Yeah, that's amazing.
She was wailing on the dude. Dude's driving the truck and she's just punching him in the face hardcore, and he just reaches over, fucking opens the passenger door and puts his foot on her chest and see ya. He was doing probably about 40 kilometers. So it's not very fast, but it's fast enough to hit your head and fucking die.
Yeah,
that's why I'm always.
get fucked up.
That's why I'm always afraid, dude. I don't want to buy a car because that's three other seats where somebody can be fucking my shit up from.
And they're all behind you and shit.
Dude, I ride a mountain bike or a road bike everywhere I want to go, or I'll Uber. I don't want to deal with insurance, all that shit anymore. I want to deal with it.
I'd rather the steering wheel be in the back seat with a computer monitor in front for me to see outside and fucking so I can keep an eye on all you fuckers in my car.
This guy.
Automatic driven cars. Are y'all
So
gonna
what
ride
you doing
those
up there? You put your fucking hands down, or I'm gonna fucking stop this car, man. You're gonna get out.
His like, don't make me turn this thing around. Don't make me turn this around.
Stop licking the fucking window.
No, y'all need to ride in those. I want to ride in one of those Audi cars and see what I want to see what that shit is like. I bet that shit is weird, man. You know those Audis that drive by themselves?
Oh yeah, it is weird, especially when it starts veering off the road and you're like, huh? And it's like, dee, grab the wheel, and you're like, holy fuck, you actually have to drive now and then? Fuck.
I've never been in one of those cars.
The Teslas, you don't have to drive.
They drive themselves, but the problem is they work on the paint on the road. So if the paint isn't properly applied on the road, that car doesn't know what to do anymore, and it tells you to take over.
Well, typically a lot of the highways are upkept though.
The thing
so
is,
the paint on the
people
road usually
hate
works.
self-driving cars, so what they're doing is they're putting that reflective road tape all over in weird positions, so when people are driving their cars, it fucking veers them off the road and smashes them into like buildings and shit.
What the fuck?
Well, no, because I know my Tesla basically drives itself and it's perfectly fine.
Change how they do it.
Highway, like I don't do self-driving on a regular streets, but I'll do self-driving on a highway, and it's perfectly fine. Like I'll be on the turnpike, or I'll be on a parkway.
Go to a place, go to where it's new construction, where the lines aren't on the road.
Oh yeah, I typically don't.
Yeah, it's gonna tell you take control.
So
it's always
well. The lines are always well maintained where I'm from here. We don't live in the ghetto here. We live in a nice neighborhood. And niggas far from the ghettos. It's a long way from the hallways, Negro.
Well, where I'm from, they scrape those lines off every year with snowplows.
But he's got a good
Oh,
point. Like I know
shit.
he's got a good point. Like your
Hey,
Tesla is very hard to discombobulate when you're in the place where you're at. But if somehow they could teleport you to like with your Tesla, no matter how much you can lock down your Tesla, if it's not on the right road, it's not going to drive.
Can you imagine you tell your Tesla, I want to go to New York, and it says,
matter of fact,
nah, you're going to LA,
good example of what
bitch.
y'all are talking about. A good example of that is LA. LA streets. It'll actually literally go down to LA highway with no problems, even if there's no paint. Another good example of that is Pittsburgh, because they do construction all year round in Pittsburgh. Like they ain't got no fucking fence and shit like that. It'll start in the dead of fucking winter. It'll finish the asphalt, and it's all fucked up by like spring and shit. But yeah, it's all fucked up by spring and shit. So
you better make
same
sure
with Minnesota.
it drives perfectly fine. It drives perfectly fine on that road too.
Just make sure you make all your fucking payments, bro, because you could wake up in the morning and that bitch drove itself right back to the dealership.
Whatever.
It's like, you didn't pay your note. I'm leaving. Like, hey,
y'all live in some cold ass places. I'm down here in Texas. I'm happy.
Like my favorite, because I told somebody about this in my live stream, and everybody was laughing at me. My favorite is because like when I was married to Mina and Deshari, when I was engaged to Deshari, before they passed away, I literally had this. What's up, Mega Man? I literally had this one car. I literally had this car. Like when I bought Mina a car, it basically was in the actual deals for like buying a car. If she didn't take it in a timely manner, the dealership literally came and kidnapped the car to do an oil change and all the shit that needed to be done to it. Then they'll drop it back off at the destination that she was at. Okay, cool. So one day she's at work and she forgot to take it in because I told her take it in, right? She forgot. Okay, cool. So she's at work, right? So she's about to go to lunch and she came outside to find her car and it was missing. And she goes to me, "Don't play with me, Tico. Did you steal my fucking car?" I was like, "No, I didn't steal your car." She goes, "What's going on? Where's my car at?" I go, "I don't know. Like, what did you do with your car?" "I parked it. I swear to God, I parked it here." I go, "Hang on 1 second." So I pulled out my phone and I'm sitting there looking for it. And I happen to call a dealership. Matter of fact, no, I didn't call the dealership. I got an email from the dealership saying we're picking up your car for the scheduled oil change. Okay, cool. So I called the dealership and I called the person at the dealership and I go to him, "So what's going on with the car?" He goes, "Oh yeah, apparently it sent a signal saying that it needed to be changed. Oil needed to be changed, this, that, and the other. So we came back, picked it up, and bought it to the dealership, and we changed the oil. Oh, we'll have it done in a couple minutes. We'll have it back to her before her job's over, definitely. And about like he said about like 30 minutes. So." Including traveling it back out to her. So what happened was they got done with the oil change. They did the fluids. They did the tire rotations and the top ups and everything. And they drove it back to her and they parked it in their drive. They parked it in their parking lot. So I go, "Oh, so did you take your car to get an oil change?" She goes, "No." I go, "That's where your car is at right now. Apparently your car was responsible for you, and it sent a signal saying it needed an oil change to the dealership. So your car's getting an oil change right now, so you have to ride with somebody else to work. I mean, for lunch." And I hung up on her. She gonna come back. "No, you didn't just hang up on me." "Yes, I did." Click. So her car got kidnapped. Her car got kidnapped for an oil change, basically. And like ever since then, I've always shopped at dealerships that literally do that for the women I'm in a relationship with if they have a car. Because some heifers will forget.
Steal their car.
They literally like they'll show up as a two. Like shit you not. It's literally like a two-man team. They'll ride up in a vehicle, and the one would jump out, get in the car, and drive off with your vehicle. It's like Gone in 60 Seconds, only legal. It's like Gone in 60 Seconds.
Oh, dude, I'll give you a pay to do that. Yo, okay, yeah, let's go jack this car, bring it to the oil change.
Car serial number M89978Z7943 needs an oil change. Let's go jack it.
The car is gonna live in central garage, and when you need it, you're gonna call it. It's gonna come to you and pick you up. You're gonna get in it. And it's gonna drive you where you're going. So there's gonna be not much human
Yeah,
involvement.
so every single time they need an oil change, if they don't take it in a timely manner, they literally get their car
It'll just take
kidnapped.
itself.
Yeah, probably will one day.
And then one day you'll be like, I think I'm gonna go for a trip, and then you're gonna get like 2 blocks away, and they're gonna be like, there's a warrant for your arrest, and all the doors locked, and it drives you.
Damn.
You're like, oh fuck, these self-driving cars kind of suck.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Hackers are gonna be like, fucking drive your car with you in it. Where the fuck am I going?
The sad part about that, you actually literally got to start the car. You really got to start the car. You actually need the key in you actually need the little box near the car to actually do so.
That's what I'm saying. The guy gets in the car and then you hack it. You're driving behind him. You force him to go where you want him to. This is gonna be cartel business, man.
I'm gonna get
No, but it's not gonna be cartel business. The cartel's not about to drop that kind of money on no damn cars.
Nah,
no, you don't
drop money on submarines. We'll drop money on submarines, tanks, and planes. But they ain't dropping no money on no fucking self-driving cars.
Drop the money on the cell phone that you make.
Yeah, that's more like a worker, because like what you were talking about, what we were talking about earlier with the stress. Like the more you take control of a person's brain, the less resources they actually need to consume to keep that brain up and running. So it's like you relieve a significant amount of stress, and then the brain gets higher and higher in functionality.
Well, the sad part about that is the much more lower you can actually lower the function of a human brain, the less resources they actually need to sustain themselves. Because you can basically, like I said, if you can actually get somebody to a hundredth of their brain usage,
live longer?
You'll be able to live longer for the fact that you'll basically be like a bear and be able to hibernate for months on end, literally.
So I want to do.
You'll down there be in hibernation mode on like one 100th of your brain, 1/100th of your brain. You're basically in hibernation mode. Because you won't even need to eat. You'll be able to sleep it off. Like, instead of eating, you'll be able to sleep it off. Or instead of all this stuff, you'll pretty much eat. Yeah. It'll pretty much be like a bear in winter. If you actually if you actually get it to the point where you can actually dumb humans down to the point where you can actually get them to only use 100th of their brain. They'll consume less stuff because they require less energy because they're not exerting all that energy to actually do so. Because on top of the energy that you was the sad part about that, how it actually works is you're not just eating for physical energy, all the physical energy you're exerting. You're eating for all the mental energy that you're exerting and all the rest of the energy that your body's expelling. So if you can actually get the human brain down to 1/100th of operation, you're basically going to use less of your body to actually do so.
You're still going to have to eat something though that causes your stomach acid.
Because your circulatory system's going to be controlled. If you get it all the way down, because you kind of figure if a bear can go to sleep all winter and only eat one time and wake up when the winter's over, that's pretty much hibernation mode. So therefore,
think about it. Your heart works less
slowed down. Your heart rate's going to be slowed down. Your brain function is going to be slowed down. Every part of your body is pretty much going to be slowed down to a slow crawl.
Burning energy like a motherfucker.
Or if you just
the neat thing about REM sleep, is if you keep somebody in REM sleep, they actually don't need to eat. You can literally keep somebody alive in REM sleep for a while. Because you can literally keep somebody in REM sleep alive for a while.
Because that feeding that we give people on the feeding tube, that ain't really no true substance. Like the feeding tube.
Yeah, you don't really like if you could get somebody to go into you can literally have somebody go into REM sleep for months on end, and they would never need to replenish their body. They would basically be working off whatever they ate last and keep it moving.
You're like a worm.
If you're in REM sleep, you're not burning any.
You're not burning anything.
You're not using any motor functions other than your eyes, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, and if in your eyes, your motor function in your eyes are pretty much a voluntary thing, so you're not really burning anything. And the sad part about that, when you're in REM sleep, your body goes paralyzed or limp, so you can't move it anyway. So what are you going to do?
That's just it. All the energy's going into your.
Because the thing that people fail to realize is, like when you wake up in when you go to sleep in one position and end up waking up in a total another position, what happens is before you hit REM or before you came back from REM or before you came out of your sleep, you basically started rolling then. But the minute you start laying in one position, you hit REM very quickly. You stay in that position. The minute when you wake up, you end up either flipped or you end up in the same position, basically. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like.
It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod off as opposed to just like. It's like when you nod like
Yeah.
falling asleep, like staying in one or like shifting around, because then you can't get good
Yeah,
sleep.
you
But if you
basically
just
just
stay
nod
in
off
one
of one
position, you
position.
just like, yeah, you just go.
Yeah.
You mean like when you're driving a car?
Oh yeah,
I've done that a lot
sure.
of fucking times. Passed out behind the wheel.
Damn.
I've never passed out behind the wheel.
And you know what's funny? I always wake up right in time to fucking stop myself from doing.
Dude, yeah, I've done that before. I've been so tired. I
Well,
don't
no, I
do that
can't say
anymore,
that.
but
I can't say that
but
because there was actually one time. There was one time I was on a turnpike at like 3 a.m,
Hey.
and I shit you not. All I remember is I got on the turnpike at a certain stop, and I paid. I basically took my ticket, and I drove down the turnpike, and I was asleep the whole entire time down the turnpike, and I woke up to pay my ticket. I woke up to pay my ticket, exiting the turnpike, and I literally drove. The sad part about that, I literally drove. I think it was all of what like 33 miles sleep from one end of the turnpike to the other end of the turnpike, straight sleep. No damage to my car. Stayed in the same lane. No other
Yeah.
problems. Woke
Yeah.
up when I woke, and I literally woke up when I actually got like when I was rolling up on the next the exit the turnpike exit, and I got
always
off
right
the
in
turnpike
time.
and I was up. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
I've been flying down the highway and then fucking I'm trying to stay awake and then fucking I open my eyes and I see traffic all stopped in front of me and fucking hit the brakes, man. The guy in front of me,
right?
he never even fucking looked in his mirror. Like he would have never seen it coming fucking probably like an inch away from his
whole entire
bumper.
life up.
Yeah. Like I was doing probably like fucking 130 and fucking
yo, this
jammed the brakes.
Karen or whatever pulled in front of me, like in a
Bitch.
in a left turn lane across like a two-way street with a divider, and the dog was in the passenger seat with the window half down, like staring at me, and I was like, I could have T-boned this dog.
Yeah. You would have sent
was
that
terrible.
dog right into Karen, and Karen would have fucking been part of, or that dog would have been part of Karen's face.
Yeah, and I would have had I had my seatbelt on, but I was
You would have
picturing the canine's teeth like in my
Yeah.
skull.
No, you would have had PTSD for sure, man.
Yeah,
I was like, you
Yeah, we didn't seen Yam on the news. Oh yeah, he's half black. I need backup. Officer down.
melanin. I'm gonna make a new profile and call myself
Those
the
aren't bullet
melanated
holes, those
ghost.
are dog teeth.
The melanated ghost.
The melanated ghost.
The melanated ghost.
What, you gonna make one of those
Yes,
brand?
God.
The
You
melon
gonna make
ghost.
that? You gonna make that?
No,
as
you
your-
should make one. You should make one.
Well,
That'll
no,
be
I'm
good.
not melanated. I mean, I'm partially melanated.
That should be the name of your troll.
I wouldn't say all that now. You kidding?
I'm Irish.
I'm
I
just
got a
joking
lot
with
of
you.
freckles.
You're like, I
That's
would
not
not
melanated.
insult you.
That is still not melanated.
I mean, do you
I didn't
eat
say I
cottage
was
cheese?
melanated.
Do you eat
I know.
cottage
I'm
cheese?
just joking with you.
Cottage cheese.
Yeah.
What about cottage cheese?
He said, "Do you eat cottage cheese?"
Do you eat cottage cheese?
Hell no.
It's not something I sit around and at the table and eat. No, but I mean, it's in stuff like lasagna.
Because
has
MGTOW
cottage
and the
cheese
Win
in
eats
it.
cottage cheese, and we're suspicious about him. We don't know if he's black or really black.
Yeah, we about to revoke his black card real soon here.
Sounds like a chubby middle-aged white woman.
Yeah, I know,
cottage
right?
cheese, yeah, exactly.
Is he in the Greek yogurt too?
AKA MGTOW Karen in the Win.
MGTOW and hospice. MGTOW and
Right?
hospice.
MGTOW and hospice.
Karen in
Hospice in the Win. Karen in the Win.
Hospice in the Win.
Yeah, we be
Hospital.
talking shit on him every
Karen's
single
in
time when he
trucks.
says I'm eating cottage cheese. We go, you're eating what? I'm eating
Well,
cottage
eating
cheese.
cottage cheese.
Yeah,
here
we don't
in our
even
big
know who
ribs.
you are anymore, nigga. We taking your black card. He goes, no, you ain't. I go, yes, we are. Yeah, we
I'm
voting
part
on
of
us,
the-
right?
I'm part of the Karen.
I'm trying to figure out I'm eating tonight.
It could be a high tow. A hospice institutionalized their own way.
I'll go when I'm ready to go.
Unbelievable.
So my Uber driver tonight was like super, super gay and kept trying to like hit on me.
No
Yeah,
way.
man, that shit
I
was
fucking
weird.
hate that. He wasn't touching you though.
Hey,
Nah,
but you
he
probably
just-
bought it on yourself. You probably
Mega
bought
Man's
it
a
on
trip.
yourself. You probably bought it on yourself. What were you wearing? Skinny boy jeans?
Nah, hell no. I wear nothing but like I don't even wear jeans. I wear fucking
Scrubs.
look at what he did. He gonna do a channel. He gonna do a channel nicely. We at the Mega Man channel do not recommend nor suggest you to sleep behind the wheel. Like Tico Trent.
They're like a real number.
Please call 1-800 Tico.
Say thanks,
If you
Obama.
found yourself crashing, tell me thanks. This guy. I'm gonna do a public service announcement on my channel from the comment section. This guy.
I like the Chobani.
This
I like
guy.
the Chobani drinks. They got some nice little yogurt drinks. Those are pretty
Chobani
good.
drinks and ciabatta buns.
Ciabatta bun and Chobani drinks.
He's got these cute little ciabatta buns.
Oh yeah, you know women
Tearing in
probably
the
be
wind.
staring at him and just like, oh, he's got this ciabatta buns.
Did you see that thing I was pointing out? The fucking
Okay, Manly, you're a little too
Gucci
fast for
Save
me.
Society.
With
Well,
the guy
what do you
from
think he
with the
wants to
guy
say
from
to that?
the guy from was it Wedding Singer? It's
Big Daddy, isn't it?
what's
Or
it called?
no,
Mr. Deeds.
Mr. Deeds, yeah.
Is that Mr. Deeds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That isn't Mr. Deeds, but it's from Mr. Deeds.
I know it's the guy from Mr. Deeds that
It's
was driving.
Steve
He put
Buscemi.
him in a Lamborghini or something like that, and he
He's the
crashed it
bomb.
into a fucking he crashed it into a fucking hydrant or something like that. Thanks, Deeds, and he's driving off in a Lamborghini and he crashed it into
Yeah.
a fucking hydrant or something like that.
Is that the same dude from Waterboard that was like, you can do it?
Yeah, Zenga.
You
No.
can.
No, that's Rob Schneider.
That's Rob Schneider.
That's Rob
Oh.
Schneider from Waterboy.
He's Filipino. He's Filipino.
But he was in Waterboy though too. Steve
He
Buscemi
was-
was in
yeah,
Waterboy. He
Waterboy.
was
Rob
in
Schneider, the
Wedding
Jewish
Singer.
Filipino.
Yeah,
Huh?
that was funny as hell. The Jewish Filipino. Yeah,
Rob
What is
Schneider.
Filipino? Oh, Rob Schneider. Yeah, isn't he?
Rob Schneider's He's a Jewish Filipino. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you ain't
Yeah,
know
he's
that,
Jewish Filipino.
blood. This
Nah, I
the
ain't
thing,
know that.
blood. When you Filipino, blood,
Guy.
you need to know how to knock a bitch down, blood.
There are a lot of
This
Filipino,
guy.
there are a lot of Filipino women in Texas, but these Filipino women are mean too. Filipino women are
Oh,
mean, yo.
They'll
Yeah,
grab
dude.
him
There's
by
been
the
times
spring
where I've been
roll.
No,
talking to
Korean women are
Chico.
meaner.
There's been times where I've been talking to Chico,
Korean women are
and it's
meaner.
like I'm like on the phone with Chico. I'm like, yeah, Chico, blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, sorry, I gotta go. I gotta go. I
expect that
gotta
they would-
go. I'm in trouble.
I would expect they get meaner the further inland you go.
Well, no, Filipinos aren't mean. Aren't that
Oh.
mean? It's Koreans
No,
are
I
mean.
just-
Korean women
I
are
just,
mean.
I just mean women in general. The further inland you go, the
You said
more
Korean are mean?
crusty.
The meaner they are.
Korean women are
Yeah.
mean. Oh
I get it,
yeah,
I get it,
they're
I get it.
sad.
What about Chinese women?
Like all the women that
They're
are on
fine.
the islands, the people on the islands
They're
are
fine.
so happy.
Chinese
so
women are
happy.
fine. Korean women, South Korean women are the worst Asian women. They're basically like Latinas or
Japanese.
They're basically like Colombians or Latinas or Italian women, basically of the Asian.
Yeah, very
origins,
high
basically.
maintenance. They're very high maintenance.
And they're very high strung, and they will dig in that ass basically if you give them attitude. North Korean women, they're actually very nice and very demure. North Korean women are.
As
Because they
many
have to
northern
bow down
cultures
to the leader.
are. Zalida.
Yeah, northern Korean women are very good, and they're very hospitable, and they're very lovely, very loving to their husbands and boyfriends and stuff like that. So if you're going to date somebody from Asia, I would go to North Korean.
They make
Nope.
these spring rolls.
And leave them Filipinos alone.
I would pick a North Korean woman over a Filipino. If I actually had an option between picking a Filipino, if I had an option between picking any woman from Asia, I would take a North Korean woman over all the Asian women.
I would take like 6
Yeah.
Japanese.
Yeah, I would take a North Korean woman over any other Asian
Well, absolute
woman.
knowledge.
Any other group of Asian.
Absolute knowledge actually has first-hand experience about this.
I would take 6 Japanese,
Yeah, I know.
not just one, because
Big time the wind showed up.
Wind's here too.
Oh, shit.
Yo.
Must have heard
Yeah,
his
Winston.
name.
But here to talking shit on him. Here to talking shit on him, so he had to show up.
Oh, fuck you, fuck your ass, fuck your face, asshole.
Now we got 2 people with crumpling
Fuck you,
mics.
fuck your name, fuck your face, Nico, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't me. That was fucking hidden in Yam.
All right,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, tag team.
No, it's too late. I already said it.
Hey, look,
I'm Mr.
motherfucker.
fucking hidden.
All right.
Look here, look at here.
Look at
I get
little.
you in. I get you in. I
He's like an old ass
here.
man.
I get
He
you.
makes the sad part about that when he said that shit, he made Sufu Black Irish sound like he was in his 20s.
Oh, dude. Okay, so one thing I gotta admit,
Going
Sifu,
for
if you're watching
Boomhauer.
this, I actually use Bonafide on a daily basis now. I literally say, if like somebody came through with Grater's
Bonafide?
gourmet chocolate. I'm like, finally somebody who's bona fide. I was just like,
You spelled it right, I hope.
Bonafide.
He just said it.
Bona
He
fide.
said
Yeah.
bona fide. That's all he said was bona fide. He didn't write it down. He said somebody's bona fide because they came with some good chocolate, basically.
You know what it is with the North Korean women is these North Korean women, like Kim Jong Un is gonna send him to a death camp if they act up. So I think that's why the North Korean women probably act very submissive, because that death camp is coming. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, they're even submissive outside of their country though. Like they're very submissive even outside their country, and they typically wear less makeup than all other cultures, for all intents and purposes. So they typically don't wear a lot of makeup, and they're more submissive, and they're better female material, they're better wife material than all other people, for all intents and purposes.
They're still women.
Yeah, I know, but they don't know anything about. They don't. But the sad part about that. But the sad part about that, even though they're still women, they don't know anything about feminism because Kim Jong Il ain't letting no feminism come into our country. Come on, let's keep it 100.
Yeah.
That nigga more likely to kill somebody over some
web.
shit like that.
All
Well, no,
spiders know
there's
how
no
to
way you're
cast a
casting a
web.
web. Yeah, but no, the problem is you're not casting a web in North Korea.
No, the family is.
Yeah, the sad part about you're not casting any web in North Korea. And the sad part about that is typically how this works. Is basically North Korea is actually worse than Russia when it comes to feminism. Whereas feminism in Russia, if you're a feminist in Russia and you act stupid, you get arrested, you get sent to Siberia. If you're a feminist in North Korea,
Pussy Riot.
you get killed.
Like Pussy Riot.
You literally get killed. You get off. So if you're a feminist in North Korea, you end up dead.
Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen.
Those
Take her ass
Pussy
out.
Riot, they went to jail.
Did I tell you about?
Yeah, you go to jail. You go to jail in North Korea. I mean, you go to jail in Russia, but you get killed. You get executed in North Korea for being a feminist.
They don't even blindfold you.
Yeah.
Did
They'll
I
execute you.
Did I tell you
They literally
guys about,
execute you.
my Asian prostitute five-some experience.
Wow.
See,
That's above my pay grade.
Baron Yim.
I'm laughing. I can't.
When I bought 4 Asian chicks for $600.
Yeah.
No
Who's
way.
going on a stream? Does you kick your head?
That's kind of expensive. That's kind of expensive for like 4
That's
Asian
pretty
chicks.
expensive, bro. Especially if they just Asian Americans. Like I wouldn't even spend a dime on. I wouldn't even spend $40 on an Asian American, bro.
Not an Asian American.
He's
David,
looking for a discount.
They gave me raw blowjobs.
That's still expensive for Asian women.
I didn't hit.
That's still expensive for Asian women, though.
Is that American or Canadian?
I got some bear blowjobs.
I know, right?
Asian women are easier than some, like the ones that are North Korean ones would be like. There's easy mode for
Asians.
They're like as easy mode as white girls are for black guys.
North Korean women.
Depends on the money.
Well, no, because North Korean women aren't easy because they're more conservative for that. They're very conservative.
Yeah.
But the sad part about that is they make for better significant others than any other woman on the face of this earth. That I will admit to. However, the question is here. Let me finish first before you say something. But the question is to yourself, because my line is always, if you find her there, keep her ass there. Now the question is, do your ass want to live in North Korea?
No,
to do that.
Really.
My point
really.
exactly. If you're not willing to take that chance, you don't want to live there.
Over there.
Therefore, it's not for you. If you're willing to actually live there and actually go there and stay, then it's for you.
Like I said, that's
typically
a
how it
lot of
works.
effort.
No,
That's a lot of effort.
No, I've actually lived in countries with dictator regimes, so I ain't got no problem with a dictator.
But you have a problem with banging 4 Asian chicks, at the same time. That's my question.
One dick and 2 arms, so you need something.
Thank God I didn't blow my load on the. Thank God I didn't blow my load on the first chick. Thank God, that would have been a disastrous, a waste of money.
Yeah. Hey, Tico.
What?
I was basically on Facebook today, and this dude was going off. You know?
Who?
I don't know. One of my friends was going off.
Yeah. Yeah. You asked who's in the chat. It's No Sweetheart, Amanley Load, you.
Not Tico. Tico's gone. Mr. fucking Hidden.
What the fuck happened?
He jumped out. I don't know.
Tico dropped himself out.
I don't think he knows.
He was probably clicking around looking at the names and fucking hit the box.
He hit the X.
Himself out.
Hey, Tico, come back.
We got a lot of Asian women here
last Friday.
in Dallas.
He was talking and I kicked him out. Fucking put him right back in.
Hey, why don't you talk shit?
Tico, shit, someone's got to let him in or can he let himself
Yo,
in? What the fuck's going on?
Tico, you coming back?
He's got to
I got hit in
What
that car, but
happened, what happened was he found a dead spot in his area, and he decided to put 2 hidden in.
Oh, that thing we got.
Is that you,
You said
Tico?
him kick me? That's me. Yeah, I'm hidden right here.
Kick you, but I had to help.
I know he can kick me.
Yourself with hidden. You just got hit behind.
I could have let
right?
myself back in if I wanted to.
Peace,
I can
man.
let myself back in anytime.
I know. I just don't let you talk shit.
I like being on my laptop rather than being on my phone right now, but I also like being on my phone too because I'm more mobile with that shit.
Yeah,
Well, it just
I got
sounds better,
30 minutes
much
before I could move. You know.
Yeah, but typically North Korean women are they typically are much better if you're going to date somebody. That's the only group of women I would ever date in this whole entire world. But the question is, do you actually want to live in North Korea?
Yo, I'm looking at this truck.
Not exactly.
Yeah. To the death camps.
The sad part about that is Kim Jong-un is actually, when it comes to like black people, Kim Jong-un is actually not as bad as he is for other people.
He's like,
Yeah, don't listen to
Rodman.
Doesn't Kim Jong-un listen to Mary J. Blige and Drake Hennessy?
Yeah, he actually listens to rap music. He actually listens to rap music. He watches basketball.
You're like Kim Jong-un. Who's your favorite?
He's really a Korean nigga, basically.
Yeah,
he's a North Korean nigga, basically.
Lauryn Hill.
Yeah, like apparently he listens to DMX and he listens to a lot of the artists.
When he drunk that Hennessy.
I'm doing all right.
When they told me that Kim drank that Hennessy.
Yeah, he drinks Hennessy. Yes, he does.
I said, it's over for this nigga. It's over for this nigga.
I sipped that gin
I know.
and
Yeah.
We don't love these hoes.
Yeah, he does. He drinks Hennessy.
Oh man.
He also drinks Divorcier too, apparently.
They have a diagram for them on this T680.
That's Saigon.
Yeah. So if you're black in North Korea, you're pretty much treated pretty nicely in North Korea if you're black in North Korea. I mean, don't get me wrong, you have more leeway than other people who go to North Korea and North Koreans, but you still got to follow the rules to a certain extent. But you get more leeway in North Korea than most other cultures for all intents and purposes if you're black in North Korea. Because I always talk about this because I actually went to North Korea. I went to North Korea to go to a ski resort, and they got one of the best ski resorts in the world. In North Korea. Matter of fact, let me go find it. It's a very lovely ski resort.
Bring that shit up. I want to see it.
Breakfast.
Sausage
I got an
and
inside
eggs.
jackpot. Awesome.
MGTOW in the wind sounds
So
like a
coffee,
steak and eggs
breakfast.
kind of guy in the morning.
He is.
I bet he has himself a trucker's breakfast. Steak and eggs.
Have y'all seen
He's got that
Batman Ninja?
digested. He goes and takes a shit at the truck stop and gets himself lunch, which is probably like a hot hamburger sandwich with French fries. And then for supper, he probably has himself hamburger steak and burritos from the gas station.
Burrito.
You gotta have them burritos from the gas station. What was those? What was the Tico brand burritos that we were talking about? We were gonna make a Tico brand, remember? Tico's burritos or something.
Freight train flavor.
Train flavor.
Tamales. Tico be eating tamales. Your grandma make tamales?
Tamales, yeah, she makes tamales.
Every single chip is just like coated front to back with just the spices. Just covered.
Not everybody's tamales are good. Like, I bet your grandma's tamales are really good. But these modern day Mexican fries, tamales be horrible. They be making some bad tamales. They don't make them like they're supposed to be made.
You'd be like, damn. You'd be like, damn, you
make
really.
blackened beans
He's like, I
anymore.
cook for you. You're like, yeah,
You don't even know how to make tostadas, bitch. Tostadas is easy as fuck. Even a white person can make tostadas. What's your problem?
Well, Mexicans are white people.
This guy.
I wouldn't say that.
Wait, you said what now? We have the Tingo channel. We have the Tingo channel.
We at the Tingo channel do not support this racism. Racism coming from off this black guy. We love all Latinos of all walks of life. And we do not support this bullshit.
How dare you? How dare you say that? I came here to learn. I should be learning. I should be in school.
We didn't have relish for a long time.
Right?
Oh, nice. But we finally got some relish. Bastards. Yeah, hopefully. More than likely, whenever they get done. Whenever the politicians get done with their dick sucking contest. You know?
Wait.
I mean, it's all
what the fuck is this?
Ski resort.
That's the ski resort in North Korea I was telling y'all about.
Put the one that I fucking have here.
Oh, Miss Frizzle and Miss Adventure! You guys are fighting again.
Are they strippers?
Look, he already hitting on a Korean woman already. Look at him.
He's like, yo,
he already
what up,
hitting on
bae?
one. She's just
Like,
blushing
what up,
and shit.
How you doing?
What up, bae? What up, Korean bae?
Yo, what up? My name's Chris. Chris?
Crispy Chris.
Crispy Chris. That's what we're going with now? Really?
Crispy Chris?
Look at this shit. Look at this shit.
Wow,
Look at this
empty.
shit, my guys. Look at
It's
this
like
shit.
a social distance. It's like a social distance spa.
Yeah.
That shit is dope.
Please
No, it's
don't
not.
drop. Please don't drop. Please don't drop. Please don't drop.
Ain't nobody
Your
doing
glass
shit.
bottle, and I don't want you to drop.
What the fuck?
Your glass bottle, and I don't want you to drop. There's one more thing I gotta grab. I just don't want to drop your glass bottle. Glass bottles don't do
They basically went during it's actually not the busy time yet when they went.
But literally
But it gets
no
packed
people
as
there.
hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have people there. That's like during the that's off season time basically.
So everybody's in like school right now.
Yeah,
Stay the
basically.
fuck on your side of the
Like,
table.
You really.
I should probably
Keep your weird head away from me. Put your sneeze guard on.
Look at this room go.
Thanks, bro.
This
What
reminds
the
me of
fuck
the
is
time
that?
this reminds me of
What
the
the
time
fuck
that
is
that I banged those 4 Asian prostitutes. Vivid memories.
You're really gonna make me do a fucking
Vivid memory, I
I
guess.
hate these fucking commercials. Fuck these commercials,
No, I
dude.
actually
Fuck
think
these
MGTOW
commercials.
and
Go fuck yourself
MGTOW
right
and the
now.
Wind's voice could be like in those old
Yeah, it's
those
like
old
Walmart.
video clips of it's like how to
You know,
be
it's like
abstinent.
Walmart. I gotta
Oh
get
my
some
god.
coffee.
Be like,
This
and it's like,
Abstinence
MGTOW and the
today.
Wind.
Here we go. Here
If
we
she
go.
gets
For
close,
abstinence
tell her
today.
no. If
No
she gets
means
close,
no.
I got you.
That
no
means
means
no
no.
too. Don't forget you can say no, guys.
And be careful, or else
Don't
shit
happen
might
to
get
say
cat
yes.
fornicated sideways.
Just the brothel look just
Right?
like
Right?
And
That's a
as
chick.
little and as my dad told me,
See,
there's
North Korean
multiple
women
ways
don't
to
really.
skin a
See,
cat.
North Korean women really don't wear. North Korean women don't wear makeup. They very rarely wear makeup, and if they do, it's like real ridiculous. Or they're probably in service, or they're probably like traveling or in service base. They're basically in service. You have to be in service if you're going to be wearing makeup in North Korea.
Not like
They're just some regular
leisurely.
ass family. Yeah, they don't wear makeup leisurely.
That's
Well, they
amazing.
need to wear makeup.
That's
I mean,
good.
how do
That's
they,
good
How do they
traditional.
hide the black eyes?
Fuck that.
They don't
I
get
won't.
abused. Shut up, hit and
Yeah, right. Don't
That's
tell me that
definitely
the don't tell me
that
that
was
the army
that was
doesn't walk
definitely
through every now and then and push the villagers around.
the
well, why would you
the
need to? Why would you need to abuse
other
somebody if
question.
they're already acting right?
Yeah.
That other chick
My
was
point
Because
exactly.
it's a power
My point
trip.
exactly.
It's because it's a
No,
power
there's no
trip.
need
Yeah, I
to
don't
power
need that
trip
much of power.
if you're getting
There's
shit
no
for
need
free,
for
if you're
Kim
getting
Jong
shit.
Il or Kim Jong Un to power trip, but
Look at him. He's trying
little
to teach
military
a Korean
guys.
girl how to ski. Look at him. Look at him.
True.
You know he's hitting on that Korean girl from the get go.
Well, they
He's
don't
trying to
have
teach
a
her how
bunch
to. He's
of,
trying to teach her how to snowboard.
but hidden. They don't have a bunch of indoctrination telling them if you're below 5 feet, then swipe left or anything like that. They're just
Yeah,
like,
literally. Yeah,
Their
literally.
indoctrination's a little bit
Oh shit.
more stringent,
Your
I would say.
indoctrination's a lot bit different. That's
the
why.
only time that they feel
I
that is when
guess.
Chris comes around and they're like,
teach
oh, why
North
did
Korean
it
women
feel
how
like
to snowboard
That's
and
a
shit.
whole other thing in North Korea. Swiping left means you're not.
Yeah,
getting
but
home.
it's not feminism though. I'd rather take that over feminism.
Hey, does Twisted Tea count as a brown liquor?
This
I don't even know
time.
what that is.
It's a malt liquor, pimpin'. It's a malt liquor.
Classifies as poison,
It classifies as malt liquor.
which is
Okay,
kind of like
got
a
it.
beer. Like a
It look. I don't think
Like
this
a
is
cross
for me, yo.
between
I
a
don't think
beer
my
and a fucking
melanin can
booze.
handle this kind of weather, yo.
Oh, trust me.
No, trust
It
me, they
doesn't get as
can.
cold as Russia. It
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
get as
you'll
cold
be
as
fine.
Russia. It's
You'll be
actually
fine,
really
trust
nice. The weather's actually really nice there. I mean, it's not nice enough for you to like walk around without no fucking coat on or anything like that. But it's nice enough for you to not to freeze to damn death.
You said, but Russia, it's awful in Russia.
Oh, it's like below 43 degrees in Russia sometimes. Especially
hell
smack dab in
nah.
the middle of
depends on
Russia.
where you are,
Yeah, Russia ain't for me either.
I remember I was in smack dab in the middle of Russia and it was froze. I was froze like a motherfucker.
So how do they fight so much in Russia?
Like a good example of that is like it was so cold in Russia, I shit you not. I literally felt like I just got mugged when I walked outside for 5 seconds. I felt like somebody just punched me in the stomach, like, punched me in the face, punched me in the stomach, kicked me in the kneecaps, and literally like, left me hunched over like running off with my wallet. Literally, that's how cold that
If
shit
you-
was in
So,
Russia.
like, there was this camp that
Like I
there was this
literally
cabin-
wanted to get a PFA on the win.
There was a cabin I went to in Itasca. It was 70 degrees below zero, and the pipes of the cabin froze. Literally froze
Yeah, like-
underground.
Siberia.
Yeah, Siberia is cold as hell. Anything near Siberia or closer
Fuck yeah.
is cold as fuck.
It's like
Like
Arctic.
Pavito, I stayed in Pavito, and that shit got to like minus 43 degrees. The funny thing about that though is I will admit this. I'll admit this. The craziest place I ever had sex was probably in Pavito, and it was in the dead of winter, in the fucking snow after making snow angels.
Uh-huh.
How the shit? Goddamn. You wasn't really wanted that.
Well, we were.
Really
The sad part about that, it went from making slow angels to play fighting to fucking.
So, Tico, So,
Yeah, I
Tico,
got hard. Yes, I got hard in the dead of winter.
so in Russia, you almost got a PFA on me, right? In Russia.
Huh?
You almost,
Well, no,
when
I'm
you
not
were
talking
in
about you,
Russia,
goofball.
you almost took out a
I
PFA on
wanted
the
to take
wind,
out a
right?
PFA on the fucking weather in Russia. That's how cold it was. I literally felt like I got mugged and shit. That's how cold that shit was.
Hey, look,
Any of y'all ever hear a wind chill factor?
I
Yeah,
did.
wind chill,
I
70
experienced
degrees.
that every
Wind chill
year.
factor. It's the
Yeah.
type of wind where it like literally blows through your fucking coat, and it's like fuck
Yeah.
your coat, bitch. It takes out your kneecaps, it takes out your joints, it takes the breath out of you. In Russia, it literally felt like it felt like somebody I felt like Sang Sung literally came up on me and just ripped my soul out of my body and shit like that. I shit you not. Yeah, like I really nigga just ripped my soul out of my body. Then kicked me in the back of my legs and kicked me in the knees and stole my wallet. That's literally how I felt.
That's pretty much how the wind chill factor works.
But this was worse than wind chill factor.
This survival tool is pretty cool.
I'm from a city that gets the wind chill factor. It's not as bad as Russia, but it's not as bad as Russia, the wind chill factor where I'm from. But it gets pretty bad.
It is.
Well,
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Every one of those Asian prostitutes that I was with looked better than any one of those North Korean chicks.
Well, yeah, they were wearing makeup.
They were wearing makeup.
The ones you weren't wearing makeup, yeah.
I mean, I couldn't see titty out.
I couldn't see. How about we just stop it? How about we just stop it right there?
In the dead of winter.
How about we just stop it right there?
It's dead of winter, right? It's like it's wintertime. They're on a freaking ski trail. You expect to see titties on a ski trail? You were definitely been indoctrinated in America if you expect to see titties on a ski trail.
She's like, bro,
that's
she
a white
had
woman shit right there.
Bro,
that's
she
a
had
white
no
woman
ass.
wasted shit right there.
She had no ass, bro. In that tight part, in that windbreaker, in that parka, she had no ass.
Gucci wrong for that.
Yeah, ain't nobody buying that shit. Ain't nobody buying that shit.
Not about
Is that a
buying,
man
it's
dress?
about putting something
That's a
out
man
there.
dress, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's about putting something out there. It's not about people buying it.
How did they
It's
get
about
him?
people
How did they
seeing
get
it.
him that skinny?
That's how skinny he really was.
Guy.
He's a toy boy.
I don't know guys
about the dress.
I don't know
It's just
guys
a
that
girl's
got that
dress
frame.
on
I
a
don't know a
guy.
guy that has that frame. I've never met a guy with that frame.
You ever been to Abercrombie and Fitch?
But even those,
there you go. Abercrombie and Fitch. Yeah, Abercrombie and Fitch. In the story.
They got the
and the
small
old Calvin
t-shirt
Klein
on and they
model.
still don't fill it.
So my everyday circle is nobody.
He had to restructure that from my everyday circle. I've never met.
Wait. wait. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Not.
Yam's that skinny. MGTOW wins that skinny.
How'd y'all get that skinny?
Well, no, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Yam is not as skinny as MGTOW to win. MGTOW to win is skinny as hell.
You don't get that way. You just don't.
Fucking move around a lot, you know.
MGTOW to win is taller and lanky.
Celebrities, right?
Like remember was y'all in the last year when I made a joke about MGTOW to win? He wasn't here. I said y'all remember the original Annie movie?
No.
Yeah,
it's a hard knock life.
Yeah, remember the original Orthan? Remember Pooh Jab from an Annie? He's a tall, lanky version of Pooh Jab.
Oh man, he drives the truck with that turban on and everything.
Yep.
With the little jewel on it on the front.
Yep. That's MGTOW to win in a nutshell. He's a tall, lanky version of Pooh Jab. Yeah.
I used to drive your truck for you, Sahib.
Right.
Coach Greg Adams said that there's these NBA players that they wear these dress rompers.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
And I was like why would you wear something like that?
They got. I mean, I guess
you're wearing something you're not.
Are they getting paid? Are they getting paid to wear that?
No, they choose to wear it.
This is romper room.
Those are your male feminists.
Yeah,
because it's Coach Greg.
Yeah. Those are your male feminists.
They wear the pajamas with the booties attached.
Yeah.
Like Dwayne Wade, LeBron James. All the
Stay off my man, LeBron fucking James. He's my man.
picture.
He is the
One
fucking
picture of
GOAT,
like,
*1 all time.
and it's funny.
Get that
All
fucking
that,
Jordan
now you got
bitch.
enough, dude.
The shape that the dude's in. If he's a professional athlete, he's in ridiculously good shape, and he's wearing this gay ass dress. Like,
You never see Muggsy Bogues
fucking
wearing
weird,
that.
bro. It's fucking weird shit.
Muggsy Bogues would never put that on.
No. Imagine like Sean
Larry
Kemp.
Bird. Larry
Imagine
Bird with
Sean
that.
Kemp doing some cocaine and coming out just like a girl.
Imagine Larry Bird wearing that orange dress.
You know what'd be funny?
Like, what the fuck? It's like, back on the farm, I used to like to wear red
You know what'd be funny? If Shaq and Kobe only retired because they tried to get them in them damn rompers.
Where did they find that much? Where did they find that much fabric for a shot?
Shaq has worn a dress before. Shaq has worn a dress.
Oh shit!
Putting that one on. That's not a nice dress.
Shaq has worn a dress.
Worn
Kobe
it
did.
too.
Shaq did. If I'm not mistaken.
Shaq wore it in
Shaq wore a dress.
No, you're thinking of Dennis Rodman. You're thinking of Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman did too. Let me hold on.
I'm just joking. I'm being simple right now. I'm just picking on
I'm trying to
Shaq
think.
wore a wig and everything.
Because all them NBA players be wearing dresses.
Maybe it was a football player.
The football players wear dresses too.
No, it's everywhere.
Cam Newton had a tutu on.
Oh shit!
A whole ballet.
It's not just black people. It's everybody.
Everybody.
Look around, man. It's everybody.
Everybody getting it.
Everybody.
The women even like bisexual men now. They don't like regular guys. They like bisexual men.
Exactly.
It
Like
starts
they'll
when the
ask you
boys are
questions
young,
about
too.
like, oh yeah, you think that guy's hot, and like you're just like, what?
What do a bunch of sisters like to do to a little kid? They like to fucking put makeup on him and test their makeup and shit. And they fuck
Oh
that
yeah,
kid's head
dress
up.
them up in
They
different
can
clothes
have
and
the
shit.
degeneracy. They can have the degeneracy.
Fucking weird, man.
Yeah.
They can have it.
That's all there is, man. Sodom and Gomorrah, man. Bunch of pillars of salt in waiting.
I see a bunch of girls talking about homophobia. I'm like, y'all are whack.
Well, they always the ones that first to call MGTOWs gay. It's like, what's wrong with being gay? I thought you were LGBTQ plus.
Why are you so homophobic right now?
Yep.
Because you know what, homophobic's coming back. You're almost allowed that now. Because it doesn't mean
I mean,
that
they
you
are-
don't
they
like
are
lesbians. It's just the gays.
They are pretty
Nah,
damn rapid.
We're gonna go back to the Matthew Shepard days.
That's true, Hidden.
If they
They're
don't
much more
quit
likely to
playing,
hate on
we're
gay
right
people
back
than they are to hate on lesbians.
Well, no, because the sad part about that, the reason why they're hating on gay people right now is because of the whole entire thing that gay people want out of the LGBTQ community.
They
There's
do?
a reason why they want out.
Yeah, they do.
I didn't know that. Why?
They want out because they
Because
think they're
they
going a little
stop
too
paying
fucking
attention
far.
to women. They stop paying attention to women. They don't really care about women as much anymore.
That whole
What they
movement
think.
is
So
a woman's
Well, no, it's not even that. It's not even that though. It's more or less the fact that that whole entire thing has gotten way fuck out of control. So the gay people are actually opt. If you ever notice, if you ever see LGBTQ community and no gay guys show up,
That is
very
true.
rarely
That's
do you
the
see another
thing.
gay guy show up.
It used
So
to
they're
be.
opting. They're
It used
actually
to
opting
be.
out
Yeah,
of a
they've co-opted the gay movement.
community.
So now the gays.
Because the sad
want
part
out
about
of
that.
it.
Because the sad part
It's
about
been
that, they
co-opted.
co-opted the gay community because the gay community is the only community that actually has the biggest backing behind them. It's simply what I said about the whole entire. Like a good example of that is Hidden can actually co-sign on this one. Like apparently a while ago, they basically tried to have the. They used to have the gay pride parade, and they used to have the lesbian pride parade, and they had it on opposite weekends. The sad part about that is everybody showed up for the gay pride parade, but nobody showed up for the lesbian parade. So what happened is they tried to move it a little bit. They tried to move it a week closer, and the same thing happened. Everybody showed up at the gay pride parade. Nobody showed up at the lesbian pride parade. So they moved it to the same weekend, and they did it. I think they did the gay pride. They did gay pride on Saturday, and they did the lesbian pride on Sunday. And everybody showed up at the gay pride parade, and nobody showed up at the lesbian pride parade. So then they moved it on the same day as gay pride parade, and now everybody shows up. Now they feel special.
You know what they used to call lesbians?
same with
Demon
this
possessed
thing
or
with
witches.
the male pill, or like the only pills that males are given when it comes to sex and stuff that makes the woman feel good. Like things to make his erection last longer.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that gets women to like look better or perform better in bed. They just lay there. They just got to lay there like stick figure.
No, they got some form called ecstasy.
You mean a dead fish?
Give him that ecstasy pig. Pop the X. I'm sweating. Woo.
Molly.
Do they actually do more stuff in the bedroom when they're on ecstasy or no?
Yep. Just don't let it overheat. Just don't let it overheat. Let it make a drink. Don't let it overheat though.
Gotcha.
We sitting here telling. Hold on. We telling people to give people drugs. I did not say that. I did not say that.
We're saying if they're taking drugs, make sure they stay
We
hydrated.
at the Tico Trend channel do not support or condone taking drugs or giving women
Okay.
drugs.
Now
we at the Tico channel do not support this. We never support this. We'll never be behind this.
Unless it's to help Bill Gates do research to make the chip.
That's how Bill Cosby got snatched. I don't support that. You know?
Sweetheart, it's like I did the research so you wouldn't have to.
Right, I did the research so you wouldn't have to, right?
It's like hidden tested, mother approved.
Hidden tested, mother approved, right? Kicks.
There he is, MGTOW in the wind.
Commercial.
He's driving his
There's so many slogans right now you gotta use.
Yeah, that's the Kicks. That was the Kicks commercial slogan. They still make Kicks, by the way.
Streams, they're more than good. They're great.
What is this thing?
Mikey doesn't like anything.
Is this Magic Johnson's son?
Yeah, give it to Win. He'll eat it. He'll eat anything.
As long as it ain't got
ravioli. Shit, you eat cottage cheese. That's what we was talking about him about. Him eating cottage cheese and shit.
Cold ravioli.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
No. That's laziness right there. That's straight laziness. Okay, don't even try that shit with me,
Cuts
man.
open the can of
That's
ravioli
fucked up.
with his
That shit is fucked up by third world country standards. Okay, that is not you. You gotta do what you gotta do type shit. That is some lazy shit. Okay.
Heats it up on the end.
Hey, but shit, on my 34, you know I do it big, right?
Big and tall.
If it's cold, you don't do it big.
Hey, look, it's warm.
Things are only big. Things only be big with heat because the heat expands it. When you do it cold, that shit is condensed. You do that shit hella condensed.
Right, hella condensed.
Yeah, man, your nuts shrivel right up.
Technically,
speaking of which, When do you need a rice cooker?
Ooh,
I already got one.
No, you don't.
Some rice balls.
I do got a rice cooker.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sticky rice?
By the way, does anybody know how to grow grapes?
Yeah.
On a vine.
On a vine.
A tree.
I grow blueberries.
We call them home.
I want to start a
home boyardee. Home boyardee. When's home boyardee? Home boyardee.
This dude kind of looks like
truck boyardee.
Yeah.
That's MGTOW to win. That's MGTOW to win when you see him in person.
Turban and all.
Wow. No turban.
He even has a
trust me.
on his chest.
He got the turban.
In the metal
really, Wind?
He got the turban, and he actually wears white. He looks like He looks like a black Haji.
Haji got the juice. I got the gene.
Johnny Quest. He looks like a black Haji from Johnny Quest and shit.
Calls everybody.
Got the little jewel in his turban and everything.
And he says, "Wallahi guy."
Right.
Sim Salabim.
Right. Sim Salabim. Right.
Sim Salabim.
I used to crack me up when Haji used to do that shit.
That was my favorite shit. Jungle Book, not Jungle Book, but Johnny Quest. I said, fucking Johnny Quest and shit. That's be my shit, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I was about 50 by the time that came out.
Codename Kids Next Door. It's a good ass TV show.
You know about what you know about Two Stupid Dogs?
Oh, that was actually a good show.
That's a good show. Yeah.
Good show, buddy. Yeah, that was legendary. Actually, and besides that show, there was another one. It was There was another one besides that. Actually, it was
Secret
tons.
Squirrel. Secret
That
Squirrel.
was like part two. That was like part two to Two Stupid Dogs. That was like the part two to it. I remember that.
That was a good shit.
They had a lot of cartoons that came off of Two Stupid Dogs. They had Two Stupid Dogs. They had Secret Squirrel, and they also had something else that came out of that show.
Damn. Johnny Bravo.
No, not Johnny Bravo. No.
Johnny Bravo.
That was Johnny Bravo.
Yeah, that fucking show.
Ren and Stimpy.
Ren and Stimpy was out there.
Ren and Stimpy was just.
Oh, cow and chicken tea. Cow and
Yeah,
chicken.
that's what it was. Cow and chicken.
They had the
disgusting shit.
Beavis and
Rocco's Modern Life.
Was it Ren and Stimpy?
Ren and Stimpy, Rocco's Modern Life. There was also somebody fell out. It was probably when
Stimpy.
Stimpy, why are you always jacking off?
Space madness.
Like he's giving
Thundercats.
flying butt pliers.
Thundercats, yep.
What about
GoBots and Transformers, G.I. Joe.
Fucking Barney.
And now
remember when the wrestlers used to have their own little Saturday cartoon show? The wrestlers? Yeah. Mr. T. Was it Hulk Hogan or was it Slaughter? And a couple other people were literally on that show. Oh, Ultimate Warrior was one of the people on the show too.
Ultimate Warrior.
Talking about the rock and wrestling.
The wrestling
I love wrestling.
Oh, they had Junkyard Dog and they used to have Earn T.
Yep.
And then Mr. T had his own fucking mystery.
Fucking who else?
Yeah. That's back when Mr. T was on every single last show and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. T was in G.I. Joe. Mr. T was in Scooby-Doo. Mr. T was like every fucking where.
He was in Rocky 3.
He did better than Mike Tyson.
We'll talk about all the cartoons.
No way.
Well, yeah, the Mr. T's fucking adventures.
Matter of fact, Mr. T was actually in the Care Bears too. Now that I think about it.
Mr. T had cereal, man.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Mr. T was in the Care Bears too. I think.
That
Care Bears cartoon as well.
Yeah. They took all the alphabets T's and they put them in a cereal and called it Mr. T cereal. And it was just
Mr. T's. Yeah. Literally called it Mr. T's.
Wow.
Wonder if that's why you got Twisted Tea.
No,
it's not.
No.
Mr. T will tell you, don't be drinking. Pity the fool that goes out there drinking.
Twist the fool.
For
Pity the fool. Twisted Tea. That'd be a good ass advertisement.
That would be.
That true serum boy.
I'm gonna get on
Pity that fool. Drinking that Twisted Tea all the time.
I pity the fool drinking the Twisted Tea.
Why? How come you try to get every word out so fast? Like before he said the next word, he just pitiful. Goddamn it over there.
Because he don't got the lung capacity.
He's doing no endurance, no condition.
Well, the sad part about that, Mr. T wasn't that fast. I actually did it faster than what Mr. T would normally do it.
Pitiful.
Oh.
He just put a lot of energy into his words.
Well, the sad part about that is I naturally speak faster any damn way in person anyway, so it's not like it really matters.
He got that because he was learning how to do promos and shit.
Yeah. I pity the fool.
It's if you look at wrestlers when they're doing their promos and they're all excited, the ones from the 80s and 90s anyways, you look at their diaphragm when they're they're like scrunching their throat up and they're forcing the air out with their diaphragm.
I think the person that cut the best promo, the best original promo without any gimmicks or any stupid shit was Roddy Piper back in those days.
He was nice.
Oh my gosh, they live.
Had gimmicks? What are you talking about? He was a crazy guy.
Well, no, but he wasn't talking crazy like he was Hulk Hogan or Macho Man Randy Savage, or he wasn't
like
talking crazy like he was Mr. T and stuff like that.
No,
he basically
was more like a crazy guy.
Well, that's different though.
Who was the black guy that was in WW?
New Jack was a crazy guy too, right?
New Jack was real crazy.
Yeah, New Jack. Yeah, New Jack. Who wanted to stab somebody, right?
With a fork.
Oh, by the way, I
More
think
than
this
that.
is
Beat the
just
shit out of
one of
that guy
these
that's
one of
like
these
you.
days in October or last month was the anniversary of that Mandalay Bay shooting, and
Oh, wow.
apparently on that day, somebody got stabbed to death and another person got shot to death there was a shooting in the valet section of another place in Las Vegas. So it's like in the valet section, and apparently the police shot killed that guy. And so like on the anniversary of that shooting, a bunch of like crazy stuff happened as well. Like there was a stabbing and a shooting on the same day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Ignorant ass people.
Ignorant breeds ignorant. Hey, look, don't just blame the lack of the daddy.
Right. Wonder why the diaspora doesn't want anything to do with
Hey, welcome to the diaspora. We've been waiting for you to realize it.
These two are.
Oh, trust me, I realize it. Trust me,
Now
I
that
realize
you know,
it.
what are you gonna do about it?
I ain't gonna do a
damn thing.
You're not supposed to do anything.
I ain't gonna
That's
do
the
a
point.
motherfucking thing.
Is half
the day, like that, I ain't gonna do a
G.I.
motherfucking thing.
Joe.
A real American hero.
Like I said, I ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing to say about it, you know? You want me to fix the diaspora? Get fucked. You know? I can't fix that shit.
Vietnam
Nobody
and play
can.
Russian roulette.
Pretty much. Pretty much all you can do is play Russian roulette. That shit.
Deer hunter.
That's all
You saying do what, Hunter? This guy.
Like in Deer Hunter,
Oh, like in Deer Hunter. I was like, wait a minute, this guy.
Going to Vietnam and fucking playing Russian roulette.
Oh, I dropped the continuation.
Like
I dropped the continuation list for women not to date.
Oh yeah, I was gonna read the comment. Oh man, I forgot. Shit. I was gonna read the comment from what's his name? From Black Pill, Red Pill Philosophy on your content or on your list for women to date. He actually came on with like a bunch. Not to date, yeah. He actually came up with a big ass list.
No, I haven't.
Which is basically most of the women in America. Which is basically most of the women in America.
Of all the people on that list, do you have trans women on there?
Of course.
Yeah, I do have trans on the second one, I think. No, I don't have trans on the second one. I have it on the first one.
I was gonna say you had to wait to the second one. Oh.
Black Pill, Red Pill Philosophy posted a day ago. It says, young used up women, old used up women, young used up women, old used up women, former whore, former slut, Tinder thought, Instagram thought, high maintenance women, low maintenance women, conservative women, fake conservative women, liberal women, libtard women, alpha widow, beta widow, omega widow, fat women.
Trend Family's list of female professions to never date continues. Twitch talks, OnlyFans, porn stars, IG model, exotic dancers,
IG model,
Snapchat models, cheerleaders, influencers, BLM supporters, reality TV stars, Google employees, SJWs, politicians.
Google employees. Wow.
Politicians.
Susan.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I agree.
The third one's going to have YouTube stuff. YouTube. I think I put YouTube. I did put YouTube employees in that one. Yeah, YouTube employees was in that one. There goes the original one.
I would never date a YouTube employee unless it was for
YouTube
like
CEOs.
1,000 subscribers.
You have to put YouTube CEOs
I
in there.
refuse to date.
I would never. I don't care. I don't care if you're gonna give me 1 million subscribers and a plaque and a couple plaques. I'm still not dating a fucking YouTube employee. Get fucked.
So single moms.
1 million subs? For 1 million subs?
You're on
I'm trying to
Facebook
get
every
a million
day.
just so I can get with a YouTube employee.
There goes the original one.
Trend Family's list of female professions to never date. Bartenders, waitresses, strippers, news reporters or anchors, weather girls, Call girls addicts, hairstylists, makeup artists, strippers, prostitutes, baristas, artists, teachers, actresses, models, dating coaches, fitness models, party girls, welfare queens, musicians, secretaries, personal assistant, and anything with private or personal in the title, ballerinas.
Anything with personal or
Ballerinas.
private in the title. Ballerinas, yeah.
I'm a
I,
personal
I left it
Retired
open-ended like that on
self-employed
purpose.
employee.
I'm a
People be
private. Just
sleeping on
stop
these
right there.
ballerinas. They be thinking these ballerinas is sweet, and they be doing this as much nasty stuff.
I mean,
You know,
they're flexible, but but it comes at a cost.
I think gymnasts. Well, I said females, so transgender don't really count in my eyes. So I
no,
said
yeah.
female. So yeah, so the next one's
Stem.
going to have
Stem.
gymnasts, and
Registered
Because
nurses,
nurses in STEM.
please
yeah,
put
nurses.
registered nurses. I need y'all to
Well, no,
all put
well, no,
nurse.
because it all depends. Because I say all registered nurses, then I would be disrespecting a lot of registered nurses that actually are very good at their job. Because like not all registered nurses are like the registered nurses in America.
Okay. No. American nurses. Get their
Okay,
ass
I'll
out of
put
here.
that one. American nurses. Okay, fine. I'll put American
It's
nurses in the
called
next
a
one.
registered thought. A registered
Yes.
thought.
American nurses.
Get away from me. Have y'all
Regulars, don't touch my IV.
Have y'all seen Angels of Death?
Don't give me levothyroxine.
So Angels of Death is a bunch of American nurses. No, it's a bunch of nurses, period. Killing motherfuckers. Nurses are murderers.
Oh yeah, what's her name? The
American
Kliepenhofer girl. That girl who had like kleptomania and like a bunch and like psychosis, and she would just euthanize her older hospice care patients. Just give them insulin, and then they would die. Like their organs would like shut off, and then she's just like, yeah, I knew it was bad,
So
but I
Tico
didn't.
So Tico add the whole matter of fact, Tico add the whole American healthcare team, the CNAs, the doctors, the nurses,
EMTs, female
right?
EMTs.
What? EMT females.
EMT be
EMT
fucking
female.
in the ambulance on the way there, and then you got the EMT,
Right?
and then you got
Really fucking man,
then you got
right?
the police officers, the fire thoughts.
Military enlisted and officer.
Yes.
Military enlisted and officer.
Yep.
Off the list.
Toilet bowl cleaner.
Yeah, military enlisted and officers.
Matter of fact, if she got up to date registration, up to date license, she ain't no good in America. If her car is
wow.
because most women can't keep their registration and stuff up to date in America. So if it's up to date,
problem with that. And the sad part about that, the hospitals pay for that, don't they?
The hospitals.
Let me say something here. The reason I said military enlisted and officer, I've stayed in an enlisted barracks.
Yeah, that ain't no good.
Let's just say there's a reason they coined the phrase barracks buddy. There's a reason that when they on certain days that I was the only motherfucker who didn't have to go to the clinic. You know?
My mother's a marriage counselor for the military, and she told me that there was this thing called the red light, green light district. And whenever your husband got deployed, they take the floodlights from the back and put in the front, and they put the yellow light from the front and put it in the back.
Yep.
That shit right there blew my mind. I'm like,
In Canada, they put a soapbox in their front window. Tide box.
And I would say they got some stories. I got some stories. Man, I'm the only motherfucker who didn't have to go to the clinic on every fucking weekend. You know? I mean, like I said, I've seen motherfuckers get. I mean, these freaking some of these military housewives are some freaks. Nullified, bona fide freak. You got
Now
Bona
he got understand
fide.
bona fide now.
Double
Now
tap
you got
those
understand.
motherfuckers. Double tap those.
nullified, bona fide freak. And then you
Oh
got
yeah, man. C Boogie Productions. He has a story about how he was on the base and he was going and banging this German military. Some
no,
girl.
that's overseas. We're talking about in Conan. We're talking about in America, in American barracks. No, like I said, it's like a corporal went overseas with attachment, and this dumb idiot was up here talking to this corporal wife. We won a Christmas party while this dude's overseas. I'm like, and we're looking at like, they're like, okay. And then I see her again, like, he's basically him and another corporal is still basically going over there and tagging his wife at the same damn time. You know? You like that's some nasty shit. And then they got a sergeant trying to push his wife on somebody else so they can, because he's sick of her. He's trying to push his wife on somebody else. Somebody on that wife, like, he's sick of her. You want to go there? No, hell no. I got 4 of them. I mean, it's like, this sergeant is trying to get rid of the chick because he's sick of her. And they got the fucking corporal married, and they got people getting married to get out the fucking barracks. And then we go to a freaking party, everything's going well. This chick, good old fashioned psycho chick comes over and jacks everybody up. There goes the fun. Yep. And it's like, what the fuck? And then you got a freaking female gunnery sergeant laying pipes for people to pick up rank.
They call it what they call that?
Yeah, and laying pipe on the master guns to pick up rank. Bro, for those of you who don't know what the master gun, there's master gunnery sergeant.
No. Right.
It's like, come on. You guys surely had a kid, at least one kid, from laying a pipe to push somebody up the chain of command. What the flying piss? That's crazy. But it's like, this is the tip of the iceberg. Then you got freaking Lance Corporal, stick with a sergeant. Not only gets a suspended bus, but gets a detached to Japan and corporal. Tell me how that works. And I'm ready to bust my ass off, and I can't get corporal until I leave. Sergeant Mason was pissed that I left. Sergeant Mason, the incoming Sergeant Major, he saw my work ethic. He was pissed that I was gone. Because I was the only one who was one of the few people that would actually work. They actually cared.
So can I add that hardworking men and men that date where they work are the first to be sacrificed?
Yep.
If you work hard, and you're accountable, sacrifice. Because you putting pressure on everybody else. So they want to get rid of you.
Yep.
And then as soon as you date a bride at your job, you might as well get ready to start looking for a new job. As soon as y'all break up, she's not gonna let all that free. You done seen her asshole winking shit. She's not about to let you walk around that job happy.
Right.
See, this is what the name of the stream is on the Red Pill Black Pill channel.
She let you see her asshole wink.
Oh, good lord, y'all ain't got no damn sense.
That's a fucking awesome stream name. I don't know what you're talking about. She let you see her asshole wink. I love it.
Well, let me See, it's called
It's a
red
new
pill.
Saturday
Let me
night
blow it up.
stream. She let her.
Let you
No,
see
it's
her
not.
asshole wink. Find out what it means to me. Let you see
She
her
let you
asshole
tongue dart
wink.
the star
Take
fruit, so
care,
you can't see her at work anymore.
Show it to me, show it to me, show it to me, show
All
it
the
to me,
girls
show
at
it to
work
me,
know
show it
that
to
you
me, show it
fucking
to
got
me.
her on that.
Asshole wink. Just a little bit. Ha ha. What you want, baby? I got
You see,
what you need.
that's the name of the stream right there.
All I'm asking
Midnight Club Edition.
for a little
Midnight
wink
Club
to get
Tico
home.
Edition. Midnight Club Tico Edition on the Black
Hey,
Red Pill channel.
Hey, question.
Matter of fact, there's more people watch. The sad part about that, there's more people watching it over there than on the main channel.
Hey, question. How many
They're
people
watching
watching
they're literally all over there on the second half, watching the second half of the stream on that channel, which is actually pretty funny.
Hey, how many people watching it on Twitch?
No, but I didn't stream it to Twitch.
Yeah.
Dark skin. No, yeah, Laszlo's on Twitch right now. Just
Yeah,
going
Laszlo's
ham
on
in
Twitch
some
right now.
Warzone.
He's going ham in Warzone right now, so I can't stream it on Twitch. Well, I can stream it on Twitch, but I would probably bump Laszlo basically.
Hey, Tigger, what game system you playing off of, man?
Huh?
What game system you playing off of?
I play computer, and every now and again I'll play with Laszlo on his Xbox 4.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not the Xbox 4. I mean PlayStation 4. He's getting
Man,
an
that
Xbox.
computer game is
He's getting a PlayStation. He's getting a PlayStation 5 when it comes out, and Karen and Deshari and Talia are all getting a Xbox.
I'm getting Xbox because it goes with my computer. I bought that blade, whatever. So I already got. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Microsoft. Fuck.
I ain't fucking with Microsoft.
Why, man?
Bill Gates.
What good games do they have?
I want to play Gears of War, but Gears of War.
They used to. They had Gears of War. They have Halo, and that's about the extent of their. Now that they bought Bethesda, they might have Bethesda games on there, but I highly doubt Bethesda will stop selling to everybody else.
Yeah, I got a question.
But they got COD Warzone. They'll have Warzone on there too.
Yeah, does Xbox have a game? Does the new Xbox have a game CD cartridge or CD tray?
No, none of them do. Not the PlayStation, not the PlayStation or the Xbox do.
Well, I ain't buying neither one of them.
Yeah, they don't have a CD tray.
I'm not buying neither one of them. I'm gonna tell you why.
You know what? What's the point of me buying an Xbox then because I bought that Blade Razor?
Well, the sad part about that is basically what happens with that is you basically have to download it onto your game, and I believe that there's probably a code that you can actually download it onto your console, so you don't have to worry about wasting money.
So let me break this.
There should be a code of some sort on your on that game that you bought.
Let me break this to you. I'm gonna say this. This is the reason why I buy CD games, because those keep developers in line. Those keep the game companies in line.
That is true.
They want to make quality games so that they don't try to so that they don't get wrong. It's like people not live to this, and then they play a trash game, and then it gets an accumulation of trash games. I will not freaking buy a console without a CD case straight. You know?
Wait, no, I made a mistake. The Xbox does have one. The PlayStation doesn't.
Ooh, Xbox, I'm gonna get.
Well,
yeah, Xbox has one. PlayStation doesn't.
It seems like Xbox is smarter.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Xbox now. It does have one. I made a mistake. My bad. The Xbox
Well, they
does
say
have
the
one. I'm about to show you right now.
I mean, where I
See, it has one right here.
Oh shit, that's it.
What are you talking about?
It's nothing but a box, bro.
Yeah, that's the new Xbox Series X.
It's just
like
a box.
Like I said, if you want to remove a CD tray, that means that you want to basically push a woke narrative, right?
You can get the PS5 with the disc on it.
You can?
Yeah, there's 2 different versions.
Oh, there's 2 versions? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
there's a digital only version and then there's a disc version.
Okay, they do have. Okay, I see it right here. Found it. They do have. They have 2 different versions. So you can get one with. You can get one with or without right there.
I want one with one with
SD drive on it too.
I want the one with.
So there's no.
Yeah, the one without is called the digital. It's called the digital edition. The one without is just called the Xbox 5. I mean, the PlayStation 5, basically. So you get the PlayStation 5. You got the PlayStation 5 digital edition.
And it's got an SD
Yeah,
hard
fuck
drive
that
in it.
digital edition. Let me break this. Let me break this to you. As I said, they're basically the disc tray keep game developers in line. You know, if you get a disc tray, they're in line.
They even got a black one. They even got black ones. Nice.
That
they got
shit's
black
cool.
ones. That's
I might get a PS5.
Well, I know 2 of my. I know one of my children are getting a PS5, and the other ones are getting Xboxes. And another one's getting a PS5, the other one's getting an Xbox, and the other one wants the one of my daughters won a gaming rig, like their dad.
It's always good when the daughters want to build their dad.
Hey, look,
yeah, I know.
My sister built her gaming rig. You know, my sister built
I got 2 gaming rigs. I got a DIY one. And I got one that I built myself. It is really, really nice.
Yeah. So
that was nice.
Yep.
Yeah. So they both come with a CD tray.
So
you got one. You got to pick one or the other, basically. I don't know what the price difference is, but if you get the one with the CD tray, now that'd be funny if the one with the CD tray costs you more money than the one without the CD tray. Watch.
It does.
It will.
He said it does. It says it does. It does.
Well,
I knew it.
Of course it does. It's got a
If
drive
it worth
in it.
every penny of it, I don't want digital shit. You're not gonna push full digital because
It costs more. It's
I
more
want
parts.
them. I don't trust.
That part about the digital one. If you're going to get the digital one, you're going to have. You're probably going to need. You're definitely going to need. You're going to need the internet hooked up to that shit because there's no way in hell you're playing that without the internet.
Yeah, the thing is, like, why the hell? What I said is like, why the hell would I want to get digital? And I mean, first off, digital, you don't get these motherfuckers lines. Like, digital, they can fuck you.
Well, first off, your ass is in a truck, so your ass shouldn't be thinking about digital any damn thing. First off, secondly,
right?
Ain't nothing. Everything analog.
Only thing digital. The only thing digital your ass should have is a TV. That's it.
So you can stay informed about the world.
I'm serious. That's the only thing you should have digital in your damn truck.
So you can give good PSAs. Like stay away from the bottom feeders. The bottom feeders.
He does that from his cell phone already.
He does. True, he does.
Yeah, I get enough. I do. I mean, shit. You see my last video.
Yeah, some of the shit that Win does with his cell phone and very little shit just makes me laugh. I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. So when the fuck did he add that thumbnail?
Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna go back and just like put random thumbnails on my videos. Like that's definitely gonna make them more appealing. It's like you see something like
all you gotta do is actually just upload download the what's it called YouTube Studio on your phone.
Right.
And you can go back right away and actually download it. This is typically what I do when I'm in the middle of a live stream and I want to change the titles and shit like that, or if I want to change the thumbnails and shit like that.
Yeah, I realize that I can change I can change the stream description while I'm streaming. While I'm literally streaming it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to make thumbnails, or I'm figuring all this shit out now.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Because I really I've been out here see, this is what I'm thinking. I want to bring reality to virtual rather than to be virtual reality. I want to bring reality to this virtual shit. Because I've been out here in the world, so I got a lot to talk to virtual reality about, but I don't know how to do a lot of shit on the internet. I'm figuring it all out.
And I'll tell you one damn thing. You don't ever want to borrow my phone to do it.
Yeah, you don't want Wynn's password.
You don't want Wynn's phone, period.
You
You
don't
don't
want
want
to be doing
Wynn's phone.
VR
You don't
with
want
all the
Wynn's phone at
porn
all.
he's got on his phone. You'll be
Mm-hmm.
fucking lost.
You liable to get arrested for a
in
Wynn
the
phone.
middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
I got the
Where
VR.
did you go that phone?
Like a good example right now is
Fucking sick. I love it.
I'm going to go between Hidden, MGTOW, and the Win, and I'm going to say probably at MGTOW Absolute. If they pass away, one of us have to run to their fucking
and
delete
get their
their history.
shit.
Basically,
We have to go to
we have
all
to delete
their
their
shit.
history before
Yeah.
their family finds out about it. That's typically we got in the last.
We have to. We're just gonna scrub. We're gonna be spending like the next
We
6
got to
to
literally
7
scrub their
hours
We
scrubbing.
literally got to scrub their search history.
I'm
If they pass away.
Laszlo's got to
to
help
clear
too.
out.
Laszlo's got to help.
Laszlo's got to help too.
$25
It's not just that.
every history.
Dad, I can hear
It's
Laszlo
not
now.
just the
I can hear
history. I
Laszlo
need you
now.
to.
Daddy, what's Vietnamese sluts part 2?
I'm not worried about the search history. There's some shit in the top drawer I'm gonna need you to get rid of in my room.
Wow. Unbelievable.
You gotta get in there before they open that
I
up.
remember when Hidden said to me, Tico, if I die, come delete all my history and come hide all the shit in my one drawer. I was like, wait, what? Nigga, what? Wait a minute. Whatever happened to just delete your history?
I need someone who's a friend but kind of a stranger to come and get this shit out of here.
Right?
Just
That
come
way you
dressed
can't
up
judge
like
me.
a UPS guy. I don't know.
Right? You can't judge me.
I mean, it's not gonna matter if I'm already dead.
No, it's just
no, it's still gonna matter because guess what?
It's all about the decency of the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want the person being seen in a certain way.
No, it's not that. It's you don't want the person that's gonna find it to find it. You don't want them
basically.
to have their heart broken and shit.
Or like your mom or your grandma or
Yeah.
something like that.
Oh
yeah,
my
you don't want the
God! Look what's in his top
All
drawer.
of which are dead. All of which are dead.
Your sister.
That's in his sock drawer.
She's on her
Oh
way
my
out the door.
God.
She's got congestive heart failure.
Tina.
Oh shit!
She
Wow,
already knows
Wynn.
I'm fucked up. She already knows I'm fucked up.
True.
This is some of the realest shit I've ever heard.
What?
Yeah, this is real. This is
She's
bleeding
still alive,
edge.
right?
This is
Like, she
bleeding edge.
didn't have heart failure and die. And then
That shit was real as fuck. Exactly.
here I come
this-
down.
Yeah, I know.
That was
Not
real
even
as
cold
fuck.
yet. Perfect.
True
I
story.
like
When they
that.
get cold, they're all
I mean,
dead. They can't move their arms
and
and
the
stuff.
thing is, she's not even old.
She's
She got
still been
diabetes.
dead for a week.
Donate the Wynn's
She's not even
cash
dead
app.
yet. She's not even
She's
dead
not
yet.
that
She's
old.
not even that
She's
old.
only been dead for a week.
I mean, she's going through heart
And
failure.
when's the reason why she's dead? Because she got a heart attack looking at his fucking search history and shit.
Oh no! Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Oh shit! She
Look,
knows better.
Oh my God!
Look, my older sister knows and the younger sister knows that I'm fucked up.
I'm gonna have to delete MGTOW and the Wynn's search history. I'm gonna have to delete his search history, and I gotta fly to MGTOW absolutely delete his search history for that's the way too.
You gotta find someone.
I gotta
you
delete a lot of
stop
search
her from
histories.
Loading the bullets in the gun.
I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked if I got to delete Baron Yam's search history too. He ain't trying to admit it right now, but I would not be shocked if I got to delete his search history.
There's nothing in there that's bad.
You sounded kind of hesitant about that, Yam. You sounded real hesitant about that, Yam.
You gotta mail his
You're like, hey, will you come in for the lie detector?
There's nothing in there.
Yes, yeah. I would take a lie detector test. How do those work?
I just took something called Molly.
Chica will never ask. I will say this: Chica will never ask to borrow my phone.
I won't. I'll just be without a phone until I get back to my phone.
Just he'll use it. He just doesn't want to.
No, I ain't gonna use it.
Gloves. He'll
No,
use it, but he wants to be
I ain't
wearing
gonna
gloves.
use it. I'm not even gonna break out my monk kit and try to sanitize the shit. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll just wait till I get back to my car or wait till I
Keep pointing
recharge
that
it
thing
again.
away from me.
The monk kit. Wow.
You know Adrian Monk?
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I wasn't gonna break out my monk kit for that.
Or
hand
like in
sanitizer and
or like
shit.
in Toy Story where the guy's like cleans Woody. He's like all
Yeah.
super OCD about it.
Yeah.
Like trying the shoes and like
MGTOW in the Wind has to get a sticker that goes on
scrubbing
the
the
driver's side
eyeballs.
door that says Monk Mode or something.
Yeah, literally.
Monk Mobile.
Hey,
The monk truck. Monk truck.
they
Yeah,
not
I was.
wrong.
The
I mean,
Monk
It's a
they
Mobile.
can't.
jungle out there. It's a
I mean,
jungle out there.
give me a magnet. Give me a magnet for that. You know,
Send my monk.
a MGTOW magnet.
MGTOW
You know what?
magnet. Oh yeah, stick of them.
Magnet Monk.
Magnet monk. Yeah, that'd be good. That would actually.
Magnet monk.
Yeah. Magnet.
Now I said, all I need is a magnet to stick on the side of my truck.
Or
So I don't have
Winneto. Winneto.
Magneto Monk.
Winneto with
Winneto
a
monk.
helmet. Big ass helmet.
And his sidekick, Magneto Cheeto.
Magneto Cheeto, really? That's what we going with? Magneto Cheeto, this guy.
Oh, that tells me I gotta go to bed, man. I gotta be at work in like 4.5
Yeah,
hours.
I gotta go to bed too.
Yeah,
I gotta go to
the
bed
opposite,
too.
trying to stay up and be big boys. All right, we're gonna end this. Everybody do their outros.
I just got here. Damn it.
Too bad. Outros.
This is Face Ghost, better known as fucking Mr. fucking MGTOW, also known as Hidden MGTOW, also known as some other fucking shit, fucking Ghost Rider, and 25 other assorted fucking freaks you'll be finding out about soon enough.
This guy.
And I'm fucking
The Feebles.
Fucking Feebles, man. Meet the fucking Feebles are on my channel. Go and check that out. It's fucking disgusting.
I watched it twice.
Very, very
Gross.
well
They bang, and then she's like, "Come on."
When the minute you say that, that Willie guy from American Idol popped in the mouth. She bang.
She bang.
Yeah, the Asian guy.
baby,
She
what
bang.
you
She
will.
bang. He literally popped into my head when you said that. She
William
bang.
Hung.
She bang. Yeah.
William Hung.
Hung.
Oh,
Like hung like
baby,
a,
what
like
you
a,
The sad part about
hung
that,
like
you
a
know, he
horse.
actually got a record deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She bangs. She
was a
bangs.
hit.
That
2.0.
wasn't the song though. And his song sucked, and nobody cared, and he fucking disappeared.
He got a record deal basically
So whatever,
just for being
you're right.
basically for being a tryhard.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, he did try to
He's so awfully bad that he ended up being so awfully good.
Too good to be fucking
Yep.
sold.
Crazy.
True story.
Mhm.
All
It
right.
happened.
Who is next?
I guess
Outro
Wendy's.
music.
I am.
Yeah.
All right, this is Big Down the Wind. Also on brand new too, Windy. Freaking let all the stuff that was said on the stream, they pour that in the glass, and let that swirl around in your head like a fine glass of wine.
This motherfucker.
Hey, look, you said trolling you was fine.
Yeah, sure I did.
Yeah, so I'm safe. It's an election.
Trill election. Oh, goodness gracious.
Election. What?
I kind of fucked up on that bet.
True. No sweetheart, do your outro. This guy.
This is No Sweetheart 2.0. We're gonna get out of here. We done with these hoes, and that's it.
Hidden already went, so that leaves
Also,
Marianne.
yeah. Also
Or
known as,
Absolute.
oh yeah, Absolute. Go ahead, Absolute.
I gotta go last, bro.
You gotta go last.
All right, this is Marianne. Thank you guys for coming along. Thank everyone for watching. Like the video, and go ahead, Absolute.
Yo, we're out here. We're out here banging 4 Asian hookers at the same time. Bro. Box full of condoms. Box full of condoms on 4 Asian hookers, bro. Every night. Every fucking
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Finger.
Good Lord, this guy.
Every box full of condoms.
He said, absolutely like, I'm banging bitches with my pinky toes.
Got it in there. It's deep in there. It's
Right?
deep.
I can put my foot in it. They call me absolute toe jamming Earl when I'm up in that pussy.
Around here, they call me Bigfoot.
Here's the thing. I couldn't afford that shit, but you see, that's why I want that. That's why I want that FU money.
I know that's right. That was that FU money, right?
Cameras everywhere.
Jet, private jet.
Money. With FU money, I could have a night like that at least once a week for the rest of my life, bro.
You need some of
I
that
know that's
Tico
right.
Jet money.
True.
I do not got no Tico Jet money. Let that shit go. Let it go.
No, he
I
spends
do not have jet money.
He spends that money to maintain his harem. He spends the money to maintain the harem.
A milli.
I said most of that money spent on Lazo's harem.
Oh yeah, Lazo, exactly.
Remember Lazo got the harem.
Lazo.
Lazo's the one with the harem.
Donation for my hooker expedition, bro.
He said, "I want some donations for my hooker expedition." I know that's right.
We're expanding our territory.
He makes it sound like he's going to Antarctica to meet some more hookers and shit like that on his expedition.
Antarctica.
We're looking to increase our footprint.
And the coldest places have the nicest hookers.
And
Cooler than a polar bear's toenail.
Right?
Oh,
Simple as hell. Y'all are a trip. All
right. Go ahead, Tico.
This is Tico Trend, aka the Internal Sadist, aka Dark Skin Tico, aka Nico,
Eyeliner,
aka Nicoya, aka Saramina on my game handle name Saramina. I named that one after my daughters because I love my daughters very
aka
nice.
the artist formerly known as Prince.
AKA I'm Mr. Still Your Girl, AKA Your Mama Loves Me, AKA
Your mama loves me, AKA your auntie hates me,
AKA how's your baby mom? How's your wife and my kids, AKA
you dirty bastard,
AKA Cookie Monster head ass for hopscotch for head ass.
AKA, how's your kids stay? How's my kids stay?
I love you. Stop.
Oscar the Grouch.
AKA if you take me to court, I'll buy you a wardrobe.
Oscar the Grouch. Oscar the Grouch.
AKA
I'll never
flowers
forget
for your
Let me
witnesses.
stop.
I will never forget that.
Let me stop. No, this is Tico Trend Red Pill. Y'all be good to yourselves. Treat yourselves like milk. Do nothing but spoil yourselves and be good to yourselves and always be good. If you can follow me at for game handle, you can follow my family game handles are what? Mina Sarah, Nicoya, Dark Skin Tico, and just Dark Tico.
Tico.
Other than that, y'all have a good one. Be blessed. Oh, and check out my Black Pill Red Pill channel. Just in case this channel ever goes down, I can simply just port shit right over there. So check out the Black Pill Red Pill channel and sub to that lovely thing. Y'all have be blessed and have a good one.
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
This guy.